take from us. We ain't slowing up. Look what life gave us. Always going up. You can't take from us. We ain't slowing up. Look what life gave us.
Yo, what's poppin'? I can't hear you, Woon. What's poppin'? I can't hear. No, I can't hear you. There you go.
You know I'm testing out my new gear, man. I'm just
right.
get it
I
lined
see you. You got the mic all in the thing. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Well, let me reintroduce the show. Welcome to another episode of the Free Your Mind podcast, baby. Where you are here to free your mind and help others free theirs. And I am your co-host. My name is Woon, and I'm all about balance from the womb to the tomb. What's popping?
I go by the name of Selfmade. What's popping? Got to tap in with self to know thyself always. What's up with the chat, man? Yo. Peace to the chat. Peace to everybody jumping in.
It says something about your browser?
Yeah.
It should I'm not sure. Hold on. It should give you an opportunity to
We got a good one. We got a good one today. Nature Boy. Oh, okay, no. We got Nature Boy in the building. We got ShockwithThefacts in the building. Finna be some good discussions going on today. Hold on. What'd you say?
Oh yeah, if you got Google Chrome, that'd probably be the best one.
Yeah.
If you can, shoot me your email, then I'll shoot it to you through your email.
Yeah, we could do it that way too.
Peace to the chat. Hey, we got people already in the chat. How's everybody
they in here,
going?
man. They didn't slid through.
Oh, that's the surprise guest in the fan. When you see that,
yeah, they in the building. They in the building. We see y'all. Peace. Yes. They came in deep, man. I like that. Yeah. I like that energy right there.
I love it, man. You want to know what? And they're so humble, man. And it's like an extended family, man. So look, and they do it. Look, I love that. For the people, and I wanted to get us doing such a big introduction, so I'm gonna wait until he, I don't even want to say who's coming.
Wait till he in the building. We got
yeah. But the hearts, everybody knows. Oh yes, yeah, peace to the bro was good.
What's up with the God? What was you saying though?
Oh no, when you see them hearts, because you know how we have like some people that be coming in with that negative energy, so they put them hearts up just to
start it off. You got to start the frequency off right.
That's right.
Pushing it all out there for reals. We got Shock in the building. We could bring Shock in the building.
Yes, sir. Let me hold on one second.
Yeah, we'll do a grand intro when Nature get in.
Yeah, give me one moment.
All right. Shock. What up, man? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
What's going on?
Okay. What's popping, man? What's popping? We still trying to get Nature Boy in the building. Set it all up real quick. Peace to the YouTube chat. What's popping? Hey, so they paired in.
I can't hear.
You can't hear me? Okay. Let's see. Let's do this right here.
There we go.
You can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay. I'm sending this link off real quick. Oh yeah. It was 1 second.
You're good.
All right. So yeah, man, we got a good one today. I'm looking forward to today, man. I'm gonna keep it a buck. Based off of what happened last week, if they didn't catch what happened last week, definitely go back and chime into that video because that shit got crazy. So we had to do a part 2 for this week, and so now it's all in now. You know what I'm saying? We couldn't really get to it like we wanted to last week. So today's the day. Today I got time, guys.
Today I got time.
Hey, that's a fact. Hey, it was so because on the Free Your Mind podcast, we try to give people the allotted time that you need, to get it whatever it is off your mind, right? And so what ended up happening was, we spun off to a whole different conversation. So even though it wasn't a bad thing, but it just wasn't the proper time to do it. So right now we have, just like you said today, we got time because we going in. And then so and I'm the energy right now that I'm just got right now is crazy. The chat looking nice right now. Shout out to everybody that's in the chat. Shout out to everybody that's on the book, YouTube. While we getting this thing set up, because for the special guests, we making sure everything is good. But please hit that like, subscribe, share, comment, everything.
All the good stuff. Try to push this out there, man. Get this information out there. And we definitely appreciate all the support and love that we getting from y'all.
Yes, sir.
Trying to reciprocate it.
Yeah, because we usually ask each other like, "Hey, what episode is this?" But it don't even fucking matter.
Man, we ain't gonna keep doing that. Look, we gonna go down the line.
It's just natural.
You know what I'm saying? Right. All right.
Peace to the gods.
Peace to the God, man. Peace to the gods.
Give me a few minutes. I'm gonna get some lighting here.
Definitely. Your mic is. Your sound is a little distorted too.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's okay. Just making sure this wasn't me. But before the lights come on, yeah. Hey, I have to get this dude this intro, man. This guy's been through so much controversy. This guy has been put on blast and damn near crucified, right? Before the people. And not only that, has been to multiple different countries, cities, states, everywhere. Got love from people, got hate from people, but has always remained who he is. I learned a lot of shit from him, and I'm pretty sure a lot of people are going to learn something from him tonight. It's just I can't even give everything by words, but super dope dude, has nothing to hide, has never had nothing to hide. That's probably why he's so much of a controversial dude. Do you know how controversial you are?
Yeah. I'm learning that daily.
Yeah, right.
But without further ado, please give a warm welcome to Nature Boy in the building.
Yo.
Yo, what's good? How y'all feeling today, man?
Hey, we good. Hey, something's still going on with your
Yeah,
sound. I'm not sure what it is.
They got like that, like a computer love.
Yeah, he got that computer love on his voice.
I'm straight. I'm still clear.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
you good, shot. You good, shot.
So let me see if I could.
Yeah, it's just distorted just a little bit. Like we can hear you clearly, but then it has like a little rattle.
Yeah.
All right, how about now?
Yep,
Still the same. Yeah.
I don't know if you have like some headphones, maybe.
Leave it come back. Have some headphones, y'all. Y'all can watch this on Facebook. It's on my Facebook page.
It's on Facebook. It's on YouTube.
Yeah, they are doing love. Let me see.
Shock is self-made. Oh no, I don't. And that's the problem too. I'll use this for a minute.
So this week we're going to try something a little different. Selfmade, how you want to do it? You want to just have people build, and then we're going to just have people ask questions at the end?
Yeah, we can do that. I mean, if you know,
okay,
they can ask questions, you know, throughout the debate too. You know what I mean? We can get to it. Okay.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah, it's still doing that. I don't know why.
It's still distorted just a little bit.
I'm gonna leave it. I'm gonna go out and come back in.
All right.
Definitely. But yeah, no, this shit, it's because I think a lot of people haven't really had the opportunity to build with Nature Boy, or even just to see him outside of the
Okay, can you guys hear me now?
It's still the same thing.
I don't know why it's doing that. Yeah, that's a trip.
Okay, I'm gonna close this out.
But so there's people that probably, you know, just have like a lot of questions. So, you know, we want to make sure that the people understand that, you know, it's going to be the time to talk. Like he's right here. He can.
Yep.
All right, how about now?
Ooh, there we go. Yeah.
All right, cool.
There we go.
Yeah.
Thanks.
So yeah, again, so for the people who have seen probably like some crazy clips and you know didn't hear the full side of the story, he's here right now. You guys could put the question in the
put it all out there.
Yeah, because this is another thing that I respect about this dude. There is lots of people who I watch personally on YouTube that don't give access to themselves like that, right? So he's one of the guys that definitely gives access to himself. And you know, so he's still, you know, some people's person, like, you know, so we just rocking out, regular shit.
Yep. This is what it is normally.
So look, and hey, Chief, I'm loving the squad right now, and they got.
They pulled through like it was, like it was funk or something. Like they slid through deep.
Yeah,
that's what's up, man. Peace to the chat again.
Yeah, definitely.
Peace to the tribe.
Oh, that's what's up, Orlando. Okay, so what's going on, fellas?
We also got Shock in the building.
Yes.
Shock. So who's who? Who's the guy that said that men were made by God or what?
Oh, he going straight into it.
Yeah, he not playing no games.
Hey, let me say, because you know, they're in the you in the East Coast, right, Nature Boy?
Right, yep.
Yeah. They, you know, he probably ready to get it in early.
Yeah. So this, I mean, because just as a little background, last week we got, you know, the topic was the meaning behind Jesus feeding 5,000 people with 5 loaves of bread and 2 fish, and that went from that kind of a topic to the topic at hand today. You know, so we wasn't really able to get into it last week, you know. So today's the day that, you know, we going 100% with this new topic.
Yeah.
Did only man come from God, and did woman come from man?
Come from man.
Or more of, did man come from God and woman came from man? Because mostly all things come from that source, though. But in that way of
Definitely.
order, in this realm, though, yeah.
So yeah, so we got Shock in the building. Shock
Yeah,
with the facts.
Shock, we got it. Hey,
Welcome.
let me give
Shout out to
a
bro.
warm welcome to Shock again. This is Shock's third time on the channel. The last time we linked, he was actually standing on his square by himself. So
That's
that
a fact.
has to be praised as well, because sometimes even if somebody's feeling a certain type of way about anything or having any knowledge about something, and you get the majority, usually the majority rules in certain situations. But he stood on his, square and was just like, hey, this is what it is, and this is how I feel about it. So we didn't have the time for Shock to even go in to break down exactly what he meant. So again, Shock,
Right.
Today will be the day, you know what I mean, that you'll be able to, spill your spill to the people. Definitely.
So do you want to? How do y'all feel? How y'all feeling? You want to hear Shock speak first, or?
Now go ahead. Well, what you heard? Because whatever you heard, bring what you heard. Because however you found the channel, or whatever you heard of me, bring what you heard and what you disagree with what I said, and then we can rekindle the situation. Or that's how I feel, just based on you know what I'm saying. What's you know what I'm saying? What's the issues of what been said? So we can start from whatever wanted you to come and approach this situation. So you come from your perspective, and we can get it all from there.
I mean, I'm with that. How y'all feeling?
Whoever want to start it off, introduce it first. If you guys want me to come in between and just throw something out there, because basically, we're dealing with initially.
Well, based off the topic.
Let me say this real quick, Chuck. Let me say this real quick. Initially, we were dealing with the understanding of the Bible, right? And how this is how we got into that topic. So again, there is another, and I don't want to say misinterpretation, because didn't nobody write the Bible, but sometimes people would think that only God came directly from, only men came directly from God, and then women came directly from man. So because that's ultimately, if you read the Bible, that's what you would get from that if you were reading it in a certain context, right? Or is it safe to say that? Okay, I'm gonna wait till he comes back for that answer. But that's what I believe, and this is why it's important, for us to have these type of builds, and this is why I want to continue to focus on the esoteric or metaphysical meaning of some of these stories, be it Jesus's miracles, or be it just certain other things that can be highly or closely related to things that we can find in science, things that we can find in nature, things that we can find in astrology, and all these different avenues. So, the more that we talk about it, the wider perspective that we can get, and we can get different understandings if we get the opportunity to, build amongst each other.
Yeah, that's a fact. So, so how do you feel about that, Nature Boy? Do you think
I'm in charge of it. How do I feel about the idea that woman came from man and man came from God?
Yeah.
I feel that is true and false.
And false.
Okay.
All right, can you just watch it?
I feel that is true in the sense that hold on, guys. Let me ask you a question.
Y'all hear me?
Oh yeah,
I can hear you. I can't hear Nature though.
Yeah, I think hey, Nature, did your mic? Are you good?
Yeah. You guys know that?
Sorry.
I heard he said he had a question.
Yeah. I don't know if he's trying to reset up his thing.
Okay.
He might have been throwing it on the charger. He might have to do another move.
So you want to give a rundown of that whole thing?
I'll give a rundown.
Yeah.
So
we can get the
from like
basis.
cutting off from last week, from my perspective, what I was saying on the topic today of man being man coming from God, woman coming from man, children coming from woman. Now you could go from accounts from the Bible, or you could go off a logical sense, just observing our situation and knowing where we come from. So now you sound like a robot. You sound like a robot.
Back to yeah.
I went back to the robot thing. Okay.
Yeah.
It's even worse.
Yeah, that's even worse.
AirPods no good, bro. It's the worst communication.
Go ahead, Shock.
But yeah,
Shock, go ahead.
Going back to the account of what I was saying, and when we look at the situation.
Now, hold on 1 second, Shock. Nah, we can't hear you.
We can't hear nothing. No.
Nah.
All right.
Leave and come back in. And I kind of want to make sure that he hears his part of your spill.
Yeah, that's why I'm trying to hold on.
Oh yeah, no, I appreciate you. Definitely.
Go ahead, say something. Can you hear me?
Okay. Oh yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
He good. All right, for sure. You can go ahead, Shock, so you can get the background.
But yeah, so what I was saying was that man comes from God, or or the source, which means when God created, when God formed man, He formed man from earth, right? So earth, where was earth formed from? It said in the beginning, he was floating over the waters, whatever. He formed everything, he did the creation. And then when it came down to it, on this, I'm not going to speak on the first creation, but on the second creation, man was formed from the dust. Animals was formed from Mother Nature. Now, Mother Nature was formed by God, so God had to multiply Himself through Mother Nature and created an image, created image likeness of Mother Earth. You know what I'm saying? From the dust. Therefore, Adam was created, and like I said, I'm not gonna speak on the first account, but he felt alone, and then God they put him to sleep, and they pulled Eve out of man. You know what I'm saying? Out of the rib, the DNA helix. It looks like a DNA helix out of DNA. A woman was formed from man. That's why they got the one man from. It came from the womb of man, just like man come from the womb of woman. But with that being said, now with that being said, it's like the same creation. If woman came from man, but the earth was formed by God, now children are formed by woman. Now it's pretty much the cycle, like going around, like it's the circle. So with that being said, man came from God, woman came from man, and children come from woman. And that's just logical when you even look at our sense. When woman they carry the eggs, but who gives the life? Where does the life force come from? The semen. So woman, just as much as we can't multiply without woman can't multiply without us. You see what I'm saying? But at the same time, we hold that life force, and they have the option to accept whatever life force they want to, you know what I'm saying? Whatever type of man they want, to bring their DNA or that bloodline into the world, if it's worthy enough.
There was something that you said that I'd never heard, and it sounded, I was gonna say that was a bar, but you said the womb comes from the womb of man, and that's why they're called woman.
Well, woman, but we came from woman came from they came from man. Like, so woman carries the womb and they get it from man because they still came from the flesh of man. So it still came from like they came from man, like period. So man, they was birthed from men. Yeah.
Yeah, I never heard it like that. I'm gonna keep it a band with you.
Yeah. So all I'm saying is, and that's why we continue to birth as well. Like, yeah, we don't carry the seed, but we start that process. So we help start that process. And a woman finishes just like any tiller tills the land, and you till it right, you're gonna get some in back. You're gonna get some fruit. You're gonna get some fruit. Just because that land tilled, like birthed the fruit, who tills it though? The gardener, the person who planted that seed. That's why most children carry the man's last name. Because it goes back to the principle. His semen, you know what I'm saying? And the woman allegedly, you know, in certain cultures or however you want to presume it, depending on the individual, contractual, that usually when the man and the woman get together and start a family, they assume that they're going to be together and raise that child. You know what I'm saying? At least until they old enough. So that's what I'm saying. And the woman get the power over the children to a certain extent. That's why the woman or the mother or the grandmas can have a certain amount of power mentally, emotionally over the grandchild and child, just based on being the mama. And that's why it's important for a woman to know what child to have, because when she has a man child, if he's a no shit nigga, well, guess what? You're forced to have that child with you, unless you want to give it away or something like that. But at the end of the day, majority woman's not going to give up their child.
Got you. So real quick, we have Jessica Nataro in the chat. Salute to you. She has a question. She said, okay, so how did God manifest?
Well, what are you saying, in the form of the religion way and the creation of how it said he was just floating on the waters, or are you saying in a way of our reality, how do we manifest, meaning where the start and the end, where it meets? Because if you want to say where it manifests, it starts with sex. It starts with the material of thought and feeling between the man and woman. The essence, to be able to bring that essence down into this reality, because the life is already in existence behind the veil. We just vessel. So it depends what God or what context or what reality you looking at it from.
Okay, so we got Mariah Clark in the building. She said mother gave birth to everything.
Well, but I just said God formed Mother Earth first. So if he formed it and then it birthed everything, and that's why we was created to till the earth and help earth multiply. So yes, it bursts everything here, because this is Mother, like down below where we're at now. Yeah, we are on Mother Earth.
So when we're not below, we're not on a feminine planet, or we're not on, or within feminine energy.
Yeah, it's mostly, yeah. It depends whether a man wants to plane that, like what plane he's operating at. But majority base energy down here is mostly feminine.
I know. So I'm saying, so when you say down here, you're insinuating there's an up there type of deal.
Yeah.
So I'm
like
saying,
when we come to the light.
So that up there, does that have feminine energy?
I wouldn't recall. Nah, in my perspective, not, because their feminine energy goes through the man. Like I said last time, like where most women get their logic, like, you know what I'm saying, they get it through man. So like it can be there, but the access is through man or through their child to get there.
Okay. So with that being said, I mean, how do you feel about this nature? I mean, I know you listening. It seemed like he got some stuff running through his head.
Yeah, look like you over there calculating.
Nobody is wrong.
Ever.
Right.
There is no such thing as being wrong.
Yeah, we definitely express that on this channel for sure. We don't deal with no rights or wrongs.
Everyone is right, because even when you're wrong, it's so that you can be right.
Facts.
And so without the wrong, you wouldn't even know what right is. So you need the wrong for the right. So is the wrong right? Absolutely. So you can't be wrong because the wrong is right and it's right.
That's a bar.
That's that guy that's good all the time.
Yeah.
And I'll connect that to what we're talking about now. For every yin, there's a yang.
Mm-hmm.
To me, as a male, my creator is a woman. Why? Why? Because she's my opposition.
Mm.
Yep.
Your opposition defines you.
Right.
She's everything that you're not. Your creator is what defines you. What defines you is everything that you're not. That's what creates you. Everything you're not.
That's a bar.
Who are you? You are male. And who was the rest of you? Female. Okay. You can't have one without the other. Nothing came first. It came together. Masculine and feminine. You can't have one without the other because one defines the other. One cannot exist without the other one. The other one that is opposing to it is what creates the other. If I'm darkness, I'm only darkness because of light. If I'm a man, I'm only a man because of a woman. So she defines me, and then that right, she creates me, and I create her. Because I define her, not because of a book, and not because of some concept of God, but just science. What creates you is everything that you're not. That's your creator. Your complete opposition of what you are. You would have to know what you are to understand what created you. Because what created you is the very opposite of what you are.
That's a bar.
Yeah.
Now it seems like just from hearing that, and again, ain't no right or wrong. You know what I'm saying? I'm 100% there with you. It did seem like what Shock is saying is a little bit different. Am I right or correct in saying that, Shock?
Yeah, of course, to a certain degree, of course. Because I mean, I respond to that in regards of saying, first, I would like to respond to the part of there being no right or wrong, in a sense of I agree, but there's still a higher and a lower, which means there's going to be two perspectives. So being a right or wrong, there's always going to be a balance. So it's going to be a reflection. It just depends what side you want to operate on, because here in reality of having logic and having senses, if there is no sense of us knowing, like before you're finna do something and that gut feelings telling you don't do it, this is just natural senses that we have, knowing that there's things that we're not supposed to do, and that there's things that we're not supposed to do. You know what I'm saying? So with that being said, there's a right or wrong, and that's just a category just to put it in a sense of knowing who to bring and who not to bring around you, what to indulge in, what not to indulge in. But at the same time, everybody has their reality of life. That's what they want to do. That's what they want to do. It's right to them in that sense. But some people grow in life and be like, oh, you know what? Back then, what I was doing was wrong, because they grew up and went to the other side of a part of themselves of reality and experiences. So everybody go through their lives and walk and think what they're doing is right, because nobody wants to hold themselves to accountability and look in the mirror of reflection of what they're doing in that moment. So With that being said, I agree, but also I don't agree. You know what I'm saying? Like you said, that's a left and a right. So regardless, and back to the other part. I mean, what you saying is a way. Like I look at that because that's just like a what people say. That's a consciously thing to do. You know what I'm saying? Not being judgmental. You know, more of a feminine aspect of not acknowledging the situation and letting things go by. You know what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is there's certain things that, like, when things happen, there needs to be addressed. That's the thing of being masculine and feminine. Certain things that men's gonna do, certain things women ain't gonna do. It's both sides, you know what I'm saying? And with that being said, it's just like that's just bringing excuses to allow certain things to overcome, empower, and demasculize. Like this, look at where the world is today. You know what I'm saying? It's a whole different reality just based on that type of concept of just there's no way to judge. You can't do this, you can't say that. You can't, you just, it's just, that's that reality. No, there's no wrong. So let me just go around. Let's just start vandalizing everything. You know what I'm saying? Let's just put tags on everything and say, this is this and that's that. But it's free to do all that. It's just, that don't make, it makes sense to some people's reality. And I can see that reality because I could move there, in a sense. But then at the same time, when you go up and down the ladder of realities and dimensions of yourself, of higher and lower perspective, I can see that, but then I don't see it. It's just that, like, that's gonna come down to there's no wrong or wrong. But at the same time, I'm saying there's not, but there is. You know what I'm saying? Depending on who you are, you're gonna address situations as a man.
That there is and there ain't type shit.
Because who am I as a man? Who am I to tell you how to live your life? That's what it comes down to.
But ultimately, that right there,
that's the reason.
That's the reason why there wouldn't be no right or wrong, because who's
that's what I'm saying,
right?
And that's what I'm saying. But the thing is, if that's the case, the world would be in chaos. There would be no order. So, okay, have you ever did something growing up that nobody knew or that you was finna do and you had a gut feeling that saying don't do it, like it was a feeling like, hold on real quick, I know, and people just around you like, no, let's do this, let's do that, and you got that feeling, but y'all still do it and something go bad or something, you got to, because every action got a reaction. So naturally, law, you're gonna have a reaction to certain things. So yeah, in our reality, it might not be bad, but to Mother Nature reacts, or certain things, and instinct, because we're part of nature, instincts react to certain things. You know what I'm saying? That's just even off words.
That right there, when you bring up nature, right?
Yeah.
To me, it would be natural for us to do any and everything that we're doing, right? So everything. So when you think about everything being nature or natural, then that means how can you still what's right or wrong? Not forget about what people thinking and how you think about yourself, because when you get to a certain point of saying, okay, well, why am I like this? If you ask yourself wholeheartedly, why am I like this? And
I can say that.
Hold on, one second. So when you think about it in that essence, like now you have to answer the question. Well, okay, if we take a real time experience, right? Then we look at it as just an experience. When we get that experience, then it's just like, oh, okay, so it wasn't so much that I was doing anything wrong. That was just a part of me going to where I needed to get to. You understand what I'm trying to say? So that's why I don't say it's a right or wrong. We can say that, because it's subjective. Somebody can say this is right, somebody, whatever. Right. But if we look at the overall experience itself, you would say there couldn't be any right and wrong.
But
that's how I look at it.
Okay, if that's the case, sometimes you don't have to go through that experience when you can learn from other people's experience or sit back and watching things happen.
That would still be a part of your experience.
Or put somebody on game. I mean, it could be a part of experience. Somebody sharing that experience. You're not going through it, but you're going through it through their experience. I mean, through sharing their their experience or reality. You know what I'm saying? But some people have to have evidence. Some people want to see evidence to back up what they're saying. So with that being said, if they back up that evidence, it's like, damn, I skipped a whole little chapter and they just gave me the awareness of this ASAP. You know what I'm saying? I didn't have to go through all that, what you did. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate the love of the game. But with that being said, it's like now you come up to a higher awareness and you start looking at things like, I'm not keeping certain people around me, bro. Just period. There's certain things naturally that's wrong, bro. And certain people got fucked up DNA and alchemy, period.
Yeah, when you say that that certain people, you can learn from certain people, and then you just now say, you know, some people got fucked up DNA and alchemy. You're still learning from the fucked up people.
Yeah.
Right. So that's what I was trying to say. So that's still a part of your experience to let you know, like, you know what I mean? So even though
what
you're
not
not
to do,
living
your experience of what not to do and what to do, which meaning back to there's certain things that you're gonna do and certain things that you're not. At the end of the day,
right,
it's going to have so many of people's opinions and perspectives of a principle, but there's many ways to that principle. But if what you're saying, like if what we're saying don't rely back to a basic principle, then it's not lining up with truth or facts.
Right, and that right there. So when you talk about the basic principle, right?
Because of anything, though, I'm saying anything.
Yeah, no, I got you.
Conversation.
Definitely. So when it comes down to just the observation,
coming back from this man, let's look at God, that principle.
Yeah, exactly. Because at this point in time, we would have to look at what we are, right? What God is, right? Eternal, right? So if we are eternal, then there is going to be no cap to the experiences that we're going to have, right? So
in multiple lives.
Right, that's a fact.
I said that, yeah, multiple lives.
So I could be looking at you saying, hey, that nigga over there smoking some tree right now. Like that nigga's doing some wrong shit. But that's not a part of my side of the light. That's your side of the light, right?
You're right.
So I couldn't judge you from that. So even if you say can. Later on in life, because I used to smoke weed, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but I'm saying you can.
But, I mean, you can, but why would you say it though? What would be the point of that?
But I'm saying when you see, when everybody's hear judgment, they think that you're judging buddies from wrong from right. All I'm saying is you could judge the know to keep around from you to picking up habits or knowing certain people around you, so you might not want to keep habits. So I don't want to get people misconception of like judging, like I'm judging a person personally for their action, but I'm judging for certain things that I don't want around me to pick up certain things just based on. That's my perspective.
Well, nah, there's nothing wrong with, but you say judge, so that kind of puts it in a certain bracket as opposed to
but that goes as to opposed to the only thing you gotta.
But only thing you got to do is ask. If it's not for you, it's not for you. You don't got to judge.
But you ain't seeing the bigger picture of what I'm saying.
Maybe I missed it. I'm sorry.
No,
I probably missed it.
What I'm saying is, go ahead. What I was saying was, I'm not judging. Like I'm saying for your perspective, like you say you don't smoke, whatever, this and that. That's cool. All I'm saying is, you could keep that from your personal character to be like, you know what I'm saying? I don't really smoke. I don't want that person around me to pick up them habits. You know what I'm saying? Cool with the woo. That's what I'm saying. You're not judging me for looking bad. You're just judging for saving your own personal space. You know what I'm saying? Watch
this real quick. Yeah. And I did pick up what you were saying. I'm glad you want to clear that for me. But even if they were around you and you felt the need that you had to smoke because they're around you, then who are you?
No. That's not the principle. That's not the concept. What I was saying. The concept of what I'm saying is
okay.
Go ahead, bro.
Guys, if we are really aware, we have to know that arguing our opinions are low vibrational at this point. So it's like we should bring information to each other.
Definitely.
And let me say this. You can't die. Let me teach you some things you may not know, but I know you know.
Hey, let's get on the topic.
You can't die. No. I mean, literally, like, you've seen people die. You've seen young Dolph die. But I'm trying to let you know that young Dolph is a figment of your imagination and your dreaming. And you actually, as the observer of this reality, cannot die. They want you to think you can die, but you can't die.
So I
want you to start. I'm not talking about like, oh.
I got a question on that. So are you speaking from a spiritual sense? Or are you speaking his character dying?
No.
Which one? Like what? I know it's energy. I know it's physically.
I'm talking about physically. You can't die.
So how many characters do you got though? Cause I know one of them is Nature Boy though. Yo,
I'm trying to drop some shit on you.
but I'm asking. One of your characters is Nature Boy.
Like,
So you got any other characters?
What was your question?
I say I know one of your one of your entertainers, Nature Boy. Do you got any other characters out there that you personate, like reality shows, like another reality?
Yeah, you.
Cause it's all entertainment. You know what I'm saying? This is all entertainment. So I'm asking.
You. I am you.
Oh yeah.
I'm playing you. I'm playing this guy up here. I'm playing him over there, and I'm talking to myself in this very moment. There is no one that I'm not talking to or anything around me that's not me. This wall is me.
Okay,
everything.
the
camera. I'm talking to myself.
That's not the perspective where I'm coming from. I see that. I know that perspective. I appreciate that. But I'm saying personally, in the material world, do you have any other characters that you play outside of being Nature Boy? Like outside of being with people, being part of consciously. I understand the bigger picture of all the conscious, and because I had them, them conversations and see my part. Hold on real quick, y'all. Yeah. Hold on, baby.
I don't know what that has to do with what I'm saying.
Yeah, I guess talking about the limitless eternal us.
Yeah, I think that we talking about. That's what he was saying.
I'm saying I'm trying to say if that's what you were saying.
No, I'm talking about actually entertainers, like just like how he just bring up Young Dolph, and Young Dolph, he had a character, you know what I'm saying? I'm just saying he could fake off characters and play other parts, extension, play other things like that. I understand he's talking about the one is in the bigger picture of that concept of being part of everybody, talking, reflections, seeing your part. And I understand all that, but I'm just saying was responding off his Young Dolph little situation because he personally brought up a character, you know what I'm saying? Out of for what? That's entertainment. Why are you bringing in Hollywood entertainment stuff if that's the case? So I'm saying Young Dolph character, you said physically is where I know we live in, and I'm in you and me, you can say all that. But my picture, my concept is if I'm shocked, I could, go play another character, but I could still be shocked, but actually physically be playing, playing perception games and illusion games.
I'm telling you that you can't die.
I forgot that you said that. My bad. That's why I'm laughing. I totally forgot to understand that.
Yeah, we for sure gonna have to start staying on topic because,
Yeah.
That you know what I'm saying? I definitely understand that. We got.
Yeah, that's what but I understand that. But you brought up Young Dolph for what? Like for what? Just to show the example that he died and he's still alive through everybody else. What I was bringing up is if that's the case, I'm asking personally, you're an entertainer, bro? I'm asking, you're an entertainer, right? Entertainers could project and elude themselves to play multiple roles in life. That's all I'm asking. If you brought that, I'm just bringing that perspective into response. You bring
I'm clearly telling you
that you can't die. Okay, I understand that. I'm gonna take that how I take that. But I see where you're coming from because the concept that you're saying,
telling you
can't die.
See,
yeah,
your belief systems are embedded.
Well,
if you knew that you couldn't physically die, how would you live your life?
Well, physically comes here in material world.
Let him finish, Shock. Let him finish, Shock.
Yeah.
Shock want to argue. I don't want to argue with you, dude.
I'm bringing points.
I promise you, reflection. I don't want to argue with you, bro. I
we gotta just
I just want to share information.
Yeah, we just gotta keep the dialogue. You know what I'm saying? Like, let people spill they spill, and then you know what I'm saying. You gotta take notes or something,
Hey, let's go to the regular topic of where we come from because let's just go to the regular topic.
Well, I'm pretty sure. I mean, I don't know. I'm pretty sure he was gonna get into some aspect of it. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. Let's see it. Okay, let's go.
Yeah.
Let's go. Stop bringing young Dolph and all that Hollywood stuff in the character. Then keep it regular.
A lot of people's mind cannot conceptualize the idea of not dying because we see death on the outside. But where do birds go to die? There's as much as birds as there are human beings on this planet. We should see dead birds very often as we see dead bodies. A bird should be dying as we speak right now. You cannot tell me a bird can deteriorate that fast, that we cannot even see a bird die. We don't see dead birds on a regular basis. There's a lot of mysteries about your reality that we may be overlooking. About our reality, we may be overlooking. This is just one thing to think about. The other thing to think about is this. Well, if you can't die physically, if you can't die physically, how the fuck do you get out of here? That's a great question. The answer to that question is you get out of here the way you got here. You didn't get here through your mother. Your avatar did.
That was a bar.
Let me put it like this. Have you ever woke up and it took you a minute to remember where you were and who you were and what reality you was in? Have you ever did that before? Like in the split second of waking up, have you ever woke up and you had to you woke up in a space where you didn't know where you was, who you was, or what you was, and it took a minute for everything to start coming in? Have you ever been in that state before?
Hell yeah.
Man, that should be serious.
All right.
What if I told you that you got here because you thought yourself, you imagined yourself into this reality?
Yeah, called desire. Yeah.
What if I told you that you can go into a meditative state, that there's a meditative state between being asleep and being awoke that you can go into that can allow you to create other worlds with your mind? And if you get good enough, be able to transfer your consciousness into that reality, and this reality will become a faded memory to the point where you'll be like, how did I get here? If I asked you right now, how did you get here? Where did you come from? Where were you before here? You couldn't tell me that because you're dreaming. And in a dream, there's never a beginning of the dream. You're just responding to stimuli. You see, life is a dream. And you don't get out of this unless you learn how to create worlds. You're learning how to create realities. This is what the metaverse is all about. The metaverse is white people's way of showing you how we create reality with our mind. But they're using human technology. Another thing you need to know, this is very important. Human beings are a part of nature. There's no such thing as artificial. Artificial means man-made, but man is a part of nature. So what man is doing, nature is doing. Nature is just taking its course. There's nothing you can do about this. This is happening. You're just here to observe it. But deeper than that is that we need to realize this. If it's not artificial intelligence, if this is not AI, because that humanity is actually a part of what nature is doing, and what humanity is doing, nature is doing. So If we're going to look at it like that, now we have to say, damn, nature's doing this through humanity for a reason. So check it out. So white people who run this world, they are not allowed to get out of here because of their pineal gland. Our pineal gland allows us to slip in and out of realities through thought. Meaning that, have you ever been in a daydream and you were sitting there in a daydream and you were thinking about a time where you was in a certain place with a certain girl and the nostalgia was there, the music, you felt that you were actually in the moment? What if I told you that your mind is able to go back in time and forget the fact that you were ever in this reality, and you can focus your energy so much so that you can actually travel back to that time and space, not even realizing this time and space ever existed, and that by the time you got in that being that you were there, that it would be as if you woke up from a dream and you were trying to understand where you were, and then it slowly, the avatar's memory and its DNA and everything just sped up to you, and then you're like, oh, okay, this is where I'm at. You understand what I'm saying? This is what the mind can do. There is no death. The mind can just go into a thought reality and forget it. It's kind of like if you ever smoked weed, you had a thought and it just disappeared, and you tried to remember it, but it's just gone. That's what life is. Life is like watching a psychedelic trip on a TV, and you see that the warp. One thing you see, it forms, and then as soon as you think you understand it, it just takes another shape and form, and then you're puzzled again. So life is an infinite amount of thought, infinite quantum field of infinite possibilities of what you can be in time and space. It's all relative to one's thought and frequency and ability, but you cannot get out of here. And this is where they were talking about this in the kingdom of God. You cannot get out of the realms until you meet me, which is your Messiah. When I say the Messiah, I mean your higher self. Everything is you. You're searching for complete, absolute truth. Because once you have absolute truth, you will find this thing that I'm very telling you right now. This is how you enter the kingdom of God, because you will never, it says, you shall know the truth, and the truth shall what? Set you free. You're trapped here. You are trapped, and you feel trapped here. Because you wake up some days and you're like, damn, I'm back here. This is why they're trying to keep you up with this light, these artificial light, what you call artificial lights. But these lights are not natural lighting. Well, they are natural, right? But these lights are not a part of the circadian rhythm. So we're doing things that prohibit our matrix from functioning properly, okay? So, and nature's doing this to itself. Remember that. But this is something that's happening. But what we're doing is we're keeping ourselves awake at night. At night, we're supposed to be asleep. If you smoke weed, the weed will start trying to make you go to sleep. Why? Because sleeping is practice for you to build realities. When you go to sleep, what happens? You go into the darkness. And with your mind, what do? You start creating realities from your subconscious, but you have no control over it. This is why meditative states, you can purposely say it's the girl of your dreams. You can go right now. You can go look at a girl on Instagram right now, right? And be like, yo, man, I wish I could be with a girl like that. And literally, if your memory, if you can practice getting your memory strong, because that's what this reality is all about, building other realities. And that's what they're taking you to the metaverse to do. When you go into the metaverse, you're going into the metaverse, you're going to put on those goggles, you're going to go into the internet. And in this internet, we're going to be building worlds. And it's just like a room. Like you got a room right now. This is a world. This is a world. You just created your world within a world. Okay? So this is a world, and imagine us not being on phones, but us actually having avatars standing in front of each other right now, talking to each other, rather than doing this. This is what the metaverse is going to do for us. We're going to be able to feel and touch each other. Hey, what's going on? And touch each other in that way. And then we're going to be able to create any reality we want at a click of a button. But guess what? It still will not escape the fact that you're still using this avatar to do. You know what I'm saying? As you're using technology and you're trying to cheat life, but this avatar will deteriorate, and then boom. So what they're trying to do now is trying to upload their consciousness onto technology, but they don't realize that it's no loophole. So they know what it takes to build realities. They're just not allowed because they have to stay in this realm. It's only certain chosen people that are allowed to leave this realm, bro. And you have to have practice, and you have to know certain things, and you need teachers. And I'm one of the teachers of the future that's going to help people get out of this realm, which is actually a hell, because you're living here and you're stuck here. You're stuck here. You're not, if you don't know how to take your mind, open it up, create a new reality, bring who you want to bring with you. I'm taking my grandma with me, she gonna be there. I'm taking my mom with me, she gonna be there. I'm taking this with me, they gonna be there. And start to understand how to focus your mind into singling your mind out and focusing on that being a reality. And then letting go of, and this is the hardest part, letting go of all attachments. This is what the Buddha was talking about. The Buddha was talking about all suffering stems from attachments. The reason why you are here is because you cannot let go. This is what Jesus said. No one can come to me unless they can't put their mother or father or anyone before me. It is better for you to enter the kingdom of God with one eye rather than have your whole body cast into hell. Hell is the idea of never.
You just said the whole verse wrong.
Huh?
Say that verse again. He's talking about it's better than the cast one eye. Than what you say?
Yeah, it's better.
Than the needle.
If your eye
harder to
hinders
get
you
into the kingdom of heaven
from the kingdom of God, then it's better that you pluck out your eye.
It says it's easier. It says it's easier than
with one eye rather than your whole body be cast into hell. So what that means is you keep waking up here. You keep waking up here. You cannot stop waking up here. You're supposed to be able to leave when you want. You're supposed to be able to be like, my own son, one time I was about to spank him, right? And I was like, son, do you hear me? You know what he did? He literally closed his eyes and literally started meditating. And I'm like, as if he knew he was the observer of this shit and that I wasn't going to tell him shit. He closed his eyes on me and started meditating like.
But you know what? That's what an ostrich does. And that's what an ostrich does. They put their head under a sand, and since they can't see it no more, they think nothing. They still get eaten up. Because just because you can't see it, don't mean it's gonna like walk away or just disappear from a physical situation. In the sense that we're in. But let's get back to the subject, because this is what I'm saying. You just basically try to describe a whole concept that if an EMP went off, that whole concept would be gone in the metaverse, meaning talk about reality, like robots in front of each other, energy and stuff like that. And outside of that, you could have just said all that as saying our thought is not on the periodic table, which means it's not from Earth. And when we sleep, we are awake and go into our conscious are traveling other dimensions. Like, I understand what you're saying, but the concept is, where does that life force come from? You're still not saying, and so where you got your vessel here, the energized to be able to, you holding 23 core zones to be able to hold balls and dick, and women holding 22. Your vessel and a woman's vessel got different capabilities. There's a difference there. Now, the difference of them capabilities, where do they come from, and why is there a difference? Go ahead.
Bro, you focusing on the wrong things.
No. I'm saying I see what you're saying, and the realm that I know what you're saying, that they can't leave. You know, the elites. You know what I'm saying? You're saying white people, draconians, and other. If you want to get specific with certain reptilians and draconians, and Anunnaki, and all these other people, they cannot leave, right? And they're trying to find a way out of here, right? And they've been bringing souls back and trapping souls in reality, being retrapped, getting vessels, coming back male, female, coming back as animals, coming back as all these different energy matters that forms in this reality, right? So with now in the time of today of us traveling to the 5D dimension and higher dimensions, that reality that you're saying that we don't die, we're coming to our family, that people that think that passed because that dome that they had over to keep them people entrapped here because those people are so like a bacteria because they destroyed many planets before here, so they trapped that species here in the world with the dome. They can't get released, but now that dome is released. To now we're going to be coming back to our ancestors that we died from past lives. Yeah, it doesn't matter and all that concept. I understand, but we're getting to the concept of why are you a male and why are you a female and where do we come from in that order? To why does certain vessels and certain order in reality of nature where we're operating in, where we're coming down to that. Because I see where you're trying to go with it, and I understand all that, and I still and what you were saying, you're still kind of, I try to let you go, and but you just went on a whole nother concept and was kind of just going in circles and still was saying certain things that you was cool, but certain things you weren't on it. But we're getting back to the concept here. What's the difference between where does man come from and where does woman, and where does the order of where you see fit and the order of where nature, when we look at it logically. And where is the position of men where they place over women, and where does women's place with men? Period. That's what we get on topic. You didn't try to say nothing about that. So I want to speak on that.
Okay, that's
a lot.
Yeah, a lot was said, but that was a pretty good point how to wrap that back up, Shock. Because I guess
I'm gonna respond. I just responded a little bit. I'm not gonna get in deep.
No. You're absolutely fine.
We're gonna get back to what being addressed to the issue that's being said, because what you're saying.
But that's what I was saying. That's what I was saying earlier. But look, that's what I was saying earlier. I heard him say man and female come from the same source. Right. So that's why I had asked earlier. I was like, it seemed like what you were saying is a little bit different than what he's saying. So I was trying to get an understanding from your perspective. Why do you feel man came before women in some,
Well, the first concept was what the concept that he's trying to say of man and female was at the same time. I agree if that was to the first account where we come from, or where I come from, because the first account it said male and female was created, and they both named the animals. They all did that. Look at Genesis, the second chapter of Genesis before. You know what I'm saying? So with that being said, the difference is they didn't get breath into them. See, the source didn't put breath into man at that time. The male and female wasn't created from Mother Nature. They wasn't created.
So wait, let me ask you this: do you think animals hold the breath?
The animals that on the second creation don't hold the breath. They hold the dust. They come from nature, so they still come from Mother Nature, which holds some of the which hold the principle of God's essence when He formed the earth. Because we came from that same aspect, and that gave us since they came from dust where we come from, and we was formed from dust, but we was able to get that breath. That gives us the dominance over those, because we came from the same place, but that breath gave us that different consciousness, that different awareness, that likeness of the image, that likeness and the presence of the.
But did you say we all come from the same place?
The dust, the Mother Nature, like the dust, because they was all formed from Mother Nature, from the dust. But the difference was we received the breath. They did not receive the breath. But
so that's what I'm saying.
Since we came from the dust, we were able to control them, meaning we have not control them, but have dominance over them, like that different connection with them. You know what I'm saying? Because if we was created from dust and they was created from dust, but we gave breath, we both came from that dust, from Mother Nature. Like, we're both aligned with nature. You know what I'm saying? That's why animals, when earthquakes and everything, that's why they're tuned in with nature, and they got certain awarenesses, and so does man, because there's nothing that animal can do that we can't do.
Hey, Shock, real quick. So you said, and I heard you said a couple times, you said there was a part of a first creation, and then there's a part of, I guess, what you would say would be a second creation, right?
Yes. Where woman, the creation of woman.
Okay,
because
there you
the
go.
female and woman, the male and feminine energy was there, like was created in that essence, and then the second creation where Adam felt alone, because it's another backstory about that, with the story of Lilith. You know what I'm saying? So there's another even story about that.
All right, let me. I'm gonna ask two questions, and I'm gonna let y'all rock. So and that before the first creation, was there a duality at that point in time?
Yeah.
As far as the creator,
It says male and female.
as the creator, right?
It says they was created. They would say they was created in the image. They would say male and female was created.
And an image of the male and the masculine and feminine energy.
I'm gonna pull up the scripture right here.
Okay, that's good. Because my second question was, do you take everything that you read as far as biblical text to be literal?
No, absolutely not. It's like an onion. There's different layers to it. It's
okay,
like
that's okay. Yeah. That's what I want to ask.
Yeah. There's different awareness to it, but then it applies. All those awareness come back to that same principle. Just depend how high or how low people go deep in it in the awareness. So it's under the creation of man, but then it says, let us create man in our image after our likeness, and let them have dominion over fish, and over the fowl air, and over the cattle, and over the earth, and over every creeping living thing. So God created man in his own image. In the image God created him, male and female created he them. And even then, male came before, was created, and female was still. But at the same time, he gave dominion before, and then he created. So I'm thinking he's speaking of the first creation, because, you know what I'm saying, in that way. And the male got upset because the female kind of had the same type of dominion as male, and that's why Adam it goes to a little deeper story with that situation. And Adam basically turned to like walked away, or the male walked away, and that's how he felt alone. And when you go down, when they was created, there was already living people there, because when the biblical stories are told, when Cain got casted, they was already he got cast out. He was only supposed to be the only people down there. He went and found some women, so there was already other creations before. So if you want to take it from that context, but like I said, man, when in the second creation, when woman was created, I'm gonna speak from the woman first. Like when the woman account, woman was created out of man.
Okay, yeah, that's that's where we at.
And it says the red, right? It says the red, right?
Wait. So off the rip, you think that it was an actual human like being?
No, out the rib, right? But what I'm saying, when you look at the DNA helix, what does it look like? It looked like a rib taken out the man. It was created out of male DNA, and it was extended. So therefore, Adam's with somebody of his own likeness and image, right? So then, therefore, when they was cast into the garden, when they was in the garden, and was given instructions to not eat off any other tree, but this tree, right, the tree of knowledge, right? They had an option to eat off the tree of life, right? They didn't have to get cast down. They could have already been stayed above and living eternally happily, right? But instead, what happened? When the serpent came, you know what I'm saying, laid down, because they laid with Eve.
But
they laid down with each other. From my perspective, this is what I'm saying. They laid down with Eve, and Eve came down and showed Adam like, eat of the fruit.
Where was the feminine energy before?
The feminine energy is the serpent now. So the feminine energy was the serpent. That was the first creation.
Okay. What are you saying, Nature? I can't hear you.
Yeah, you might mute it.
I said, do y'all want me to tell you the truth about that story?
Go ahead, let's go. Go ahead. We don't let you talk.
Bust that.
Yeah, bust it down.
Hold on, wait. Before you go in.
Hold on, what story though? Yeah, clarify. What story? From the first creation or the second?
Because I was just gonna ask, because I think you're more on the metaphysical side of the teachings of the Bible, right? Nature.
No, I'm about to talk about Adam and Eve.
Oh yeah, go ahead, do your thing.
But hold on, but even of the metaphysics of the Bible, even if you speak it for there, the energy, the feminine energy still came from masculine. But go ahead.
Well, let him bust it down.
Let him ride.
Go ahead, you got the floor, Nature.
Clay.
Okay, so let's
Go. Please.
Is there any way I could give you guys something in your Facebook? Can you guys go hit a link in the Facebook so you guys can read something I want to send you?
Yeah.
You can't just read it?
I would like for you to see it.
Okay, for sure. I don't got a Facebook.
Is it a Bible chapter? What is it?
Yeah, because I was going to say, because Damn,
It's a website I would like to share with y'all. Can I put in the group?
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Juan, I'm gonna send it to you, okay?
Yep.
Ain't it called Building Blocks?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, looking Building Blocks. I'll put a website in there. I'm about to show you something. Let me know when y'all get that.
Yeah, I got it. I could probably put it up on the screen. You want me
I was
to do
gonna
that?
say, yeah, if you can, so put it up on the screen.
Can you put it up on the screen?
Yeah, let me see.
But before you do that, can you put Genesis chapter 1 on the screen, please? 1 and 27. Where my man go? He left? He got scared?
Genesis what? 1 and what? 1 through 27?
26, yeah.
All right, let me see. Can I even?
Where he go?
I don't know. Hopefully he come back.
Can y'all see my screen? Is that? Oh no, hell no.
Nah, I can't see nothing.
Let me see. Oh, it said it's unable to share it on my end. You can probably share it on your end. But I got the link for sure.
Yeah, I got it here. Let me see.
The third gender in ancient Egypt.
Yep. Okay, so we got that slide up. Can you
And then I got this one up.
you got that one up? Can we open up another slide to Genesis chapter 1, scroll down to verse 26? I'm gonna need 26 and 27.
Okay. Yeah, we could go. We could just switch right over to the next one.
Okay, well, let's look at 26. Can y'all see that clearly?
Let me see if I could.
Where my man go?
I don't know, man.
Yeah, this is the time for
Yeah, we need
for
him in here.
Yeah.
Is there any way we could zoom in more or no?
Shit.
Can you zoom in your screen more?
Yeah.
There we go. There we go. Can everybody read that in the chat?
Yeah.
Here he is.
Where my man go? That's crazy.
Here.
Now watch this, y'all. Y'all ready? Watch this.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, you can hear.
Shock,
Hold on,
you
real
there?
quick. My phone died. Hold on, real quick. Go, I hear you. Hold on. I'm hooking my Bluetooth onto it. Hold on, real quick.
Man, while he's getting ready, shout out to everybody that's in the chat that's been rocking with us all day.
Yeah,
We
it's
super
been
appreciate
lit.
the energy. Yeah. This thing is lit. We appreciate each and everybody that's from YouTube and Facebook and wherever else. It seems like we got a lot of people from a lot of places.
That's what's up, man. Shout out to y'all.
Definitely.
Okay, let me know when y'all ready to go.
Go ahead. You got the floor.
Exhibit A, Genesis chapter 1 and 26. And God said, let us make man in our image. First of all, God said our. So God, that means plural.
Mm-hmm.
There was somebody else there. Let us make man, us, in our. Those are things that need to be addressed. But moving forward, we're going to say after our likeness. It didn't say my likeness, it's our likeness. Let them have dominion over the fish of the sea and over the fowl of the air and over the cattle and over the earth. And then move into the next verse. Zooming in, we see what? So God created man. So here we go. Watch this. The others said, let us and make in our likeness. Right? You seen that switch up. Now it says, so God created man in his own, in his. Now it says his. You peep that?
Mm-hmm.
Something wrong with the text because we ain't stupid. So God created man in his own image now. But it said in our likeness, in our likeness.
And can I respond? Can you go back to the first one? We're gonna go over this one by one. Let's go. Get it to the
Wait, hold on. We'll rebut it. You can rebut it. I just want to make sure he finishes. You feel me?
Okay. Yeah, you gotta let him spill a spill.
There's more.
Okay, so God created man in his own image, and then the image of God created him, male and female. Created them, male and female. Now let me say this. The first beings that were created were hermaphrodites. They were male and female. They were called Atom. Atom or Adam was a male and female. This biblical story was taken from Egyptology. It's called the creation story. I sent you a website. Can you pull that website out now, sir?
Shit finna get deep.
This one.
Can we go to the first sentence? Can we zoom in on the first sentence and just scroll? Yeah.
I don't know how much I can zoom in without it going out of. Okay, there we go. Y'all can see that?
Nope. Let me see. Yeah. You ready?
Right.
It says the notion of, this is the third gender in ancient Egypt. You could look this up. This is public information. This is where they got this from the Bible. Right there. The notion of gender complexity is deeply rooted in ancient Egypt culture. And the Egyptian story of the creation of gods. The first god is what?
Male and female say.
Yep.
And its name is what?
Atum.
Atum. And through what? Through asexual reproduction, Atum creates what? Human stepnut, who is who? Adam and Eve. Now watch this. Now let's go back to the Bible, y'all. Watch this. Right here, we say, so first of all, let's go back to chapter 1, 26. It says, hey, let's figure out who God is, right? Because here it says, God said, let us, which means plural. Which I'm going to tell you right now, God is talking about male and female. And it says, let us make them in our image, in our likeness. And let them have dominion over the fish in the sea. Right? So check this out. You heard it said in verse 27, right? What does it say in verse 27? So God created man in his own image. In the image of God created him, him, male and female. Go back to the Egyptian story. What does it say? Through asexual reproduction, Adam creates. It says the Egyptian culture and Egyptian story of the creation of the gods. The first god is male and female. Boom. And that God is called who? It's called Adam, Atum. And through asexual reproduction, because it was a hermaphrodite, the atom or the atom got split into duality. And the negative and the positive charge split. The atom split. It was the splitting of the atom. You don't believe me? Watch this. Let's go to chapter 2 in Genesis. Watch this. Chapter 2, Genesis.
Which one?
And we want to go to verse. Let me see. Now watch this. Go down. Go down. Okay, verse 16. And the Lord God commanded the man, saying, all right, go back. Go back. That's not the verse.
Oh, shit.
Go down and okay, verse 18. So in this chapter, it's the next chapter, right? Remember in the first chapter, we already made man. In this chapter, it was showing you how they made the man. Right? This man that we're talking about is not a man. This man that we're talking about is Adam. It's a male and female. And in verse 18, it says clearly, and the Lord God said, it is not good that man should be alone. So this is Adam, and Adam is alone. He is one being, just like God, and the liking of God, because God is feminine and masculine put together. That's what he says, let us create man in our image and our liking. So the first man was Adam. He was male and female. Atum, which means Adam. And then Adam, God seen that Adam, which was a male and female, was alone. I will make him a helpmeet for him. So what happened? Adam was put to sleep, and the female, out of the female and male, was split. This is where you get Eve. This is where the atom is split, and you have negative, positive charge. We have sun and moon. We have hot and cold. We have duality. Everything is now duality. We live in a duality or polarity universe. So we have to understand that Adam was not a man. Adam is a hermaphrodite, a male and female. Adam was put to sleep, and the female was taken out of what was Adam. And so Adam was male and female. It's just that the Adam was split so that there will be duality. And it's a representation of this realm that we're in, which is duality. So that is the real story about Adam and Eve and the creation story.
That was lit right there.
Yeah, that was a bust down.
So I'm gonna with that being said, save all the things that he just used. I'm gonna use his own material that he try to use for evidence, right? And I'm gonna use the same material, and then I'm gonna bust it down, right?
All right, where you want me to go? You want me to go back to Genesis 1?
Yeah.
And while they're getting that together, I just want to say that it's kind of funny how you got a hermaphrodite, then you got Hermes and Aphrodite, and they used to fuck around. So Hermes, Aphrodite, hermaphrodite. Is that a reach? Am I bugging?
Nah, you good.
Okay.
Nah, but that's right though. But I'm gonna show you what it really was. I'm happy that he brought that up, because that goes back to Lilith, what I was saying right before he took the point, and it's just by the will of nature and by just everything aligning up, the truth was coming through him, so I could part of the truth was coming through him, for I could take what he said and use his own words to more deepen the real truth. So yeah, you partially right. Actually, you right from that perspective. Actually, you're actually 100%. But I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you what you missing. I'm gonna plug you in. Hold on.
He said he got that sauce over there.
He finna drop something.
He said.
I'm gonna plug you in. I'm just looking. I could.
He said we the guys Elohim. The Elohim is also a dualistic being as well, right? Or in terms of energy.
That's a fact.
Hmm. All right, that's a good question. Aaliyah Smith in the chat asks, so was the hermaphrodite an energy or an actual being?
It was an actual being.
Both.
For being a being, it has its own energy. So the thing of that energy is still feminine energy because it's that transmastodite was the female. So that's what it drew. I'm gonna get to it real quick. I'm gonna answer. It's gonna get. It's there. It get deep because it's. Just hold on real quick. I'm actually anxious just to get to. I'm just trying to hurry things.
Oh no, you got time. It's all good. We're just feeling the love from the chat right now.
Yeah, the chat.
That's a good question though. That's a question that need to be asked. That's a good question.
We got Xavier Spivey or Spidey in the building. He said, "Let us fuse our meditations already."
But what because
that's definitely what we're doing right now for sure.
Exactly, because the meditation is spoken through word that manifests vibration. So check it out. How much battery I got? I'm gonna put the thing back on here. Hold on, y'all.
Can y'all hear me?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me pick this up. Let me go to the YouTube so I can read it off here.
Oh, okay.
All right, I'm gonna look on this little screen because I can see it. I got the YouTube on the Mac. Okay. So look. So what he was saying, God said, let us make man in our image after our likeness and let them have a dominion over fish and sea, over the fowl, air, and cattle, over the earth, and over every living, creeping thing, right? So there's two distinctions I want you to look here. I want you to see. Oh, okay, it went down a little bit. We catch up. So there's two distinctions I want you to see. First of all, but he said the R. We're gonna get to that. And to see that the image that these creatures, everything wasn't. There's no dust. They're not created from that dust, right? They're not created there, so they have no connection to that earth, right? So, with that being said, the R is more than one. That's where they say the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, right? But also it goes to a deeper description to the Egyptian things, the Egyptian prescriptions, if even the Anunnaki and other creatures formed of other civilizations out into space got together. Some of the top 7, some say 7, some say 13, because the 13 represents the serpent, the flag, don't tread on me, right? Or the draconian. So when it comes to that, rather if it was for those 7 to 13 people came together to form, because when Earth was here, they came here and had a bunch of minerals, had gold, platinum, had everything here on Earth, all the things that they need, right? And instead of them mining, they actually was creating beings, and that's where that half man, half goat, all these mythical creatures that you see in the movies or these folklores and all these things come into tale, right? Through people's cultures and through people's history. So when they couldn't create that being to do, to pretty much slave, you know what I'm saying? That's when it comes to the atoms, the second creation. But before we get to the second creation, that's the R. So it was multiple beings, rather male or female, regardless if it was more than one being, right? And that perspective. But also there's another perspective, Father, Son, Holy Spirit, meaning another legal way. But we're going to get that at the end of this, acknowledging everything else in that perspective. So with that being said, there was 2, male and female. Go to the next chapter. you know, the likeness, and man, let us make man in our image. So we're talking about man. Man's still the first creation. Like it's always first. Even in the first and second, it's male first and then female, or it's let us make man in our image and then go down to create the thing. So God created man in his own image, right? Oh shit. Hold on. My bad. So God created man in his own image. So God created man in his own image. In the image God created he, him. Male and female created he, them, right? So now when it comes to the female part, why did Adam feel alone? That is the thing. Why did Adam want to get away from the female? And I'm happy that he said transmastodite. How many men today will feel comfortable sleeping with a trainee or like a transmastodite, right? Rather it was a natural born thing, because we know that's a person that we know that's there, right? Not saying it might not be for everybody, but if that's who you are, that's who you are. But how many men today will want to be in Adam's position? You know, like, this is what's made for me. This is what I'm supposed to be. I don't know if I'm supposed to be taking it or giving it. You know, I'm supposed to be getting, you know, the situation there. It's some argumentation there. Rather if they created other beings, you know, rather if they like procreated, gave some life, or maybe, you know, however you want to look at it. So, you know, Adam, like, I'm not messing around no more. She tripping. She below. She's a shapeshifter. You know what I'm saying? She could be this. She could be that. You know what I'm saying? She's pretty much a reflection of Adam. Adam being more darker melanin, the female being more light skinned, being more pale. You know what I'm saying? Being of the same, but being opposite attract. And Adam, like, I don't want this. I want something like me, my own likeness and image. So go ahead, his own image, right? So go ahead to the next one.
Which one? The Egyptian one?
No, the number 2. Wasn't he number 2? The two. That's his own image, right? That's his own image. So we're gonna go to the chapter 2, to where Adam's creation came in. So that's the first creation, right, of male and female. And this is a distinctive thing that you have to understand, that female and woman are 2 different things. He's basically saying that they're trying to act, that he's reaccounting. And he said that male is male and female. And he said with his own words that Eve came from Adam. Regardless of the situation, the phenomenon, in the last podcast, I had said that woman project itself out of male. So the feminine energy came out of male, because I remember Woon had asked a question in the last podcast about that. But woman, the feminine energy, projects itself out of male to make it work in his own likeness and image. And it said he should not be alone, and I will make help for him. Help, key word. Woman is help for man. The woman is help for man. But I'm gonna go right here. I'm gonna pop it out right here, and you can pull it up if you want. But I'm gonna pop it up. So it said man should not be alone, right? So he put him to sleep. What's Genesis 2? He put him to sleep. He put him to sleep, right? And the Lord, and this was saying the God planted. This is Genesis 2:8. And the Lord planted the garden eastward and put him in whom he had formed, right? He had formed man. We're going to go all the way down to the care for the garden. The Lord and man put him into the garden, eat and dress and keep it. So man's objective, just like here we on earth, we here to keep earth in check, y'all. We here to tend the ground, to keep Mother Nature in tune, not destroy it. That goes back to his last conversation when he was saying it's just out of the world. But Adam named it. So this is what it is. Adam named all the creatures, right? Adam named all the creatures. But I'm trying to see if I can show y'all the dust, where it was created from dust. Because that's important. That's important to the connection of why the first creation of female, they wasn't in tune with nature. You know what I'm saying? They wasn't in tune with nature because they wasn't coming from that. They wasn't coming from that earth, and they was destructive. So they came from below. Okay, the creation of woman. And the Lord caused a deep sleep to fall upon Adam, and he slept. And he took one of his ribs. Take the DNA helix, took the DNA. All you need is a little DNA to manipulate and create something, right? And the Lord had taken the man from man, made he a woman, and brought her unto man. And Adam said, "This is now the bone of my bones and the flesh of my flesh. She shall be called woman, because she was taken out of man," right? So so now this is the creation of woman and female. There's 2 different distinctives, and he actually said that the female was a transvestite. And I was saying in the Garden of Eden, when the serpent, being a serpent, shapeshifter, opposite, she knew what sex was. God gave him the command: do not eat off the tree of knowledge. You know, eat off the tree of life. As soon as the woman Eve went and had and was deceived by the serpent hit Eve shit. It's transmethadite, nigga. Showed her what the D was, nigga. Showed her what the D was. Gave her the D. She came back to Adam like, hey, I figured this out. You can eat off the womb, whoop the whoop. You know, eat the fruit. Adam like, nah, you tripping. Woody whoop. He's laid down with Eve, and we know scientifically, when you sleep with a woman at a certain time, you can have twins. So this is when she got pregnant. The Lord found out, like, you can have to be cast down. You've been cursed. You are going to have to now bear children. You're going to have to now work. So now, after that, they cast down. And then what happened when they had the twins? One was hairy, Esau and Jacob. One was hairy, one was white. The other one was a whole nother, came from Jacob. Like, it was a whole nother bloodline. So these are two different bloodlines, distinctive. So one comes from the woman, one comes from the other side. And this is where the Jesus or the devil or whatever aspect you want to go, Egyptian, whatever, this is where the duality comes from. And this is where the birthright comes down to. This is where the birthright comes down to in this deception of the woman being the serpent. And that's why the woman usually deals with the government and the first informant in every person's life in this world, when we come to this world, is your own mom. Look at your birth certificate, calls you an informant. So she informed the government with your name, the government at the hospital being the staff of Moses with two serpents that controls life and death of reflections. This is No, this is where it goes down to. This is still a parallel world to that perspective, because this is where everything fell down to, is when you came into this world, you had an option to eat off the tree of life. But instead, our parents informed the government and gave up the power of it, like gave up all our information so they could project that birthright of reflection. And that goes to that reality. This is all parallel.
Okay.
That I would go ahead, Sel, my bad.
I mean, a lot was said, you know what I'm saying? And like when it comes to what Nation Boy had just previously said, talking about Adam and Eve specifically, you know, I see he came at it from a more metaphysical place than you did. It seemed like, and then I got a question as well, because you said women come out of man, but before women came out of man, what would that make Adam?
Hold feminine energy.
Feminine and masculine energy in one body?
If the source is all, and they created man first, and then created man and female, and it says, if you go back
right there, but right there, when you say created man, where was the feminine energy? That's all I'm trying to figure out.
Created male, because male, it didn't say man, it said
exactly,
right?
bro. Exactly.
And that's the thing.
You're
that's two
using
different
your
creations.
brain, Selfmade.
Yeah, that's two different creations.
Yeah, but
those creations wasn't made from dust, and the second creation was made from dust, and different instructions of trust, because they was given different instructions than the first creation.
Wait. What was given different instructions?
The creations, Adam and Eve.
Okay, but were they both created at the same time?
Those two, no.
So now,
no,
because he's
second creation. No, the first creation, yes.
But he's saying real quick. And let me ask this question, Selfmade. It might give a little different angle.
Yeah.
If you are able to pull out Eve from Adam, then what was Adam before?
Right.
It was before it, like, where did the feminine energy come from? Is what he's trying to get at.
Yeah, it was part of him. I said that last podcast with the question that you said when I said that, when she was like, does those men have any feminine? I said, well, the feminine energy was projected out of him. That's what I said. And I still say that right now. So yeah, it was projected out of him.
But what makes you think that women come from man then?
If it was already there, that's the...
Yeah.
Because it's still a different vessel and it holds 22 chromosomes biologically. When you look at a woman, the biologically of the vessel is different and it holds different nature. So than man. So man being 23. So if you're telling me, is woman and man different? I mean, are the same right now? Are you telling me that? Are you and your woman the same?
Bro, what I'm saying to you is this, bro.
No, on the logic.
What was Adam before Eve came out of him? Was he a man?
Say that one more time.
What was Adam before Eve came out of him? Was he a man?
Yeah.
Are you saying he was the transvestite? Is that what you're saying?
I'm telling you that Adam was a transvestite.
And I'm saying that the serpent, his first wife Lilith, was a transvestite because Lilith was Adam's first wife. So it was it two trainees or two transvestites?
Can we not use the word transvestite and use the word hermaphrodite? I think hermaphrodite fits a little bit better.
Is it hermaphrodite or trans? I don't know. That's what I'm saying. Is it hermaphrodite?
Yeah, hermaphrodite.
Yeah, hermaphrodite. Yeah, the one that's born like, and it's allegedly born that way.
Adam would have to be a hermaphrodite.
So there,
prior to Eve coming out of him.
So who was, so
that isn't that believable, fellas?
Okay, so who was Lilith? So what does Lilith play in? Adam's first wife. It's accounting that Adam had a first wife. So Lilith, I'm saying that Adam's first wife.
So wait. Time out then, because I got another question. Because at first you were saying that women came from man through Adam being Eve, but if Lilith was already there, where did she come from?
But I'm saying Lilith was the first. Lilith is female. I'm saying woman is a whole nother creation than the female. Play it back.
I see what you're saying. So you're separating female.
But what I'm saying is, why not make another female from the female?
Why make a female from
Adam was already a female and a male?
That's a great question.
Because would you? I picked this like this. Before I go into that, would you? Well, I know you would, but Self or
we need to stop asking shock
would
questions.
You sleep with us? What I'm saying, would you be with a hermaphrodite?
Who was you asking? You was asking me.
Self and Woon. Would you be with a hermaphrodite?
Would I be with a hermaphrodite?
Yeah, if I say
what would be the purpose?
Because I would only be.
I'm asking as you being man, because it's not male. See, I'm saying male and female, and man and woman are two distinctive. So what I'm saying is this: as you as man, would you sleep with a hermaphrodite?
Well, let's because that question is kind of crazy. But I understand what you're saying. But let me hold on real quick. Let me just ask.
Guys, let me say something.
Let's get to a point.
I think hold on, real quick, because I think that when you say hermaphrodite, I can say that, well, if I get with a woman and then me and that woman become one, then we would be able to create. But I don't know about just naturally just fucking with her. I don't know what you're trying to say.
Well, what I'm saying, hermaphrodite, if I'm not mistaken, because hermaphrodite got both parts, right?
Right.
Okay, so if you was really to procreate, would you be with a hermaphrodite? Because this comes down to being Adam situation, and male, the first creation situation, because when he felt alone. And if he was feminine energy, if they pulled it out, right? And this goes back to they pulled it out, right? And this goes back to the last show that was on when I said men were women before coming men. In this reality, where we come to the transition of 22 and we get that last Y chromosome, it comes down to that, to the separation to be able to work. Because if the first creation didn't work, this is a whole nother creation with a whole nother instructions to that trust of creation. You know what I'm saying? Because every creation has a principle.
Hey, yo, can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, y'all got the floor.
Can we pull that verse back up? In chapter 2. This is chapter 2.
And while you doing that, Woon and Self, would you sleep with a hermaphrodite or be with and procreate with a hermaphrodite as men?
Let me say this loud and clear.
I'm saying, for real, this is a question that needs to be. This is a question.
Because
it comes down to it.
Oh no, that's a charge.
Oh my God.
This is really a question because it comes down to this account of the point that's being made.
I'm not trying to make light of the question that you're asking, but I think that when hermaphrodites get brought up in the context and what we're talking about, it's only for creation. It's only talking about expressing the duality. So if I got a female and I'm a male, that's the duality right there.
So this is what I'm saying, right? So this is what I'm saying. If you can't even really answer the question direct, right? I don't know for what reasons, but this is the thing. If that was a hermaphrodite, right, and it was Adam did not want that, and they put him to sleep and took that feminine or DNA out of him to reflect.
Can I say something, bro?
Okay, let me finish this point. And that's what it is. And now we're in this creation to where when you ask a man, can you sleep with hermaphrodite, and it's uncomfortable in the time to where we at.
Yo, can I say something, bro?
Yeah, go ahead. I'm gonna just go ahead.
It says, and the Lord God said, it is not good for man to be alone. Alone. Break the word down, all in one. Yeah, have a beautiful night, fellas.
I think it's a corn. That's a really cornball. At the end of the day, at the subject. So let me finish. At the subject of what's being said, there's two creations. He's making it seem there's only one creation, but there's two different creations. So that's just physically his bloodlines. Esau, Jacob, they come out red hair. Eve got ran by the serpent, and the serpent was Lilith, Adam's first wife. So people out there, look up Lilith being Adam's first wife, Eve being the second, and that's actually proven. So
because I've briefly and lightly heard about the Lilith character. I never heard it in the context in which you're putting it in. Not to say it's good or bad or right or wrong.
Well, I'm lining it up with his.
No. Yeah, I got you. Yeah. So ultimately, you're saying that that Lilith was was in the wrong creation, right? Like so then Adam had to double back with Eve,
put him to sleep, and they had to reconstruct the DNA. And they put that DNA, they put the breath, because the first one, they didn't put the breath in them. They didn't create from dust. So when they put them back, when they did all that, everything else, when they redid the DNA, like everything, they did the whole different, connected, got up in there, did the DNA, did all that, and it worked it. And that's why we have man and female today of man and woman, but woman still holds that feminine energy, because even though there was a first creation, that creation still exists, because it's still part of all, and it still exists, and it was brought out in that way of this matter now. But that first creation, that bloodline still exists, because
so and I just want to ask this real quick. Where is the creation story about Lilith? Like, what sources are you?
Do the research. There's plenty. There's even Disney's movies of that one. Even they even put it in Disney of even that one white witch was the daughter of Lilith, which she actually didn't follow her mother's footsteps, and she was actually red hair and albino. This is where like kind of like albinos come in effect too.
So is it biblical? Like, where is it at outside of Disney?
And it's actually in the serpent. Lilith take place as the serpent, and that's why here. And if you ever heard of the flag, "Don't tread on me," that's the serpent. And if you ever heard of the hospital, the serpent, everything's ran by the serpent here, the draconian.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, because I just
it's in your face. That's what I'm telling you. It's in your face.
No. I'm saying, like, so I mean, because they can use, like, movies can use, everybody else can use it, but what would be the original source for the Lilith creation story? That's what I'm trying to find out.
What he just showed you in the number one, that even the Egyptians of that, the Hermaphrodite, if he just said that, you can even put that in a prescription. I mean, the description. The feminine energy, the first creation was Lilith. Look in the.
So that's what you're saying. Okay.
I'm saying his whole, before I even went on and rebutted his thing, I agreed with everything that he said, but I said that he was missing, because his perspective is, he's looking at as there's not two different creations. He's looking at it as one creation. I said the creation, and he's basically particulating the hermaphrodite. I said I agree, but that hermaphrodite was Adam's first wife, Lilith, coming from me. I said the second creation was when they put Adam to sleep, they reconstructed the DNA and brought the woman out of Adam.
So that's why you were asking. Because you said that Lilith, you said that Lilith was a hermaphrodite, so that's why you're asking us. Now I get it. Now you're saying, what would we sleep with a hermaphrodite?
Yes.
Because it would fuck up the whole shit, and then we would need a woman, just a regular woman, to have sex with and procreate with, right?
And that's what I'm saying I'm not saying that they could still procreate. They couldn't procreate, and that's why when they did the second DNA, that's why the serpent had to come lay down with the woman, because the woman was able to hold that hermaphrodite seed. And when Eve came back to Adam, she showed her what it was. He ate of the fruit and he placed his seed in her. So now you got the hermaphrodite and Adam man seed in Eve, the woman. So now she's carrying both seeds. So when they got casted out and they had, was it Jacob and Esau, one was hairy, red, white and shit, and the other one was a whole different complexion, the duality, higher and above. So now you got two different bloodlines. You know what I'm saying? Cain and Abel, you got different bloodlines and different instructions for each one. So that's what I was saying. Even on a deeper level, metaphysical bloodline coming back, however you want to say it, to the birthright. You know what I'm saying? Because it's all about birthright, bloodline. You know what I'm saying? In that aspect, because the Bible, you could take it physically, fucking different parallels. I take it as a trust indenture. You know what I'm saying? That's how I take it, as a trust indenture, because you could be the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. I look at it all trust accounts. I look at it as banking. I look at it as spiritual. You know what I'm saying? Because it's all tied in one. And I'm saying we're here on earth is a reflection of above. So above is a reflection of below. And in this reality, the woman or the serpent runs below. You know what I'm saying? Above, man runs above. And one other thing to get to the topic, because he really wasn't even on the topic, you know what I'm saying? Because he can't really get on a topic when there's really he really wasn't really getting to what was really being said. But when it comes down to, there's so many Bible verses that saying this is only for husbands. This is not individual. When you're in a family, for the husband is the head of the wife, even as Christ is the head of the church, his body and himself is the Savior. That's Ephesians 5:23. Ephesians, wives, submit to your own husbands as to the Lord, 5:22. But I want you to understand that the head of every man is Christ, the head of his wife is her husband, and the head of his Christ is God. And it's just, excuse me, there's plenty of verses right here. You know what I'm saying? It's just so many verses. And I'm not saying as a woman, as an individual, is like that, but I'm saying when it comes into starting a family, you know what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying. And that's really that. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. When they come back home, there's got to be one head. There can't be two drivers, one seat. But the head communicates with the stomach, and the stomach could be the first brain. It depends how you look at it, and the foundation. That's what I'm saying. There's always perspectives.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
And that's why I only asked that hermaphrodite question just based on because.
No, I understand. I understand what you're saying now. Yeah,
you got to put yourself in Adam's shoes. Like, it ain't work. I'm straight. She's shapeshifter. I ain't trying to take it in a wooty wop. You know what I'm saying? But everybody's life is different. If that's what they want to say they were part of, and that's what life you want to be, well, you might come from that person. You might be that blood. I can't say that you're not. But
do they show or tell what happened with Lilith after?
Now, there's plenty of scholars, and there's plenty of descriptions, and that's one thing that they continually to hide, because that's what they are. Those are the ones that cannot get out. Those are the ones that are trying to get out. That he was speaking on that other end. These are the creations that want to take our place, because they want to be from Adam's seed, but they're not, because they come from the serpent, and this is where they from. They come from below. They're pale skin. They get sunburned. They want to leave the planet. You know, they've been trying to get out. You know what I'm saying? And they're destructive. The DNA. It just look at it. Not all of them, because just because you look white, just because you look black, that don't mean that's what you are. It's just color. It's just color. Man, DNA wise, trust me. There's DNA. There's RH. There's white people and colored bodies. You know what I'm saying? There's DNA and light skin, other bodies. It's all in the DNA, because they want to destroy all God's creation. So the better thing is God will start going through all Gentiles. And that's why you see a lot of foreigners coming to the US to try to crossbreed with half-breeds and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? They're trying to get the blood, to save the blood, the chosen blood. But yeah.
Yeah, holy grail, huh? So what you want to do, Self? You want to or not? I don't even want to say Self. Shock. You want to open it up so we can get some people in to ask questions, or
yeah, for sure. It's
how
good.
you want to do?
Yeah, for sure.
Anybody want to get in, or y'all can post your comments, in the comment section, or if you actually want to get in the building, let me know.
Because at the end of
we can figure out how to send you the link.
At the end of the day,
yeah, we got Xavier Spivier Spivey. He said he won't in, but I'm not.
Yeah, then he said psych, nah, so I don't know if he was
serious. Oh, yeah, that's what Hey, it ain't easy. It is not easy to come on here and spill your spill. Typing things out is one thing, but actually getting in front of, the mic or, even on camera, like, you know what I mean? It's a whole different energy.
Because look, the chat been talking this whole time. They've been saying a lot of shit. You know what I'm saying? And so,
oh, that's Sadie.
Everyone to jump in.
Yeah, see if you can send them the link. Definitely. What's good to everybody in the chat, real quick? Let's acknowledge the chat, man. Peace to the chat. Peace to Trika. Trika's, she tapped in every week. We appreciate you, Trika, because we know you got that know better, do better on Thursdays too. So we gotta help pump your shit. Know better, do better. Treat, homegirl. We got Tavon in the building. Oh God, neighborhood.
Hey, Xavier. What is he on? He on Facebook? Is he on your Facebook? Whose Facebook is that? Oh, I think that's Nature Boy side.
Yeah, because I think a lot of the ones that say paired was on his side. Yeah.
Let me see if I could.
So yeah, they would definitely have to probably go straight through him on that. Oh, Fred, what's peace to Fred, man? Peace to the God body.
What's good with Fred?
He said what happened to Prince. Oh yeah, Christian was supposed to have slid, huh?
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened. I sent you the link, Xavier, if you're trying to get in. I sent it to Sebi as well. Okay, we got Sebi in the building. Oh man, what's up with the guy, man? I don't know if
your audio.
Yeah.
It's squeaky just a little bit.
All right, hear me now?
Yeah, that's better.
It's a little bit better. Yeah, you good.
Okay, yeah, it was kind of a sketch on my end too, but it's smooth now.
Yeah, you good, man.
Okay,
Yeah,
good
to see.
Yeah, you good.
How y'all doing?
Yeah, what's up with bro, man?
What's going on with it?
Peace. Welcome to the podcast. How you doing?
Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I've been seeing y'all doing your thing. You know what I mean? Just invoking thought and stuff. It's cool.
Definitely.
But yeah.
We got somebody that might be coming in that already debated you.
Xavier.
Xavier's. He said he debated you.
Yeah, he said he debated you in person.
Oh, that's X. He don't want to smoke in that debate, but this is a whole different realm. Yeah.
Okay. We might have to set something up, man.
Yeah, definitely.
If he wants to, you know what I mean. But you know what I mean. I'm trying to tell him.
Right. So now, man, what you got? You got any questions? You got a statement? How you spit your spill?
Okay, yeah, I wanted to say to Shock, you know what I mean, much respect, and yeah, thank you, and just overall respect to, you know what I mean, everything that is your truth and what resonates with you, you know what I mean, and I just mean no disrespect in the aspect of some of the directions I'm finna go in.
For
you know
sure,
what I mean?
yeah, for sure. Likewise,
for sure.
both ways.
For sure. Namaste. So, basically, from like my studying, you know what I mean, from the Bible, the Ethiopian Bible, outside of those two, to Buddhist texts, Vedic philosophy, Kemetic teachings, and just different things. And then aside from even teachings, just off of my own predication of like what I view from the world, I feel like women now, like I feel like women birth us, you know what I mean? And I have a good premise that I hold to, you know what I mean? And I just want to share it with y'all.
For sure.
Basically, outside of what we have been told in the world that we live in today, being in a patriarchal society that derives off of the man being, you know what I mean, being the one. Um, we once ago lived in a matriarchal society, and in a matriarchal society, the mothers were like held of such a high esteem, and we recognize the kind of brilliance that, how would you say, darkness, which is, you know, in a feminine nature, magnetism, feminine nature, to its opposite, light, electricity, these different things that is masculine. um uh Darkness created light, you know what I mean, in a sense. Light really was within darkness, and darkness is so bright it actually appears to be dark because we can only see in the visible light spectrum, but light is actually in it collapsed. You know what I mean? It isn't until the sun is birthed through triple blackness and gravity in the dark matter womb, is that sunlight is created, and then masculinity can express itself in that same form. Everything on this planet that we have ever seen through our own observation has got here through a feminine version of it, since ever, that we have been able to just witness. You know what I mean? And I mean everything alive, you know? So, you know, like, I just feel that there was once a time where the original story wasn't um switched and changed. The very fabric of the Bible's meat that it is written in English and has been rewritten so many times. You know what I mean? And just having one sentence or one word in a sentence can change the very direction and everything that the original point of something is. You know what I mean? So, you know, I'm just coming from a place of just observation of the world around me. You know what I mean? Before we get to philosophically, and you know, I just want to drop that
Yeah,
first.
for sure. Well, what you said right there, I agree with mostly everything that you said. Once again, I agree that the woman births men and carries men. You know, she's the vessel to bring all life, well, all, you know, our life type of life forms. You know what I'm saying? Well, almost all aspects of life into this world, right. And there's even some creatures that are hermaphrodites, you know what I'm saying? Like seahorses and certain things that transform into hermaphrodites, to go back to that gene as well. Because there's different species in both sides, right? And the thing of the matter of the woman birthing like a vessel, and we're going to go to maritime and amatory law, which is the law of the sea, being lost at sea, right? Even Jesus walked on the waters and commanded the waters. So the woman is the vessel acting as the boat, and she's carrying the cargo, which will be the child. And when the child is birthed to the land, it's called birthing. So she is actually going through the canal, and she is birthing to the land. So now she is birthing a child that therefore has to be registered on the land, right? Just like any other cargo ship. And when they register it, who is that cargo being registered to? Whose last name do they have? And when a woman gets married, whose name do they give up? The father, right? And almost all cultures, I think there's like one or two cultures that I think that take on the woman, but and mostly dominated well, mostly all cultures. But go ahead, I saw your finger up, but go ahead.
Of course. That was a very good point too. That's where I was kind of stating by like our whole rationale for the last like multiple ages have been patriarchal. You know what I mean? The
Right.
concept that what the Ankh is, in the aspect of just what the power of woman is, even in us trying to, you know, expand and extrapolate at our best on what we think women are, still, it like, you know, they took her out of all the original stories. They took the womb off the ankh and made it a penis. You know what I mean? When originally, you know what I mean, it was mother, father, child. You know what I mean? No matter how strong or amazing a pharaoh has been, brilliant light to this world, the very first throne that he ever sits on is his mother's lap. And because of that, you know what I mean, we see that, you know, yes, today in this patriarchal time, they have we have the masculine, you know, we bring the meat to the table, it is the last name, you know what I mean, so many different facets of religions believe strictly that, you know, just the man is ultimately just superior in so many different facets of this world. And that's like that comes to the literal biblical base set in which, you know, the Crusades and the Spanish Inquisition and these different things, you know, tore her down, you know what I mean. And also I'm noticing too, this also, again, with all due respect, but a lot of your references are just coming from more biblical based aspects. And I'm not saying that, you know, that's all you're getting your information from, but like, I'm just thinking that that's kind of the crucible from in which, you know, you're getting some of your wellspring thought basis that you are most resonating from. And I think that's what most of the world is on to today. And that might be why, you know, you feel so strongly on how you feel about that. But outside of just that, you know, the Yoruba and the Ifa, you know what I mean? It doesn't teach that the masculine is the strongest like that. You know what I mean? If we go into the physiological elements of just what we are as a man, you know what I mean? We are literally a lesser genetic form of what a woman is in chromosomes. You know what I mean? In the aspect of just what an X chromosome is and what a Y chromosome is. What a lot of people don't understand is that the X chromosome is actually bigger than the Y chromosome is. You know what I mean? We actually, to have, to be born is two gigantic X chromosomes. Then this bot comes by, okay, and then takes a piece of the X off and makes it a Y and limits it. I mean, we have nipples and we don't use them. You know what I mean? We have parts of our body that we do not use because of the nature of us being masculine. And I'm not stating anything against us. You know, I'm just saying that what women are in totality is like, whew, you know what I mean? It's really beyond. We're not looking at even the state of the woman today pales in comparison to the woman of old. You know what I mean? No offense to the queens out there, but the world has diminished us all. You know, so, you know, physiologically, you know what I mean? You know, from the aspect of what the testes are, what the penis is, the clit, and the fallopian tubes, and the different nature that we are stepping into the doorway of feminine to become man. You know what I mean? Is like, you know, it's outside of, you know, something that we're reading or that we were told to us for many years as a kid. This is just looking at, you know, alchemy and science and the nature around us. I mean, to state that, like you agreed, you know, especially as humans, every single one of us comes from a feminine version. But let me just throw it all the way to the front and be like, but man created woman, okay, and then women was all, yeah, you know, it's like, damn, for real, for real.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's real. That's real.
I'm unmuted. So look, like I said, to everything that you just said, first of all, let me say the world don't owe you anything. It seems like you got beat up by the world right now. You're coming off from a lot of trauma in your life right now. So look, when it comes down to, once again, everything that you just said, that we coming from a woman and all that. Yeah, we come from women, but where did the life force come from? Yeah, where did life force come from?
Okay. You want
I'm
me?
at. Yeah, I'm at. Yeah, where did life force come
Well,
from?
the life force comes from the spirit realm.
Man, where does the woman get the life force to be able to procreate life? That's a better direct question.
I like that. I like that, and I understand too what you're saying.
Okay,
What you're
so
saying, what you're saying is that the very sperm itself, but we have to not act
no,
like physiological.
women have semen too, right? But it don't procreate life, right? They're not busting in men and having babies, right?
I'm actually stepping outside of that. I'm saying that even the semen is not life.
Bro, how is it not life?
Have you ever seen a movie called Daughters of the Dust?
Listen. The semen is actually your part of yourself. When you every time you bust a nut, you're actually that's a part of yourself in a spiritual sense, in a matter form. That's why your children can act like, look like people from your past. I mean, your history, family, and all that. Because this is all your DNA, everything that's you. Hold on, listen. I let you talk, and I was peacefully quiet. Actually, I was on mute. You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, that life force holds everything that came before you, and you could extend it into women. Now you're saying all I'm saying is this: women won't be able to procreate life if we didn't give them that life form. Vice versa for us. Now, why in a world besides today, before the government came involved and all that, women by themselves are actually more of a hazard. They was with men, they was more starting a family, and with a man to be more secure. Just like when you look at nature, just like when you look at everything, you feel more for a woman, you feel more secure. If somebody come in the house and you have children, where's the woman and where's the man going? Is the man going to protect go in there and the woman go grab the gun and protect the house, or is the man going to go protect the house and the woman get with the children? You know what I'm saying? If a woman's out there and talking shit to a man and you're right there and she just call a man and disrespect the man, or does your woman expect you to stick up and fight that man? Or is the woman gonna say, nah, man, I got this, and you're gonna sit there and allow her to do that? It's just physically, biologically, instinctively.
If you a beta man and you don't have that type of energy and she possesses that masculine energy, she might jump out there.
But that's the thing. She gonna jump out there, and majority of the time, if a man hits her back, she gets woken up and is like, damn, I really thought, like, I really possess that energy to think that I'm capable of actually accomplishing beating this grown man up. You know what I'm saying? Even though, go ahead.
Brilliant points, brother. I love the feedback, and I once again, fully respect you. You said one thing was that just to answer that, and then you said something about the seed and how genetics are remembered and whatnot. But the very first part is, while in a fight, in the current state of the world that we currently view women at, boom, you're right. But I got at least a list of 75 different wars and slave revolts that took place from the time of, like, you know what I mean, before any white person ever broke through the mighty land, where there was many a men around. But at the peak of fighting, when we're claiming fighting, but at the peak of what fighting is, war. And we got warrior women that was smoking people. You dig what I mean? Pulling up fully ready and handled it. You dig what I mean? And I don't mean in the aspect of
did they have children?
Yeah, they did.
Warrior women had children?
Oh yeah.
Okay, I like to see proof.
Oh, I got you. And their family are still alive today and attribute the power of themselves today through the relation towards her. You dig what I mean?
Was native, right? This was native indigenous people right here in America, right?
Natives, African, a drinker. You know what I mean? I'm going to just the whole motherland itself. One.
Yeah.
And just in the aspect
because a mother, I'm just saying, because a mother will
I'm just showing the strength. Yeah, I know. I'm saying just the strength of what you were saying can be debated, and I'm not, I'm very flexible, and I'm just formless. You know what I mean? I'm very like water, but I'm just saying it can be debated because the nature of what fighting even is. We have so many women out there where some men just have scary bones, and that's just what it is, and that's no blaming. You know what I mean?
And whose fault is that? But whose fault is that? First of all, it comes down to. But listen, it comes down to all right, let me get down to this, because certain there are beta males, or however you want to put it, what frequency they on, delta, alpha, beta, right?
Okay.
Most of them got mommy issues, right? And most of them are mama boys, right? And a lot of them are raised to look at women and act a certain way from their moms. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of the father figures are really not in that state because they was raised by their mothers in that asset of mind and of being raised. So there's a time to where you could assume to look like a man. You know what I'm saying? Have everything a man could have, but instinctively, mentally, your head is not there in a physical of 23 core zones. And you said last time that the X core zones are bigger, which yeah, I agree, but you forget to you forget to realize that we men have those same 22 pairs and share that with feminine, that we actually have one more. That little part that you say
I'm sorry.
makes us that little much different. Hold on real
I'm
quick.
sorry.
Hold on, gives us that much different, right? So we share that with the one, we share that, right? And you saying we have nipples and all that. Actually, if you know about energy, nipples stimulate a lot of energy and stuff like that, and it's a lot of toism, like certain things that you could do with your body. And I like the with that 22 cortisone, if you haven't heard of the $1,000,000 button, or other words called the Jinmo, there's between your testicles and your anal, there's a button, which before you got that white cortisone, that's what would have probably been your the hole where the vagina would have been, right? But you can actually press that and hold that while you're finna ejaculate, and you can actually recycle your semen back up to where it came from through your spinal cord. So there's things that you're saying that you could still do that women can't do. Like we could still do things, and we ain't never gonna be able to birth a child, but we could give that life to a child. Like there's things that you could saying that still come back to man. There's at the end of the day, I ask you, where does the life force come down to? And you said you pretty much can't even, like, come on.
What is the life force made out of?
Okay,
It's made out of
look.
water and your DNA and your essence, part
Hold
of your
on.
spirit.
Especially with a lot
I'm
of
gonna let you rock. I'm
Part
gonna
of
let
your
you rock.
spirit,
Go
and
ahead. Y'all finish. Y'all go ahead.
everything part of you, everything before you. That's part of
hold
your
on.
experience.
You just went through a grip of things. I gotta
Yeah,
just say premise.
but a lot of those would be rebuttals to you. But go ahead.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You low key, you're trying to make a premise without a premise. I mean, that one genome thing, that's cool, but have you ever heard of the Eve gene? Then also,
But
when it comes to the aspect
yes,
of
the mitochondria, was it the mitochondrial gene? Yes.
yeah, the super gene, the strongest
Yes.
gene on the planet, the strongest being on the planet is a black
Yeah.
woman, first off. And then also when it comes to the very nature that in which when we found the oldest remains of that is the oldest remains, it was feminine. Also, boom. Then
And,
also when
you talking
hold
about
on,
Lucy? Because
hold on,
Lucy, are you
hold on,
talking about Lucy?
hold
Because
on. I'm
Lucy, they
just
found
saying,
another male. They found another male just as old as Lucy,
come on,
just in
bro.
the last year. They
Come on,
look
bro.
it up. It's another primate. Two of them.
Listen,
Let's
listen,
go.
listen, listen. I'm not
There's
even
always a
talking.
balance. There's always a
I'm not
balance,
even
my dude.
listen,
Go ahead.
listen.
Go ahead.
I
Let's
got you.
go.
Okay, look.
Yeah, go ahead.
There's a movie called uh, 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 Daughters of the Dust, and it basically is a movie about in a time where tribes were losing their power and people were going into Christianity, and it was about the Geechee and the Gullah, and during this time there was a family that
Oops.
um, were about to give birth to a new child, and the mom was carrying the baby, or rather was going to, and was carrying the baby. While this whole movie premise is taking place, there's all these things happening where the family is leaving to America and they're like going to a more Christian base. Now, while this is happening, there's a spirit body running around like that people would see, but they wouldn't really see, and it's like the very spirit of the little girl
Yeah.
that's gonna
I know.
step
Yeah.
into this world. So basically, what I'm saying is that the very contractual relationship that actually is allowed to have a baby step forth into this world is only predicated through the sperm and the egg. The sperm will evolve on some Pikachu to Raichu shit and become the very
Mm-hmm.
brainstem and the spine, which is very important considering the very pineal gland is the house of the seat of the soul. But when it comes to the very flesh, the blood, the organs and different other things, we get that from the egg. So when it comes to the physiological elements, we are not the body. So when you're talking about the soul and the spirit and all that, that's not in the sperm.
So
What are you
so
talking about?
hold on though. But hold on. You just said a good point, because you just said a good point, right? Because you said the
Come
sperm and
on.
all that. Hold on. You just said the sperm and all that creates the brain and the spinal gland, right? That holds the pineal gland. There's a secret secretion in the pineal, right? That sparks the crystal. And you said the egg creates the matter, the shit that don't matter in this world, the vessel that only matters in this world to extent. Listen, matter means matter.
Like
so listen.
Matter.
Hold on,
it
listen.
Matter.
No, listen. But it matters. Yeah, you're right. It matters in here because matter is a dense, right? So listen, matter is dense, right? It holds a dense form, right? So in this reality, we need a vessel. Listen, in this reality, we need a vessel for existence, right? So what you're saying, when the woman egg provides and builds that vessel so our essence could hold what came, so she's building what our essence that came from man could hold. So the man, listen, what this you just said that with your word. You just said that the semen is what creates the brain, the spinal cord, and what holds the pineal gland that creates the milking hunt. Listen,
you're missing a point. I said neither of them is the soul. That's what you have to understand. It's not about the sperm, and it is not about the egg. You were a being beyond either of these flesh.
Yes, you're right on that. You're right on that. You're right on
you
that.
chose to come here through the doorway. And I personally, in my real life, have actually chosen no to being born. Was like, no, not today. And they did not just step through anything.
But I did the same thing. You know why? Because I could jack off on a sock or I could bust on a girl's face, and I chose not to pit life instead of choosing to pit it in her.
That's not.
That's not the same thing.
No, listen. But I'm saying that's controlling and choosing not to extend life. And women could do the same thing, but not open her legs and choose not to bring life in this world either. But at the same time, the essence of what you're saying. All right, listen. The essence of what. The essence of what. But I'm saying the essence of what you're saying. Of being outside of this. Now we're not talking material. See, when people go from there,
it's all the same shit though.
It's not essence. How?
What is everything made out of?
Checkmate.
In this existence, you talking about energy, matter?
Everything.
Everything. It depends what you mean. Everything. Every living thing or every what?
Everything comes from the same source. So if everything comes from the same source, what is everything? Everything
when you say everything, because it depends what you mean. Because you could have it could be anything.
Energy.
Like what living thing?
Everything, bro. Like literally everything.
Okay. So that everything, to order to have a part of existence in this realm, it has to take matter. It has to take shape in matter, right?
But I thought it doesn't matter.
No, but matter is matter. Matter don't matter in a sense of what you're saying. If you're talking about the essence, the spirit, the soul, that's not what the body is. That our thought is not of this world because it's not.
How does the body get created?
It's created with the essence. But he just said.
And is essence consciousness and energy?
And form matter in this existence to relate to, for us to have that relationship of existence in this form of vessel.
Okay, so if it wasn't in this form and in this vessel, would it still be the same thing?
Yes.
And without this matter, it could be a void because it could be darkness and it could still be there.
You could be a void in the body too, though.
No, because it's distinctive. Because now you come into order to where even though we're having this experience, there's male and female. If not, there would be none of that. It would just be existing. It would be no point of having male or females. There would be no existence of having children because
that's linear.
Because that's matter. It's material. So when you talk spiritual,
material is spiritual because where does the material come from?
The life source. And but my child came from me. It came from me and through my wife.
So that's
I'm the life source. I'm my personal life source.
The body came from you, but the spirit being
no. The body came from the female. But
in another life.
The body. You said the body came from the female. The body makes.
The brain and the stem came from you. The body came from her. The physiological element came from y'all. But that's not. We're not the body, bro.
The essence. I know we're our thoughts. We're our essence. We're our spirit.
But even that, the thoughts, the thoughts is what's creating the physical vessel.
I know that.
Right.
But so order in this. So look at when you're out of this realm, you're not gonna have no more of this reaction that we have because you need this reaction with realm. I mean, even when you deal with spiritual and shit that's unseen to certain people, or if you know how to interact with certain things outside of this matter, outside of this, that essence is still there, what you're saying. But what I'm saying, I understand what you're saying, but what I'm saying, to interact as we are interacting in a physical base, And I understand that you're saying that matter, that we're physical. Where did that come from? Our energy, our life essence. We're the life source that create everything. Rather it's a thought, rather if it's a job, rather if you're a kid, you're your own personal life source. Now, if you want to say, oh, but it go back to the all. We all came back from the all. Okay, you can go back and say that. But what I'm saying, when we're here in this matter to have order, we're choosing to take part in what part we're using it, like partaking in order to procreate life. If you want to be a female, then you come to be a female. If you man, you man. How are you going to procreate life? Because if we don't procreate life, then this existence of how we are on this earth will end, and there would be no reason for why other people are trying to destroy it.
That's neither here nor there.
Hold on, wait, but it sound like you just now leveled real quick. Shock, can you guys hear me?
Yeah. No, I'm saying like what
it
you're
sound
saying.
like
I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying. I'm just going into a physical, matter sense. Like it depends. Like it's two sides.
Because I think that ultimately, we try to figure out what you say, that all things come from both male and female alike, or masculine and feminine energy. And it seems like you just now said that, like what you just said sounds like you just now said that it comes from the source. And so if we understand that it comes from the source, then now you're talking about an order.
But woman is our source. I mean, women get their source from us.
Right there.
I was trying to roll with you, Shaq. I was trying to roll with you.
No, I'm saying I know
it's right there when he says that.
I'm saying because what I'm saying is this: how can they procreate life without our life essence of semen to procreate that vessel? Now, I understand that you're saying it's like the consciousness.
Hold on, wait.
I understand what you're saying.
Let me ask something real quick, Shaq.
Yeah, go ahead.
Does semen produce male and female energy, or men and women?
Yes.
How?
But I also say that there's a way. Wait,
Shock. Wait, let me.
Okay.
Come on, Shock.
But I didn't
Take it down, Shock. I know, but look. You said yes, and then you going into another spill. I promise you, a lot of my questions be rhetorical, so I just want you to think about what I asked you.
I'm just you asking yes or no questions?
No. Listen to what I'm asking you. What I'm asking you, right?
Yeah.
You said the life force of both male and females come from males.
In this matter. Yeah.
So that's in this matter. So what is, and I don't want to go in a circle because y'all just did it, but we already understand that. So what would be the epitome of the source? Is it just male energy?
What is it? What do you mean? What do you mean?
Like the ultimate life force that you're talking about that gives birth to both men and women.
And above, yes, above, because God is above all. So
okay, thank you. All right. So we understand. Okay, we understand. So in the source, we have to go. That's where we're going.
The source, the creation.
We're going straight to the source.
Yes,
the source is both.
The earth
Is the source both male and masculine and feminine energy? That's all we're trying to get to.
But it depends. It depends on high or low.
What the?
It depends on high. It depends on high or low.
Shock.
Because the source.
There is no high or low, bro.
Shock.
There's always a duality.
Shock. Look. I'm asking you. All right, I'm talking about the high. Fuck the low.
Masculine.
So in the high, there is no feminine energy whatsoever.
Down here, feminine energy is.
I said in the high, Shock.
The high of feminine, there is.
I didn't ask
the low
that,
of masculine. No, listen.
Shock. Look. Let me ask you this. I'm trying
to
listen. Look. I'm just trying to look. I'm listening to you. Please, let me ask you this question.
This is the question. This is what you're gonna get from me. In the masculine as one, there's high and low of masculine. Male could go above and fall. So if you could stay in masculine, like the source,
that's not my question.
Create everything.
But that you're going away from my question.
That's why we're not like this. Since you
that's why we're not getting clarity.
Yes, and the way that you're gonna
see it.
Yes,
but that's not what I'm saying.
I know. Yes. It's masculine energy. Yes, it's above. That's the whole source. Yes, I said.
So there is no feminine energy.
Just for you to go on, yes.
Just so I can go on.
Yes. When you're not gonna accept you're not gonna let me say
no.
Yes.
Because
I
want you to be truthful.
But I'm saying
yes.
I'm
in the highest. Okay,
yes.
Okay. Watch.
In the higher creation,
there's no feminine energy.
No.
So where does feminine energy come from?
Only in the lower. When we come below here,
Shock. Do you understand what I'm trying to ask you?
I just said when we come below.
Do you have a daughter and a possible?
I have a daughter
in your balls. No. In your semen, do you have a possibility of male and feminine energy to give birth to both a man, a boy, and a girl.
Yes.
That means it's the feminine energy's always been there. That's the point.
Can I show you? Can I say something?
You
Like I said,
yes.
when you stay above, you're masculine. When you come below, I have an option to have a boy or girl. There's a method to have a boy and girl. So the order for a male to be feminine, you have to drop down to that 22 core zone. Because if that's the case, why can't
the point? But you're missing the whole point. The whole point is that it's still there.
But it's there it's there only below. Like I said, with my point, when you're above in Y core zone, there's no feminine energy. When you go below,
when you say below, are you saying below the source?
No, I'm saying the lower part of man.
Is that lesser than the top?
That's lesser. It's lesser of the top, but higher of his bottom.
Hey, see with that, because you're ultimately saying that there's only one, and then it gives birth to the two, right? Let me do you a little.
No, go ahead.
A little example. How many numbers are there in infinity?
Are you saying the 8? Are you gonna use the 8 for the example?
Answer the question.
Or does it go on forever?
No, I'm just saying how many numbers are there?
I don't know. They go forever.
Yeah, but infinity is one thing, right?
Well, they use the 8. They use the 8 for the symbol, so it's two sides. It's a duality.
I fuck with that. But what I'm saying is that one thing contains all things, right? Because it's infinite.
Yes. What happened?
I don't know.
Boy, you dropped that ether.
He said you dropping that ether. Hey, shout out to the chat, man. I see y'all in the chat. We still working through it. You know, we're trying to get some understanding for sure.
I just want to know.
I can't hear you, Shock. Nah. Nope, can't hear you. I don't know what he just did.
Oh, that was Sebi thing sounding like a cyclone.
Right.
Y'all hear me now?
There you go.
Yeah, we can hear you, but we can't hear Sebi now.
Yeah. I know we
there
can.
we go.
That's his back. I know that's his background for sure.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, I've been throwing it on mute until he started talking.
Definitely. But I was the reason why I was asking that, Shock, is just to say that if do you think consciousness and energy has a start and a beginning? I mean, I'm sorry, a beginning and end?
You can't. What happened? Something just happened.
Yeah,
nope, can't hear you.
He probably.
We got Valley Uno in the building. I don't know if he's still in here.
Oh, piece of Devon in the chat. I didn't even see him up in there. I guess.
Oh, go ahead, Sebi. You got something to say? I thought he had his hand up.
He was saying something about not being able to hear, I believe.
I still can't hear you, Shot.
I
don't know what happened, Shot. Your shit just dropped.
Yeah, just leave and come back into the chat.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I'm pretty much come to the level of, if everything, if energy and consciousness is everything, when can it not be not everything? Did I ask that right? When can it not be not everything? Can you guys hear me? Am I clear?
Say that again. What'd you say?
No, I was just saying, like, because if we know that energy and consciousness is always there and has always been, when can it not be what it is?
Right.
Meaning, it would the feminine energy would always have to be there from the quote unquote beginning, or it would just always have to be. It is what it. That's what ISIS is. I just now found that out. ISIS. It is what it is, right? It's always been. It is and it is. ISIS. Am I bugging? Was that a reach?
No, it is what it is. If it happens, that's the purpose right there. You know what I'm saying? It happened for a reason.
Hey, can y'all hear me?
There you go.
I don't know. I'm gonna try to use my AirPod. Yeah, y'all hear me? I don't know. My stuff was messing up. Let's use my AirPod. Hold on, let me go grab this AirPod, y'all.
Somebody said I'm still trying to figure out where the Neanderthals come from. Hey, again, shout out to the chat. We see you in the building.
Yeah, those to everybody that's in the chat. Highly appreciate.
Give us a subscribe, a like, a share. You know what I'm saying?
All right, y'all hear me?
All three, the trifecta.
You feel me? The Trinity. All right. So what would you have asked him a question specifically?
No, all right, I'm back. I'm back now.
Damn, now your sound just went out.
Yeah, that sound just went out.
Did it go out?
Yeah, you sound like computer love.
Computer.
That might be it.
Yeah, that sound like a little clearer.
But yeah,
good.
Yeah, so
you good?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm just gonna talk like this
yeah.
for now until my phone charge.
Oh, there you go. That's clear.
That's good.
But no, I was just trying to figure out when would the, like, because everything is everything, right? And I'm gonna just sum it up like that. Everything is everything, right? Like there is no beginning or end to the force, right? The life force or the source.
On me?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I'm gonna go off that. And the question was basically the same. That was a new question, or basically the same.
It's remix. It's the same thing. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So basically, let me see if I can describe it better in different terms. That's what I'm saying. If you want, I'm just gonna do example as the source. So the source, he created. What do you consider Mother Nature? Or what would you consider Earth? Would you respond as Mother Nature, or what would you call it as? What would you call it? Earth, Mother Nature, Earth? Would you call it Earth Nature or Mother? Like, does it mother things or birth things? Does it birth plants? Does it?
To me, everything is nature. So I don't separate nature.
Okay,
like,
okay, but
natural.
Okay, but I'm just saying in the earth. Well, we come from earth, from dust, so you consider that nature. Okay, so what form nature?
Thoughts and energy.
Yeah, it is that.
Okay, so it was just the energy. Okay, so the likeness of that energy created man, right? So if that energy, hold on, okay, I'm not gonna stop every time I see you right there. Just hold that. The likeness of energy was man, right? So I'm just gonna use that in that aspect, right? That energy when it came down, when it started to come to the creation. All I'm saying is the energy started to project out. So when we started to come to this realm of earth that was formed by Mother Nature, all things is nature, however one presumes it to be. If that's the case, it was all formed by, y'all call it energy, but I would call it image and likeness, that it reflected in the creation, and was just like how I would consider myself being the head of my household, the head of my wife, not being like I'm her master type shit, but just being the head in logical sense. That's how I see it.
Let me ask you something real quick. Do you
yeah,
are you an artist? What do you do?
And an artist like
I mean, I'm just saying, like, do you do anything creative?
Yeah, I do poetry. I write.
Let's go with poetry.
Right.
Before those words hit that paper, what happens?
Like, what do you mean? Are you talking about, do I
Well,
type in with my feelings or my emotional?
No. What I'm asking you, what I'm about to give you the example is that everything
Of
that
my
you're going
thoughts
to
transforming?
create,
Are you talking about my thoughts transforming or coming out of?
No. Everything that you're going to create is
in thought form.
It's already in thought form, and the energy, and it's already existing. You just haven't put it out yet.
Okay.
Right? It already exists.
So I got So yeah. So
You understand what I'm trying to say?
So look, if it's already existing, right, in my thought form, but it manifested outside of myself, right? Being already created, it just manifested, right?
Mm-hmm.
That came out of me. Where did it come from?
It always existed. I just said that.
Okay, no. But where did it come from? It came from me, right? If I created that, I'm the owner of that creation, right? I see you. I'm the owner. If I wrote a book,
go ahead.
Whatever I created, rather a book, a song, whatever, and I own masters or I own ownership, whatever it is, that comes from me, right? Where does the sweat equity of that, whatever it contributes or whatever it gains, who benefits off that?
I think you
benefits.
No. I'm bringing your point.
I'm saying
who benefits of that, right? Me, right? I would benefit that, right? Because they always go back to the principle where it came from, right? So what I'm saying is, if woman came from man, like when you come from the source and it comes down and it projects itself, we're all the sources, another reality of a part of ourself or reflection of oneself, and feminine or masculine, however energy you want to see, woman, male. Mm-hmm. But the more it comes out of the principle, and it comes out of it has to go back to get back to that whole. So if woman came from, it has to get back to man. It has to go back. So the more
I'm saying is, look right there.
Outwards,
why do you
gotta
keep,
go back?
Why do you keep separating it?
That, bro. I mean, that's what's confusing.
You keep separating it. So that's my point. You keep on saying, wait, Shock.
Yeah, go ahead.
So you just now said that. Well, at that point in time, but let's focus on what we're talking about essentially, right?
That is.
But no, because everything that is already is. That's my point. Mm-hmm. So regardless to what form it takes, and regardless to how it comes into fruition, it's always been existent. Like, so when you say, well, it wasn't this, it was that, or it came from that, it was always what it was.
Always.
Why did it have to come out? Listen, why does it come out to project something different?
But so wait, check this out.
Right there. That's a good question. That was a good question.
Listen, if it always projects to come out something different, meaning it could be of the same, but it's like my child come from me, but it has its own body and vessel and its own existence. But it's always gonna come back for me at first until she or he gets older and go back, and maybe even then still come for some game, just pop.
Is that still
so
you?
What I'm saying is if we come from women, right? But I'm saying if our semen or our life force gave women the egg, and both of us came together and created something together in our own image and likeness, meaning that child is going to have characteristics of the mother, characteristics of the father, two different separation of itself, but being of one likeness. So with that being said, all I'm saying, the woman came back where she came from to create a child of his own and have his own rulership or over the child, like that the son and daughter and mother relationship. A mother and a child is no other relationship.
Shock, I understand what you're saying. You're talking about the aftermath, right?
No,
I just.
All I'm saying is before. I'm saying it's all math. I'm saying until you get the feminine energy, you start to see it when we come down to project ourselves out. Just like how women, the feminine energy, or however you want to call it, came out of Adam and it projected woman, regardless of the situation, it always has to go back. Women are daughters of men.
Let's take out male and female. Let's do positive and negative. How does that work?
When the atoms
how's that work? Just like the battery together, positive, negative battery together, it's together, but it still works, right? So when a woman and a man comes to a meeting of the minds and come to agreement, and she accepts him and he accepts her, they create an image of it. They create a family. I mean, watch this. Two energies of opposite come together to become one. Positive and negative come together and create a child, or like something else.
What's the difference between a negative and a positive?
What it is, a negative and a positive charge and a negative charge. One's higher than the lower. higher charge and lower charge.
So what's the difference though?
The difference is one's higher and one's lower. One's a positive, one's not. But
What are we talking about? Hold on, wait. What are we talking about?
You talking about energy, right?
Energy. That's what I want you to say.
We're just talking about energy.
Yeah, it's energy. It's energy, right? So when you're saying about that energy,
it's just energy.
Yeah, energy, right? But I'm saying even with that energy, there's a higher and lower energy.
That's cool.
So even then, there's still a higher and lower.
All right, look, can I understand? My bad. So it's kind of slick because sometimes once the overall point that is the apex piece of it all, the way that you're formulating it, it goes back to the simple kind of like absolute.
Principle.
You know what I mean? The
principle.
It's an absolute. But you're stating that it has to be this way where we're coming from a place of where it doesn't have to be. Every time
it don't. You know why it don't? I agree.
You're saying it has to be. Hold on. You're saying literally that the aspect of women does not even express itself until a lower state. What you're saying, there's no way around you to try to flip it back on us one more time for us to go back in a circle again. You said that the highest point of it all is masculine. What we're stating is that you cannot be so absolute. That's your downfall in this conversation. You keep rooting it back to that. Well, you understand that when the male actually gives it back to the woman, and then that's why it is for sure like that. And it's like, that's cold, man. You know, only a Sith deals in absolutes.
Okay, so I'm gonna respond. I just feel like first of all, I feel like you're acting in feminine energy. So look, I'm gonna say this. Look, you act like feminine energy, but I'm gonna say this. I'm absolute because as a male, I stand on what I'm saying and I'm standing on principle. So I'm using principle, common logic, sense, right? So check this out. Woman, right? Most women, you had a relationship. How many logical women have you been in, or how many moved you emotionally to act out as a woman? To act out.
I'm drinking this out the bottle right now. I ain't even drinking no more mimosas. My mimosa shit is over.
I only rock with queens.
So you say you only rock with queens, right? A queen, you only rock with a queen. So where's your kingdom? Like, what role is you married? You just give all women queenship? Isn't a queen a title? Isn't a queen something that you have to have, and a duty and an expectation? Isn't there a responsibility just to be a queen?
Everything you're saying is flipped in a perfect.
I'm asking. You're just pinning title. Listen, you're just pinning anything with a vagina. You're basically saying they're queens, right? Anything with a vagina, you're just basically saying queens, right?
What I'm saying. No, that's not what I'm saying. There are bitches. There are real women. Okay. There are people who do not hold themselves to a certain esteem. Hold on. What I'm stating is that there are women who hold themselves as a high esteem and express themselves as a godly neteret. That's what I'm saying. So hold on.
Okay.
But your very statement that you're even saying, you're projecting onto me and are being entitled, trying to tell me I'm being offended.
You kind of went out on that last part, but what
I'm being open-minded to you. You just made an assumption to the creation of what I meant by queen, or by some standard of what that means. I'm coming at you with more open mind to try to angle it on very clear things, so can because it's what each is trying to do. We're not being feminine.
Okay. Let me just Okay. Now let me just say, I want to respond to that. I know being open-minded is good, and I'm very open-minded. I see where you're coming from because I come from there. You know, I'm part of feminine energy, and I know you're coming from a feminine aspect, right? But I'm gonna tell you right here, even the serpent was one of the sneakiest, and even serpents operate through us as vessels. So I'm using power of discernment as a male, in my alpha state of man, because when you stay in a state of stronghold, of principle, you're gonna be attacked from all ways of life of that aspect. You know what I'm saying? So I expect that.
Before the serpent, quote unquote, was ever seen and deemed as a bad thing from the very book that in which you're getting your information from, that's also patriarch, by the way, it was seen as the Uraeus, which is a sign of wisdom, but it was meant as Kundalini. How can you just ascertain that the serpent was this or that and just try to just put it down like that as fact? when it's so much more, it's more dimensional than that. You're very linear in your thought.
And listen once again, I agree with that aspect, right? Because that aspect of the serpent is down here, right? It's the power in this realm. That power is here. You know, the 13th zodiac is the Draco. It's the serpent. The don't tread on me flag is the serpent. Look at in Ohio where they got the mound of the serpent mound when the sun was it the summer solstice, when the earth enters the serpent's mouth and it consumes, and the high and above become one. This is a duality. This is something to another level. And what I'm saying is this.
Saying it was
yes, this what I'm saying is this. Women are powerful. Like I always tell women, they are foundation, which the foundation upholds the house, right? But the foundation holds the head, holds the roof, right? They could break a man and they could build. And I'm not taking nothing from women, right? But all I'm saying, they get their logical sense, most of it from women. I mean, from men, through men. That woman needs guidance. You know what I'm saying? Woman needs guidance. In a long term, woman needs guidance.
Okay, but at the same time,
can I add something real quick?
Please.
I didn't mean to cut you off, bro. Can I ask you something real quick, Shock?
I see you there. I never said nothing to you. What's going on with you, man?
What's going on with you?
All love. All love.
I was trying to make sure I understood, the basis of your viewpoint on this higher and lower when it comes to man and woman. Is that something that you're getting? Is that derived from information you've got out of the Bible, or is that?
And let me clarify that, because outside of the Bible, because I know people don't believe in the Bible. So outside of the Bible, we all know it was it became corporate in 1617, right? On the London Company. It has something. That's why I don't look at the Bible in a religious aspect of what people say. It's a trusting document. It's just a banking and spiritual contents, right? So outside of the Bible, I'm gonna give point of views. I'm gonna give nature. Just look at nature. We all part of nature, right? If I know that we're humans and we're more dominant than animals, but when you look at animals and aspect of even how they, I'm just going to use the lion, even just the lion and the eagle. It shows the duality of the relationship of the higher and lower, of the woman and the man. Because when you look at the lion, he's on the land, right? And the lion is the alpha male, right? He got all these women, but the woman, if you put back, like the woman doing all the work. She doing the killing. She grabbing the food. The male will come in for protection. The man will come in. The lion will come in and handle business and whatnot. But guess what? Who eats first? The man. But and when the woman has children and the alpha gets challenged, who kills the children in front of the woman? They kill the bloodline. Who's above the anarchy? Look at all aspects. The male and masculine usually takes on the masculine energy.
I don't think that really addresses the question I'm asking you, though. Like, is when you say man and woman, is that ideology derived from information that you got from the Bible? Is what I'm asking, because you talked a little bit earlier about it not, the man being from the dust and the woman not being from the dust. And so I was just trying to see if your ideology was connected to that.
But this is what I'm saying. Even when woman, not saying woman's not from dust, because woman came from man. So everything of man is everything of that nature. Man would have part of, like, women would be part of dust. That's like me saying my child ain't part of me because she wasn't created of what I am. But it's all the sort. That's how it goes back to everybody being connected on a deeper level and all that other stuff. So on the sense of the Bible, looking at it religious, I mean, it has some contents. Even if you go back to the Egyptian, the hieroglyphs, no matter where you want to go, it's going to have some depiction of creation. So if you want to look at it in that aspect, historical level, or if you want to look at it from legal level, a lawful level, a spiritual level, there's different senses of level, because in a legal level, a woman is equal.
I think the reason why I asked you that is because it's just like if we talking about mathematics, you can't go into higher level math until you have an understanding of simple math. You see what I mean? And so when you're looking at, a woman being submissive to man or being subject to his rule, we have to first understand, if you were looking at it from a Bible standpoint, that the Bible tells us that woman found herself in that place as a result of the Adamic sin, you know, them eating from the tree of the knowledge of good and bad. That was part of the consequence, that she would have a strong desire for her man and that he would rule over her. So that wasn't a part of the original purpose for woman here on earth. You see what I mean? So before you can break down the higher, you have to have an accurate understanding of the lower. You know, like I said, simple math, if you can't figure that out, you ain't gonna never get to, you know, the algebra and the calculus and all of that. You can't break that down without having the accurate understanding of the simple shit first. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, so with that being said, if even excuse me, get some water. I know it's low down in my throat.
Yo, can I say something real quick?
Go ahead.
When we're talking about nature, the Lion Kingdom, and I'm personally a cat sage, so I got to put my foot in my own mouth. Yes.
What's that?
I'm a shaman. I've been a shaman for multiple years. And my animal totem.
Oh, a cat sage. Okay.
I got multiple animals, but I'm directly. The first one is a cat sage. But now, even though I attribute so much information and I love the cats and whatnot, they are not a good example to acknowledge and deem to relate to us in a sense of how we are and how they are. For if a new cub comes through in the Lion Kingdom, they'll just murk it for real. You know what I mean? But I just want to state that wolves don't act like that at all. I was just watching this documentary on Netflix. It's called Animals. It's like you know, there's 1,000 documentaries on there, but there's a new one called Animals. In the dog episode, why did the wolf pack, the strongest wolf of all the wolves, was the one that rushed down and made the final kill for the buffalo? When the other ones eventually got tired, they were all running in a pack, but it was the male who eventually ran, caught it down, put it down. Once he put it down, why did he? Coldest thing, bro. Like, and I'm vegan too, so you know what I mean. But just the representation of what was being seen. It walked out of the little around the tree while the thing is like laying there still alive, blood on its thing, and came out and howled to the family and was like, "Come eat," and finish the job. And it specifically ate last. So I'm just stating once again that everything can be debated. To just state that because the male is this, or because we have a stronger this or that, an aspect of predication is like stating that a tree is stronger than grass because it's hard to put over, and you know it's a harder thing when grass can grow without ever being planted. So, you know, there's different facets to actually analyze what we're looking at strength, to just, you know, give a more infinite, open-minded aspect to absolute, you know, more.
That still comes down to he did all the work. He just provided for his family.
Hey, Shock, your sound went out. I mean, like, we can hear you, but you sound like that computer love again.
Computer love.
I guess everybody that say that gonna sing that, right?
Hey, but you feel me though? You know what I mean? So when we look at nature, it's not all one way. It's all, you know, that we're ultimately saying it's more of a universal thing. Even though I'm even, you know, still kind of on some shit like, you know, I feel
it's the cycle.
Yeah.
You know, there's nothing over another. Everything is utilizing itself in the different facets that it's manifested.
Absolutely.
That's really what it is. It's a lion ain't better than a gazelle. You know, you learn that in Lion King. They tell you that. You know, it's the cycle of life. I need you just as much as you need me.
Trip this.
We gotta understand that everything is still one. It's a reflection of itself. So
exactly,
everything is everything. But my bad. Go ahead, Snack.
No, I was just gonna say it was something I think I heard it on one of these little audio books I was fucking with, where it talked about that there will come a time where the lion will actually be food for the gazelle. When that lion dies and he decomposes and
Exactly.
goes back into the ground, then that
Exactly.
gazelle will turn around and eat that lion. You see what I mean? So just
Exactly.
about that cyclical nature you was talking about, it's
The
all the same.
cycle.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I like that aspect because it gives a disorder, quote unquote, what's still order. Like, you know what I mean? So,
Exactly.
so it's not just one way. You know what I mean? Even though it may seem out of order, it's still a part of order.
Right.
Exactly.
Right.
Also, in the Yoruba, in Ifa faith, they teach that that originally masculine and feminine both existed, and this is old as hell, by the way. In the Ifa faith, they believe that masculine and feminine existed in the ethereal realm consciously before coming to this physical realm, and when they
That's a
did,
fact.
yeah, and when they did,
It's undeniable.
yes, yes, and when it did come here, but this is the kicker. Um, uh, there was 144,000 original personality traits and qualities of the mind that existed in what we were. And when we first manifested, before we came to the physical realm, our our not personifications, but the aspects and attributes of our mind, 144,000 aspects of our mind manifested onto the ground first and were the animals. And they stated, it states in the IFA that the 144,000 was the original prototype versions of each animal, whereas now we have millions of different versions and kinds and all this. But it states that there was originally 144,000 aspects of our mind that manifested first, and then were the animals, the first prototypes. Then once they were here, we chose to form physically. You know what I mean? And like, so, you know, and personally, in the aspect of how the physiological aspect of it came to be, on my own person, this is just me, you know what I mean? I feel like as we both existed consciously, I feel feminine stepped forth first, then birthed us personally, you know what I mean? But I do understand, you know, however way we want to look at that, but I do feel that, especially stepping into the spirit world, to just say that, you know, men is just the ultimate and that is what God is, and then, you know, women is a diminished version in the spirit realm, that's just super crazy. But you know what I mean, just in the aspect, what, you know, if anything, women are more in tune than us, you know what I mean? So
Was that you that mentioned about that patriarchal viewpoint when he was talking about the Bible? Was that you that said that?
Yes.
Okay. And I have to agree with that, because, you know, I had put something in the comments earlier about, you know, different plant life and animals and all that shit. You know, femininity and masculinity exist even in that realm. You see what I mean? So how is it that this patriarchal viewpoint only exists in mankind? Somebody who can actually control the narrative. But if you look at nature in its true form, you don't see that shit at all, you know?
And you know where this came from, and this, you know, with all due respect to like, and I've got Caucasian friends that I love and whatnot, but in the aspect of just judicially and in the state of our you know, the great war that we're in right now, the white man, you know what I mean? The white man is the polar opposite to the black woman. And I feel that for the white man to be on top, the black woman had to be on bottom. And the black woman is the most attacked, most trampled through thing on this planet that we need to be ever so protecting. For in the very book, they took her out the Bible. She's the cause of first sin. Matter of fact, the moon cycle, which is a very righteous, very, very spiritual, important thing, is seen as a derogatory aspect based off of what they've correlated in this book. You know what I mean? And none of that is true. You know what I mean? The moon cycle is actually a very secret thing. Back in ancient times, we had something called red tints, and women would get together on their moon cycle, click up, and foresee what the next season was going to be. You know what I mean? But they didn't hunt it. They hunted them. You know what I mean? You started telling something early the white, you know what I mean, was coming and burning you for real. You know what I mean? This is not a joke. So you know, and you know, so just in the clarification of where I'm saying where this came from, I want to highlight too that I define white in this world where I'm kind of like, you know, white is in a sense like lack thereof. If a person has the lack thereof of empathy, or people who are in those, you know, that shoot the black kids in the back of the head, or just don't have that vibe with us, or work in slaughterhouses, they're like white. White is a lack thereof. I got black family members that are white minded, but I have Caucasian homies that plant their feet in the dirt, completely subsided from the illusion of white supremacy, and they hold to nature. You know what I mean? And they're Caucasian. They're not white. You dig what I mean? Got melanin. They got to me. They got melanin. You dig what I mean? I got dark ass uncles killing their melanin off. So what my uncle's gonna make it into heaven and they can't? Like, what does that mean? You know what I mean? So I feel like there's Caucasian individuals that are woke. I just wanted to clear up in an aspect of, from, you know, utilizing the term white. I don't just feel that individuals who understand what melanin is and understand that they even have melanin and we're even melanated ones. You know what I mean? To give respect to any of those viewers right now, I'm stating only the white man that is the judicial, you know, the 8 bloodlines, you know what I mean? Khazarian, you know what I mean? All of them and whatnot, they understand where the power is, and they put her at the bottom. You know what I mean? He's sitting at the top of the apex right now, and that's why we all are even having this debate today, because nobody can knock him out. You know what I mean? And he, for him to be at the top, she's got to be at the bottom, and that's what created the patriarchal realm. You know what I mean?
I think that in that aspect, in any aspect, in all aspects, just like we was talking about, you know how Tavon just now put it with the gazelle eating a lion. Everything has to run its course. So that's on every scale. That's whatever scale you want to look at it, it's always going to be there. So at that point in time, it just what you want to give energy to, and how do you want to give your energy to it? How are you looking at it? Like, you know what I mean? Like, is it a part of something that's going to make you think? Is it going to bring some type of order to the chaos that's going on within you? You know what I mean? So it goes a lot of different ways, but there's people who don't look at what's being on the outside of them as being what's on the inside of them, because everything that we see, you know, is outside in, right? So when we see these situations that plays out in real time, sometimes it's only meant to be, because it's already being played out in the physical. It's already been created. It's already been played out. So now sometimes we just got to observe and see what takes place, and how does that reflect from who we are, and how does that make us a better person? That's all it is in my mind. Right. Like, you know what I mean? So there's a lot of times to where we can play the game of, you know, high, low, up, down, left, right, AB, select, start type shit, right? But at the end of the day, it's all just a reflection of what this is.
Yeah, because I think if we get into the game of playing that, like you said, that high, low, left, right, whatever, we almost attaching our hands to the strings of the puppeteer. You know, we're not allowing ourselves to think freely. We're, you know, this narrative, this illusion has been created and presented, and we just embrace it and say this is what it is. What, you know, like you said, make that observation and figure out who I am, what this means to me. How does this help me to continue to grow and progress by observing it rather than embracing it and attaching myself to it? You know what I mean?
All right. Hell yeah.
Yeah, that's real.
Yeah, I think we lost Buddy.
There was also something else that he said too when he was saying where you know that, you know, the remembrance of the soul comes back through the sperm itself, and male holds that genetic makeup and whatnot. But I think we're forgetting also about the sacred waters. You know what I mean? From the waters of Noon, the ancient waters was what also sacredly remembered the genetics as well. You know what I mean? Sometimes
It's in the
people,
DNA.
yeah, boom, the blood, the water, the genes, the cells itself, yes, the chromosomes,
You know
all
what
of
I'm
that.
saying? Exactly. That's where that's where the information is coming from. You know what I'm saying? And you're reawakening self. You know what I'm saying? To the information as you maneuver through the frequencies. Each frequency, as you maneuver through life, is awakening certain parts of yourself. You know what I'm saying? That you, quote unquote, you could say forgot, but we already are everything. You know what I'm saying? Naturally. So it's like we already have everything within us. It's just up to us to awaken that, to tap into it. You know what I'm saying? So that then you can utilize those aspects of yourself. You know what I'm saying? And that's the whole point of where this frequency is going, how we keep gaining consciousness and learning more about reality, whether that be technology, nature, biology. You know what I'm saying? That's where all of that's coming from, is the evolution and the understanding of self.
And look, you said a important thing right there, because that traces back to the balance you were speaking of. Sometimes in nature, especially as men, we naturally can be this. We can be a tank. We have to learn how to be open. You know what I mean? If we look at Yeshua, Buddha, Krishna, you know what I mean? We find our ultimate self in being compassionate. You know what I mean? And finding out how to find those feminine qualities within ourselves, we reach our ultimate. And just like how Yeshua is a prime example of compassionate masculine being that could be seen as a ultimate version of ourselves, strong, masculine, stands up, but feminine and compassionate. You know what I mean? Whereas Wonder Woman or something could be seen as like a woman who's naturally nurturing and feminine, but you got that mother bear in you. You know what I mean? Like you can go there. That's almost the the ultimate of women. So we kind of got to understand ourself. You know what I mean? And that comes back to that Kundalini, because just keep going on, but
Yeah, that's Shock. That's Shock.
Okay.
Hey, we can hear the background, Shock.
I got it. I'm just saying, I've been over here muted. Y'all been going. I know as y'all don't view my opinion. Y'all just going on y'all shit. But yeah, I mean, shit. I'm finna get up. And, I'm just been listening to y'all. Just and y'all. I ain't gonna lie. Y'all really feminine energy right now, dog. You could. It's really. I'm gonna keep it real. Like the discernment. I just been sitting back listening. While y'all muted out. I can't speak, of course. But it's just crazy that I'm just saying that in the perspective of. A lot of the stuff that's being said is just like feminine. That's something that mamas and grandmas will tell their sons just to do. Like, you know what I'm saying? And you can see in today's society to where the man.
Give me an example of what you're talking about. What you said, a lot of the stuff that we saying, just focus on one example that you're talking about. Just give me one.
Hey, all y'all right now is just, look, all y'all is just saying right now is everything that was already based on saying everything was here, the feminine, all the extra stuff. Nobody's ahead. Nobody's this. No order. The animals, lion dies and go back to the grass. All that stuff. Yeah, that's all cool. That's part of nature. But even before they die, there's still order and ruler shit. But I was just saying, here, I'm about to get up out of here. You know what I'm saying? I was just, get up out of here. I was just sitting back, unmuted, just sitting back, listening to y'all. But it's all good.
Hey, Shot. Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Hey, what female did you hear spill that you just gave?
I'm saying y'all just. As you can see, they purposely muted me out, and they just went on and just back and forth.
That's not what happened. I have to interject on that because I had trouble with my microphone. I was sitting over here muted for hella long. I couldn't figure out what was going on, and I hadn't even spoke at that point. So I know my boy wasn't deliberately muting me. Don't take it for that. he done dipped already anyway.
That's
Like,
that feminine energy. That's that feminine energy.
I mean, I think that was the primary example right there. You know,
Screw you guys. I'm going home.
man.
Look, can you see what happens when the world's too masculine? You know what I mean? Just with all respect to him, but he kept feeling like we were attacking him, and we were just trying to, you know, prove his point. You know, we were even giving him compliment sandwich and going him a bone, and he was just like, how could he say that? You know what I mean? But it makes sense coming from where he's coming from, how we must sound. But you know, damn.
Hey, they say
It's an open dialogue. You know,
Yeah, right.
we ain't got to agree on everything.
Right, that, you know, and it's okay. It's okay to, you know, have different opinions or different aspects of perspectives. You know what I'm saying? Like when it comes to the topic at hand, discussions in general. You know what I'm saying? So I think when people have other opinions or other viewpoints when it comes to certain stuff, you know, maybe they're not feeling like they heard or something. You know what I mean? But
right.
Even in that sense, I feel like how we approach the whole situation, it's just at the end of the day, it's all understanding. Like, you know, whether we understand or not, we trying to get understanding. That's why we're asking the questions and doing what we're doing. You know what I'm saying? But
see, when we ask direct questions, it's simple. The best thing to do is give a direct answer.
Exactly.
All night, I've been asking direct questions. Just now asking a direct question. Well, where do we get this? Where'd you give us one example of this feminine energy? And he went on to attack, like, bro, like, where did that come? Like that, I still wasn't clear on what he was talking about.
Look, which is masculine? What you saying? Hey, give me a straight answer.
Go ahead, Woon. Ask your questions again. Direct questions. Let's go. Let's go. Because I asked you, first of all, you couldn't even ask a direct question of fucking an Hermaphrodite, my dude. I asked you that. You went around a hole for so long before answering that direct question. That's the easiest direct question. Ask your question. Here as a man, let's go. Ask your question. Direct.
Are you sure that I'm not in feminine
all right,
energy
other
right
dude,
now?
you got any questions? Direct. You couldn't even ask if the life form of semen came from man. You tried to do a whole story. Let's go. What's up? Now let's go straight direct.
Go ahead,
I can't hear you.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
You know,
up?
I did answer.
Go straight direct. I got direct question. Listen, no feminine, all matter, physical matter. Who gets fucked in a relationship? In law order, who gets fucked in a relationship?
It depends on who's on time.
Okay, where's the dick going into? Male, it don't matter if the woman's on top or not. Who's receiving the dick?
Okay, so that's the definition of male and female, right? The female is the recipient. Would you agree
who's
with
the
that?
giver? Now who's the giver?
The male.
So where did the child come from?
The spirit realm.
That's already been covered. That's already been covered.
So what provides the life into the woman's egg to activate? What fertilizes that egg?
Okay, so the sperm fertilizes the egg. The sperm fertilizes the egg. The sperm fertilizes the egg. That's a direct answer.
Now, where does the sperm come from?
The male.
Now, once that happens, the baby delivers through the woman, which is coming downwards into the world. So it came from above. The semen, if you know about semen retention, all that, I mean semen, where it comes from and how it stimulates, comes from the above. It comes below. It comes from above and down and enters the woman and it consumes. So all I'm saying, where the life force comes from, masculine energy or a man with 23 chromosomes being above 22, even being in 22, because he's above and below with women. So with that being said, when the child is born, rather male or female, whose last name? They go back to where it came from, the father. Now,
okay, but is that what you say? You talking about the last name? You know, who receives the last name? Is that something that is the natural order of nature, or is that something that was implemented by man in this patriarchal system that we live in?
Even before society of coming, they will say, "I'm from the family of Wooty Woo. I'm from this tribe. I'm from the family of the father of this."
And you picked that up from you're reading the biblical text.
You're going back to histories, and I'm gonna speak on here in America, where I'm indigenous of being native, one of the first natives. My family guy's one of the first natives, and I'm talking about colors being here. I'm going off the history that I had seen and the history that I am doing.
Okay. Okay, so look at it like this here. There's a giver and a receiver in all aspects. That's the whole ideology. That's the concept of male and female. But that does not make one lower or higher than the other, because all that semen that you were talking about that comes from up here, you could bust one on the soil. You
That's
not
my
going
whole, and I make.
hear
I'm
me
happy
out.
that you
Hear me
said
out.
that.
Hear me out,
I'm
bro.
happy
You
because
can
I
bust
said that
one
comment
on the
earlier too, where we can
soil.
just bust
You
on a
can bust
sock
one
or
anywhere,
bust in a
and you
girl's
will
face.
not reproduce life unless it is in connection with the egg that comes from the female. One is nothing without the other.
And did, bro.
Hey,
And did I not say that multiple times?
I want to
I said
acknowledge
that
this
in the
comment
last
too.
podcast. I said it here multiple times. I said you could bust on a sock, bust on a face. But if you bust in that woman, the woman has the power to receive it by opening her legs, and the man has the power to give it to who he wants. And I always said it comes back to the woman and man to multiply that child. Now, if she wants to stay,
let me ask you another direct question.
Go ahead.
Do you feel like man has dominion over woman?
In a relationship, as individually, no.
Just period. In any aspect. Does man have dominion over woman?
I can't say yeah, because I can't say that because we, as a woman, as by herself individually, like as a woman, independent, I can't say that a man just go over there and fucking run her life and shit. Like I can't say that. But if she has in a relationship, I say the man is the head. Now I don't mean like you do this, you do that, you do that. I'm talking about the head, the stability, the one who leads. Not saying that the woman can't, be part of that and give ideas and be part of the thought and be held logical, because she controls the emotion, because she's the vessel, she's the one that carries she's the water, she's the what moves the man, and she can move man to come below, or man could stay high and stay logic. All I'm saying is the man is the head in a household, like relationship wife, not even relationship wife, because that's when it comes down to you shouldn't even have children with just anybody. It's really like get deeper to a different sense. But individually, no. Together, man, lead. That's what I say. I always said that, and it never changed.
Okay, so when a man leads, does he lead in a rulership fashion, or does he lead by his example?
He leads by example. Like it's like he leads by example and by like logically sense. Like you don't just want to follow any man that's not just anything. You actually want a woman should be with a man based on what he is actually creating or doing or being part of. It's not like I'm saying that the man just rules over her as like she has no rights. That's not what I mean. I mean the way that the house is going, the way that the way that they're going, you know what I'm saying? And that should be communicated through the relationship before it even gets that serious. Like, where you going, where I'm going with you, well, I'm leading this way.
So trip this. If a man is leading by example, his example is going to be a masculine example, okay? So that woman in her feminine energy, you want her to submit to the masculine energy. But submission really is just total agreement, okay? So that woman is going to have to trust her feminine energy, not the man. And the only thing that feminine energy is going to align with is true masculine energy. So it still comes full circle. One is nothing without the other. There is no higher or lower. The shit's all connected.
Well, actually, it is higher and lower because logic is higher and emotion. So when you say woman has to like by her own emotion, women are moved by emotions. Emotion is not stable. Emotion is chaotic. Emotion
I hear you on that. We talked about this before. A woman is governed more by emotion, but she's not limited to that. She still possesses logic.
You're right, but she's only possesses logic through men.
That don't make sense.
That's not accurate, bro. Come on, hear what you're saying. She only possesses. So you're saying, hear what you're saying. You're basically saying that if there was an island with nothing but women, that they have zero logic because there isn't a man in their presence.
Go to Survivor episode 1 when they put all women on one island, all men on one. Rather you say if it's television or not. Matter of fact, pick me somewhere in society where all women sustain their life, bro. It's not gonna happen. They can't do no plumbing. They can't do like not that they can't do it, but they can't like first of all they gotta relearn everything. Man, pretty much on the totem pole. Even back then, they good at having babies.
Go ahead, big bro. I got more to say, but I know you wanted to respond some way.
To men, they good at multiplying shit. You know what I'm saying? That's what they good at. Multiplying. They good at getting fucked. You know what I'm saying? They good at giving head. You know what I'm saying? They good at all that.
What are you talking about? Okay, hold on. First off,
that's what the women are good for. They good at multiplying, giving ideas.
Damn, bro.
Hey, you say that logic, and you say that logic is higher than emotion. I mean,
wow, what you not
come on, man. Not that logic.
Come on.
Yeah.
What was that?
Look, first off, what you're not gonna do is just come over here and then be like imbalanced masculine, talking about we're feminine. One, two, the oldest civilizations of history, and I'm talking Sumer,
Amazonians.
Older than the Amazonians, Nubia, Atlantis, Lemuria, Sumer, and all these different places existed in matriarchal societies. And what that means is women created the laws, but men enforce the laws. We as men are captain of the ship, and we steer the ship. But the woman makes the law, though, in the way that we held the highest society that there had ever been on this planet. So, you know what I mean? We can philosophically talk left or right as much as we want. But back when we did the highest math and we did the greatest works and we circumnavigated the entire globe with wisdom, was when women, even in the movie 300, King Leonidas in all his reign wasn't able to just take 300 men and go straight to war like they could today in a male world where men are just numbers. No, he had to go talk to the women and be like, yo, listen, he had to go to the council. Hey, I'm about to go take 300 babies to war. You know what I mean? I need to come, I can't just rush and do anything. I need y'all counsel. Women made the laws in ancient times. So we can look at what we did as hunters and gatherers, or we can look at what we did for civilizations for thousands of years. You know what I mean? So, yeah, I mean, I'm tribal too. I got Blackfoot, Sioux, Cherokee. You know what I mean? Don't get me wrong. I'm rocking with, you know what I mean? But we fell from grace to sound like what you talking about today.
But what I'm saying, y'all hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Well, but this is the thing that you're saying, man. You continue to say, women, all that stuff. At the end of the day, pit 300 women and 300 men. Who's gonna win? Take the 300 of the best men, 300 of the best women of Earth. No, listen. Take the transgenders that's going into women's sports dominating and the women complaining. Talk about all the stuff that you're saying. When men come into women's shit, we dominate. What are you talking about?
If you're talking about things of a physical nature, of course a man would dominate a woman. If we talking about things of a physical nature,
we can't have babies and we don't bleed, right? That's like, what do you like? We're not the same. We're not equal in that sense. We're so much alike. We're different.
If we were to fight, are we using weapons?
Man, it don't matter if we're using weapons, mental, feminine, it don't matter.
Because listen,
one good point I'm gonna say to what you said.
No. Hold on, let me finish. The gun itself is a weak man's weapon. A man could not go up and do something, so it was created to make an effect. Hold on, it was created to make an effect from a distance. So you mean to tell me that off of the sheer fact of everything that we've ever studied and understand, off of preparation, you know what I mean? What Batman has smoked Superman like 5 times off of preparation. You know what I mean? So you can't just say that because, women are just a physically incapable thing over the current level of what women are today, mind you. Because an Amazonian woman or some of these women that's in sports right now is smoking you physically. You know what I mean? So say what you want. But you have to
I want to say something.
With enough preparation, let me finish what I'm saying. With enough preparation, period, there's women today that's beating the shit out of you, bruh. Period. That's as masculine as you want to get it.
Now let me say something. Specifically, I said 300 of the best men and 300 of the best women. Now, technically, of course, you get a 7-foot woman, 400 pounds, she grabbed me, it's damn near done. Unless unless I'm personally trained to know what I'm doing, right? But this is the main thing
That
I'm
comes
trying to
down to
say.
your thought process.
Right,
Exactly.
back to what I was saying, right? To what you were saying on the point of the women, like the women did the law allegedly, and all that. The man, even the king, and it's on monarchies and shit. Even the king, we go back to our woman to share those ideas because we could be masculine and her feminine energy coming from her perspective to give a whole nother thought and even an idea and calm us down. That's the importance of the balance, and we're there too to keep them logical out of their emotions, and they to keep us balanced as well. So at the end of the day, it could work that way as well. Even watch IP Man. IP Man gives a good example of that as
well. So when I was still watching on YouTube before I tapped in, I was looking at some of the comments. And somebody on there, it was a lady on there that said something along the lines of let us speak for ourselves. Let the women give the woman perspective on the subject. And it just made me think of something that I hold firm to myself in man-woman relationship. You see people arguing, oh, well, man's supposed to do this, is what the woman's saying. And the man saying woman's supposed to do that. Let the man focus on mastering his area of expertise and let the woman focus on mastering her area of expertise and have a meeting of the minds and see what's brought to the table from each side. You see what I mean? Rather than us, sitting up speaking about what a woman's supposed to do, let's hear it from them. Because in the sport of womanhood, we spectators, just to keep it 100, we could say what we want, but in all actuality, we spectators in that sport.
And which one? Getting women?
In the sport of womanhood, we spectators. We don't know. We ain't lived a millisecond of our existence as a woman.
Not at all. Not at all. But they haven't lived the existence of a man either.
Which is to the point where I said, like, let us focus on us.
Like, you don't know the pain of pushing it. I sure don't, and I'm glad I'm not the one pushing. I'm glad I'm the one fucking. Is there something wrong with that? Nah, you a woman. That's powerful.
What you gotta understand is that you're trying to just be controlling and you're stuck in your thought. And what we're even saying, we're more flexible in our ability. Bruce Lee said,
but that's
be like
thing. I don't owe nobody. I don't owe no woman.
I know. I'm not saying that. But what I'm saying is you're simply just stuck in thinking how you're thinking. We've all given. We've all given exemplary pieces and thoughts of 9 ether, and I mean high quantumization, and you still are just stuck in the aspect of what you're thinking, and that's fine. You know what I mean? To each their own. But you're just controlling. You know what I mean? So it's it is what it is. But you got to read the comments.
Woman in his next life.
What was that? What was that?
I said you
what was that?
Be a woman in your next life, Sean.
This is the thing. I could already been, but the thing is, I'm a man now, and your mother's spirit or other woman's spirit is living through you, so you're not even living the ability as a man.
Hey, we hear
you're not even living the ability as a true man, just based on the expectations of openness and willingness to allow.
That's a matter of perspective. That's a matter of perspective. Because from where I sit, when you're 100% tuned in with your manhood, you don't have to assert that on a woman. And here's the reason why. Hear me out. A ninja don't have to tell you he's a ninja. You'll know he's a ninja when he roll up whooping your ass. It's that simple.
And let me tell you this. You're right? But through conversation, you can also tell what they are. You don't even got to speak, because you can go up to something and know it's feminine. You can go up to a plant and feel its energy to know if it's feminine or not. But I could look at a woman and be like, she's dumbass, masculine. She's like a nigga right now. Look how I could just look and do that. I could do that about men too. The way the energy is, the way the what they're carrying, the way. What do you mean? A lot of men have the spirit of their mamas.
If
I'm gonna
only you
say
could see it
I think your spidey senses are probably a little out of whack on that because you saying we all pumping out feminine energy and it ain't none of that coming from this screen right here. You see what I mean? So you might need
So
to recalibrate that.
so with this being said, right? A lot of things that have been said, even I agreed on some of the things because you travel up and high. But there's no woman that's gonna be able to be high. A lot of that aspect is gonna be more below in her realm. Because the
I
only
don't
way
even
a
really
woman,
honestly, when you mentioned that before, I don't understand your viewpoint of high and low. You lost me on that. I sat and watched quietly for the longest, hoping that the conversation would bring it full circle for me.
well,
I don't
say
even
as
understand what you
above,
mean
as
by that.
below, as above, as below. Does that make more sense when you use Masonic
Okay,
language?
so as above, as below. So
Yeah.
as it is above, it is just the same below. That's
But
totally
it's a
different than what you're
reflection.
saying, though.
But it's a reflection. It's like being coming from the darkness, right? And the light came from darkness, so it was dark. Even the light, like I forgot who was saying that the light is still the darkness, no matter what you come back. It's still a reflection of what it came, but it reflects outwards. Like it's the opposite. It's the same of its essence, but it's opposite of what it reflects. Like when you look in a mirror, it shows the opposite. And that goes back to what I was saying earlier about the Lilith, like how the Lilith and all that became a different pygmy of the skin, and Adam and stuff still retained the higher melanin or the melanin pygmy. That's all. That's where I get from the higher and below, because when you go so that's why the other and was it Nature Boy, how he was saying the other people, he was white people, but all white people are not. It's more DNA wise. So like certain people that are not that's trying to escape Earth. See, that applies to certain things apply to certain other species. You know what I'm saying? DNA wise, even though that all things are open to people to more become one in an essence of depending on if they able to get that blood, mix that blood. But it comes down to that. Some people are just naturally higher. It's like being into a world family and being a servant. Some people are just naturally it's higher, but it's on all aspects of life. It's high and low.
So did you get the answer to your question, Savon?
What's that?
He didn't. I don't think he asked the question.
He was trying to get it.
No, we were just going.
I asked you a question earlier when I asked what was the example of the feminine energy you was talking about. I think that's what he was getting at. Yeah.
Oh, with the Nature Boy. Oh, I was saying the feminine energy started with the Lilith, the first wife, or what he would say. Nature Boy was saying, I forgot what name it was, but that person, the Hermaphrodite.
Yeah, nah. Yeah. So you saying, and I gotta recollect. So you said that the high is the reflection of the low, as above, so below.
Oh,
right?
that question. Okay,
Yeah.
Look, I was out there.
Yeah. I'm still lost on that. I may be on one right now.
So we've been talking about having a female perspective.
There we go.
Trika is in the building. What's up, Trika? How you doing? How you feeling?
I'm doing okay. I'm doing okay. I am definitely on one. So I am gonna be on one with y'all real quick.
Join us, party. We lit right now.
All good. Can y'all hear me? I know people been having connections.
We can hear you.
Y'all can hear me. Y'all can see me and everything.
Hey, so
I'm black to be black.
This one I'm black. Somebody has some sort of background coming in the building. Yeah, who's that? Is that you, Treat?
Okay, well, I'm doing okay. Hold up. I know what it is. Hold on, Seth.
Okay.
I got it. Okay. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, there we go.
Okay, there we go. Because I was watching the show and I was like, let me get in on the show. I just did too many steps before taking proper steps. But
right.
Is it better now?
Yeah, you good. You definitely good.
Okay. What up, fellas? I've been watching y'all for about 2 damn hours. I usually podcast on Thursdays, but this is my week off. Thank God, because I would have been stressed out. Young Shock, I have to say, my brother. Some of the things that you say, I just wonder where you get them from. Because you can't really completely understand the balance of masculine and feminine energy the way the examples present. Being as this world is shifting more into a more feminine energy directive, if you're not recognizing that shift, then you're not fully tapped in anyway. And you need both masculine and feminine energy to create life, regardless of what kind of life it is. Would it be plants, animals, human beings, whatever? You need both. So it ain't, I'm not saying, oh, well, we didn't come from something, but who's to say we came from Adam? Was Adam awake when they took the bone from him? They took the rib from him? Because if I remember correctly in the Bible, it said that he was asleep, right? And he woke up and Eve was there. So he had no idea how Eve got there.
Say that again.
When in the Bible, if I remember the story correctly, Adam was asleep when God took the bone or the rib from him to create Eve, and he woke up to Eve being present. So I think there's a different meaning into that too. He was asleep before that, and he was asleep when she was created. So how can you say that he created her or that he was a part of her being created?
So where did she come from?
Same place he came from. Where did he come from? I think that's the whole argument that we've been trying to get back to.
So if he can't,
okay, 2 hours.
I got a question.
You keep saying that she's created, but you never say where he was created from. What was he created from? Was he created from God, two masculine energies or two hermaphrodites? Okay. I didn't want to come at you like that, but I mean, I'm sitting back here as a feminine energy. I know that I have a strong masculine energy because of where my stars is placed and all that. But we also have to understand
where you was raised. How's your mama? How's your daddy?
My mama and my daddy is good. I talk to them both all the time.
So I'm saying that energy that you played because you might have had no good proper raise right. Like
the thing that we
do life.
Don't have anything that they don't have anything to validate what they're saying. They go to disrespect people on personal levels. Bro, and this is what you kind of started doing earlier. And that's why I was like, yo, bring me on, because this is not how we're going to do this, because this is not how we do. I respect everybody's perspective. I respect all points of views. And that's the only way you have healthy discussions. Let's keep it real cool. But don't go and say, well, my upbringing has anything to do with my way of thinking. My upbringing, actually, let me keep it real funky with you, Shock. Let me keep it real funky with you. My upbringing is completely different from what I do right now in my day. My family don't agree with the things that I believe in. My family still lives along the lines of living in 3D and in the Matrix and believing in the Bible to the strongest. So don't come at me about nothing, because I'm out here by my own and I'm okay with that.
Okay, so you're okay dying alone. That's okay. You don't got to procreate. You got your own issue.
I'm out here thriving alone, my nigga. What you talking about?
You have every right to. Nobody said you have to be with a man. Nobody said you have to.
I don't even know where that came from. See, that's what I'm saying. Your mindset is too masculinity. You don't have.
You said you're okay. You said you're okay being alone.
Like imbalanced right now with your thoughts.
But the thing about you just said, I'm saying you just said you're okay being by yourself, right?
I said I'm okay. I'm strong by myself. I'm not. That's not relationship wise. That wasn't talking about anything. I just know who I am. I am.
With that presence. Do you got children? Do you got children? Hey, do you got children? Do you got children?
Nope.
Do you want children?
Yep.
So how old are you?
40. But what does that matter?
So how long do your eggs are healthy to have a healthy child?
There are women that are in their 50s that still have healthy babies, my nigga. You need to go do some research.
Okay, listen.
It's all about how you take care of yourself.
Do you have a man?
It's not about the age. That's what I'm saying. You're so trapped in this matrix process. You're
if all
programmed.
things are created in that one, right? Like you say.
you're so programmed to the book that it's sad because you think that women cannot produce past a certain age, and women be producing babies.
I didn't say that you can't produce. I didn't say you can't produce. I said healthy. I'm talking about healthy, meaning less complications.
Babies, my nigga. There are people, there are women who produce healthy ass babies in their late 40s.
I got a question. I got a question. How are women? Is it not scientifically proven?
Ridiculous right now.
Is it not scientifically proven that women are born with all the eggs?
It is scientifically proven that they can have them at any time too.
No, listen. Okay, listen. How many? It's scientifically proven that each woman has a certain amount of eggs, right? So what I'm saying, you have to be selectively and choose who you lay down with and give that egg up to, right? And not only that, I could bust a nut on a sock 100 times.
Nigga, you can bust a nut everywhere. I can go and take your nut and go freeze that shit and have my motherfucking baby when I want to. That's power.
I'm unlimited when it comes to that given life. You're limited.
I don't need a man to create a baby. That's the thing.
She just made a very valid point, bro. Can you say that again, please?
Bust your nut on the side of a building. I can still take that same weak ass nut and go make a baby in 3 years when I'm ready to do it.
But the thing is, you still need man semen to do that.
But I don't need the man.
Regardless, you still need what comes from man to do what you want.
Hey, that was a bar.
But I don't need the man.
You don't need a man, right? But you still need a man's essence to get what you want.
To say that feminine came from masculine, you got me all the way fucked up, my nigga.
You're emotional.
That's not how it works.
You're a woman. It's cool. Your emotion, you're getting moved. So what I'm saying is this.
Hey, hold on. You're an emotional woman.
You can go to a sperm bank, right? Where did the sperm bank get the semen? Where did the semen come from?
Where the egg come from? Where the egg come from, Shock?
It came from man, right?
Can you make a baby without me?
No. And I said that. And I said that.
Just go ahead and let that be where it let Diane sheep fly. Just let that be where it is. Because I can create a baby without a nigga.
You didn't prove a point, right? You can't create a baby without me. Listen, you didn't prove a point, right? Because I already discussed that on that topic of that balance. But the balance is that you're in your mind saying that you're okay being alone. You don't need a man. You could go to a sperm bank and get a semen.
I have a man. What
you
are
have
you
a problem
about? I
with
never
men.
said I didn't have a man. What did you automatically jump from me not having a man from me talking?
I meant children. But I'm saying you're saying you're okay being alone though. You're saying you're okay being by yourself. That's what I'm saying.
I could be okay with being alone.
She meant being alone. Being alone in her stance on spirituality, bro.
Yeah, you're looking at it too deep.
Does that man? Okay, you're 50, right? The man, if 40. You're with the man, 40.
But I'll take 50 if 50 look this good.
No. But hey, black don't crack. Hey, I know 50-year-olds that look 30. Don't trust me. I'm not judging. All I'm saying is, if you're with the man, if you're with the man, there's no point in just playing around. Like at this point in life, you want a family, you know what you want, then get what you want. Because a woman
around like what? What are you talking about?
I don't want to.
I think there was something misconstrued in the conversation.
Yeah, because I got lost.
What I'm saying is, you continue. Like I'm saying, what you're saying, you don't need a man. But then when it came to the semen, you saying that you don't need a man for that. But you could go to a bank to get semen. It returns to the semen still came from man to even make that possible.
I never said I don't need a man. I said that it is possible to do those things without a man.
No, it's not. No, it's not. It's not possible. No,
well, let's go ahead and move along because we're gonna agree to disagree on this one.
Look,
what was you about to say, Selfmade?
We got Ian in the building. Shout out to Ian, and we also got Prince Christian in the building. So
what up, guys?
What's up, y'all?
Man, y'all got something y'all want to say?
Ian, what you eating on? Some peanuts?
Hey, real quick, Sebi, I don't think your mic is on. I seen you trying to talk a couple of times. I don't think your mic is on.
Look, I had to. It's so many people in here. I got to mute people because there's feedback and all types of shit. You know what I'm saying? So if you want to say something, just throw your hand up and
throw your hands up. I mean, I'm the only female in here, so I'm not trying to disrespect none of the men and come at y'all on some rough, tough black woman shit. But I mean, feminine energy, you need us just like we need y'all.
That's a fact.
It's an even give and take.
That's a fact.
I agree with that. I always agree with that.
But Shock, I've been watching you for the past couple hours, and you don't really agree with that, my nigga.
Hey,
really
after the
don't.
live, hey, Self, I'm gonna need you to go to last podcast and this podcast and say.
I've watched all those podcasts. Self, tell him
I'm talking about him. I'm saying
welcome
for you to go
regular
on his
visitor over
for you
here.
to go and re-verify that. Actually, I'll do it for you, and I'll send that to you later on.
I think some of your expressions give the idea that you have a elevated viewpoint above women.
Valley, you are really being really courteous and nice in how you explained that, but I appreciate it. Respect.
I mean, we gotta keep it respectable, you know, whether I agree or disagree, you know.
I was like, let me hop on here. I don't want to attack nobody. Let's all respect each other's personalities and perspectives and views. But
yeah, that's a fact.
Some of that stuff was like talking to a brick wall and watching paint dry. I can't do it. I'm 40 years old. I got less time to just spend doing bullshit. You know what I'm saying? So
regardless of the fact, I'm just saying, when you look at logic, and regardless of the situation, I know you can put all this stuff in, come from logic. You can't change the facts of where order in life comes from, the creation and the order of process. When you dialect the order and process, you can't. There's nothing you can really argue about.
What order and process are you referring to, though? Because we've asked you multiple times, how did Adam come about before Eve, and you still can't answer that question.
But
how would where were you at? Where were you at? Because
I've been watching
Nature
the whole
Boy,
time, bro. I'm sorry. Check the chat.
Hey,
I'm responding to everything that you're saying.
We had said earlier already off to the rip, when Adam was here, he had to have both energies in him, right?
Who you talking me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm back like I was saying. I refer to there's two accounts.
No. Just deal with this real quick. When Adam,
one account.
When Adam first came down, did he not?
Valley, you're killing me right now. Get off the screen.
Did he not have feminine energy within him?
Yeah, that drew female out, right?
Right. So he had to have it within him. Real quick. Did I not say that this last podcast? And I said that earlier with Nature Boy when I agreed that women came from men, which means so
when
wait.
took that shit was laughing. Roon should know this because he laughed when I said men kicked the feminine energy out of himself. It explored it out of himself.
There's no way to do that. That's
the more
impossible.
that God comes down,
that's a part of you. That's a composition of you. You can't.
It's the lower of me. I'm pushing the lower of me down. I'm pushing the lower feminine energy down out of me.
Time out. So look, Adam, right? Adam is by itself. You're saying when the atom split, the split that it puts the other atom out is lower. You can't say that.
Yes.
How can you? If an atom split, which one split first? You see what I'm saying? Do you see how that sounds?
It's still a charge. It's still an energy. It's still an energy.
No,
and guess what?
Guess
what? I'm gonna replate that because when you say that, does not men and women share 22 pair of the chromosomes, and that's why the X chromosome is bigger than the Y? Does that not compare to what you just saying? But what makes it different is that little Y chromosome makes it that little bit different to the male.
The
balance is there. It's when you come low, we're equal. The 22 chromosomes align with each other here. But when male goes to the 23 and stay in that chromosomal state of mind, then you're above that 22 to where you're not that below that.
All right, look, let me put it in. Let me try to switch it up a little bit. Have you when it comes to frequency, like you got the bass, you got instruments, and then you got all the high shit, right? There's no separation in the sound. You know what I'm saying? Like there's no separation between the low end of the bass and the hi-hat.
I'll disagree with that because sound, there's different frequencies in sound. So they have lower frequencies and higher frequencies. So even then you have to be more descriptive.
But it's the higher frequency. Is the higher frequency more powerful than the lower frequency?
But what you're saying with the music and all that still defiant to where women came from, the order and structure. When you guys are still trying to crash other. Hold on, listen. You guys are still trying to create other perceptions off the principle. When you go back to principle, where did man come from, right? The image, even if you want to use the book, was created in his image.
You can't say that that's principle.
Energy, right?
Even that, you can't say that that's principle because that comes from a book.
Bro, even if it's book, look at where do you come from? Where do you come from?
What do you mean?
You come from a ball sack, my dude. You came from semen, and then you came into the woman. Regardless of where did you get your essence? The egg did not give you your spiritual essence. Nigga, you still came from the father, bro. What I'm saying is, matter of fact, let me use this parable that Woon said earlier. He said, if a thought, and I'm a poet, right? And if I write on the book, my thoughts came outside of me, right? Came from my darkness and expanded out into the light. Now, that's me on paper, right? But energy-wise, right? Manifested in a different way of matter. So where, if like I said, if I make money off that, who benefits off that creation? Me, right? If I own the masters and all that shit, right? So if woman came out of man, why does she have to go back to man to create life? Or why does same shit? If man goes to woman, they have to come together to create life. But that life is what created in their image and life.
Oh my gosh, bro.
So at the end of the day, where did the semen came first? Regardless of the fact, the semen came before the egg.
Let me answer that. Every single song that I've ever written, I'm a musician. Every single song I've ever written, I didn't write. It already existed before I wrote it. I am just a bridge. So therefore, what I'm stating is that the very nature of some of these things that we're now re-repeating, we already smoked you on. You just can't conceive it. We're already explaining to you that the very nature of how you're trying to say for sure masculine Adam, and the fact that you're even bringing up Adam to bring up Eve, you're smoking yourself. If you can cancel us out, we can cancel you out. How can you just say that for sure it has to be him who she came out of, when we can just in the same right say that she was there first and he came out of her? You're just holding to your own standpoint, and we're trying to say that there's a blend where they both are applicable. That's all we're stating. We're not even stating for sure that you're wrong. What we're stating is that you could be, and you cannot accept it.
Go ahead, Ian. I want to. What's up with Ian, man?
Okay. Hey, real quick. On that, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
If that's the case, when you say women come, how can women come first when she didn't have no life essence to produce?
How did you come to be? How did the first man come to be?
Wait.
No, how did the first man come to be?
Did I just not let him talk though? Can I respond?
How did the first man come to be?
I don't want to
mute him, Josh, because
I don't want to continue to go in circles.
Yeah, but can you mute dude? Since I be on mute when he talks, you mute me.
Listen though, y'all ask
me just mute him, bro.
Can I say one thing?
That's what I'm saying, but that's how I know y'all all be on that feminine energy, bro. I'm the only nigga
Can I say one thing, please?
That's crazy.
One thing, please.
That's how I know,
the fact that you keep saying feminine energy like it's a bad thing.
I'm sitting here talking. He's muting me.
Everybody can't talk at the same time.
True.
That nigga crazy.
How did the first man come to be?
Hey, can I say something right quick, please?
Everybody, look, everybody want to say something, and so we gotta.
I put my hand
we
up.
gotta pan it out. You know what I'm saying? We gotta pan it out. We can't just have two people talking at the same time.
I put my hand up. Ain't nobody.
Let Ian go, because you feel me? He had his hand up, and then Krishna, you can rock.
All right.
All I want to say is that everything started off, and even in nature, started off as a feminine being. So I don't know where he's getting his allegorical information from, but science speaks for itself. We can base everything off of science. Forget talking about books and religion, because religion ain't nothing but control. Okay? So we can talk from sense. Common sense tells you in science that the feminine energy is what started everything. That's why they call it Mother Earth. Okay? They don't call it Father Earth. They call it Mother Earth. The man is just a projection of the woman. He's the same thing. He comes from the woman. He is the woman. He is just the masculine side of that. That's it. He serves the same purpose. So your argument is just going around in a circle.
Right.
You really you're looking real silly right now because you keep saying the same thing over and you keep me saying the same thing he's saying. The same thing this young lady's saying. You saying the same damn thing. You just saying that you are in the same you know what I'm saying, connection as the woman. But you try to make yourself look like you're more than her, and that's that masculinity talking, and it's just the same thing. We don't have to go and have a whole history, you know what I'm saying, conversation to get to the point of what the woman is and what she represents. It's been told all through the history.
So I got a question.
Hold on, man. I listen to y'all talk. Let me talk for a second. Now, it's all through history. You look at the most famous women that basically ran kingdoms throughout the entire earth. It was more women that ran stuff, and you know. Can
you give me some names? Can you give me some names?
Man, I'm not doing all that.
Okay, you just talking then. You have to drop names. You can't just be talking.
Just to tell you that you're wrong.
Cool. That's cool.
You're wrong, bro.
That's cool.
And you don't want to admit you're wrong.
Hey, let me say this.
You know what I'm saying?
Let me say this.
We're gonna let Prince go and then go ahead, Rock.
All right, real quick. I just wanted to say.
Hold on, real quick. Hey, so Josh, wait, people responding to me and everybody, because all y'all versus me, right? In that term,
but that's
y'all
the
letting
thing.
all these other things going, and I can't even respond because everybody's directing their questions towards me.
I know everybody
else. You can let it respond to what I
say. That's what I'm saying.
All right, go ahead.
That's what I'm saying. The articulate can't just be letting all these comments and all these people directing questions towards me.
It just continues. You got to think. It just continues to go back and forth forever.
Okay, go ahead. But that's what I'm saying. How it's going back and forth means their response is coming, and I can't respond regardless of how it is. It's a rebuttal.
Somebody gonna get left out short.
I ain't about to get no spill. All I wanted to say was, regardless of if anybody agree with what Shock is saying, y'all got to give it to this man because this nigga is going toe-to-toe with every last one of y'all like a straight gangster right now. Like, we got to respect that shit.
But it's not. That's not even a point because I know. I'm not even like I know the way it is like masculine, but people really know me individual. Even when I talk to, bro, I can talk to women and come to these perspective. Right. When you really sit down with a woman and talk logical and bring them to a place to understanding and everything that you just said, I can still go back to the principle. You came from your daddy ball sack before you entered your mother's womb. At the end of the day, you was walking around. Luckily, we wasn't the nut that was in a condom or on somebody's face. You're blessed enough to choose and be blessed. You can go through one theory through another, but that's what I do to women. You know what I'm saying? I get them their guts. But what I'm saying is this. They come from men, regardless of the situation, and it's a balance. They have to come back through the son to get through the father, and a woman makes a son a father. You know what I'm saying? And we make her a mother. Likewise, they both create that image of a child over the child, using both of them. At the end of the day, it's cool. A lot of people are stuck being in a mama's boy or a grandma's boy relationship, especially in the Black culture.
So look at it like this, because you know a lot of what you're saying it's being based on the information out of the book of Genesis.
Bro, just look at your. I'm saying
no. Hold on, bro. Hold on.
Where does the semen come
we got to
from?
exercise some sort of etiquette. When one person is talking, we got to at least show enough respect to let that individual finish their expression. So hear what I'm saying. When your viewpoint is being based on the book of Genesis and the creation account with Adam and Eve and who came first, the woman come from the rib, blah, da, 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 da. However, also in that book, that same book of Genesis, it talks about when the plants and the trees, the vegetation was brought forth, that they were all created according to their kind and the seed of which was in it. You understand what I'm saying? So when you start talking about seeds and pollination, egg, sperm, the reproductive organs already existed in other elements of nature prior to man even being created. There was no upper and lower, higher, above, below with any of that. It's all in unison. One is nothing without the other, and the same principle applies when you start talking about man and woman.
I think
I respect that, and like I said, I agree to. Like I said, I told a lot of people already with perspective. I agree to their perspective because that's a good perspective, but that's still another side to a perspective of saying.
I see the discrepancy in this argument.
I'm saying it still comes to the sense of still saying, where does all that come from? Right? You say the semen, the pollination, whatever. But who's the seed? If we're the seed at the beginning, who owns that seed? No matter what creates. I'm talking about we're all creators, right? We're all separate individuals.
We are not the seed, though.
Nobody owns nothing.
We are not the seed. But I heard the brother down here said he sees the discrepancy in the argument. I would like to hear somebody. I don't want to just keep talking. You know what I mean?
So, hey, what is the semen? I plant the seed in a woman to fertilize the soil. So how is it not the seed? And then just like if I plant, all right, check this out from a man perspective and a woman. We as men go to the club. We trying to knock a woman. We look at, just from the sense, look at a woman as land. Like, oh, she bad. I might, I could have her as a wife. I could have a baby. We looking at her like land, right? Like, we go try to knock her. You know what I'm saying? She has the power to accept you or turn you away. Now, what I'm saying is, if you choose to have because you have the power to choose, and she do too. If you choose to plant that seed in that garden, her being the land and you being the gardener, who owns the land? The gardener, right? The person who got the land. Now, the reason why it's important that it's a huge conflict, because when women go into a relationship, they hold that independency mindset instead of collaborating and be like, and they want to rule the man and tear down a man's manhood, right, with emotion and all that. Not saying all women, but a lot of women.
Please don't let me.
That's cool, but listen. But then when you give that woman a child, she has her rulership over that child for a while. And that's why a lot of men in society grow up with that atmosphere in today modern times, because the family and the household is broken up, because the women chose the government, you know what I'm saying, back in the day. It's not like back then. Y'all got a lot of support. Single women, grants, all that. They choose school and education instead of a man because they need to be independent and they was told to be so. And now that's not all women, but this is a society today. And a lot of men will play that because for some reason in the culture, oh, we're queens. Oh, what's up, king? But no, that is the highest title. A woman is to give her title through a man. A queen cannot give a man a kingship, but a king can give a woman her queenship. That's why the Queen of England today, there's no king, because her father had no men and she took rulership. And even after she got married, the man cannot be a king.
That's not how it happens.
Can you unmute?
Can I say something right quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I've been rocking for a minute. I'm gonna let y'all have it and shit, but the discrepancy in the argument is that y'all speaking from the absolute perspective, which I understand. Like, y'all talking about how, you know, in the grand scheme of things, we're all one frequency, one energy, one consciousness, the male and the female. But what Shock is saying, he's talking about from a creation point of view. Like, it's almost like what I was saying in that debate that I had with y'all when I was talking about how the male actually represents the consciousness and the female represents the energy or the matter. So he's not, I don't think that he's separating the male and the female or saying that the like male is higher and she's lower. He's more so saying that the male represents the higher frequency of thought and the female represent the lower frequency. Not to say lower frequency means negative, but saying like, because he said that the female is lower, meaning like she's the material energy. That's how I perceive it.
That's exactly what I said multiple times, even prior. And she's still rulership over that sense. But when you go to a higher sense, that's when the male rules, and she feels that obligation to rule through him and control him because she wants to be that man and hire some people. This is life.
Y'all keep connecting masculine and feminine with genders, and that's not what masculine and feminine is.
That's a part.
No, it's not. Masculine and energy, feminine has nothing to do with genders. It has nothing to do with your genitalia. It has nothing to do with your sexuality.
That's right.
I mean, y'all
absolutely nothing to do with that.
Y'all connected to the woman too, though.
Why y'all got talking about feminine and masculine? Y'all got plasma all around in the sky and stuff. So what? Explain that. Explain that. Explain the plasma in the sky, then. If your energy outrules hers.
Explain it.
What do you mean by that?
You're saying plasma? What plasma?
He's talking to you, Shock, not to me, because I understand the balance.
The
You
void.
understand the balance?
There is a
void.
balance between
void of the
masculine
ether.
and feminine energy. It's the Shiva and the Shakti energy. The
Okay,
feminine,
I got a question. I got a question.
Yeah.
Now I got a question. You being feminine, want a family, right? And hey, at
He's
this
talking
time
to
in
you.
life, when you're
Who are you
about, when
talking
you
to? Because I'm masculine, actually.
okay,
But
but you're masculine, but you're feminine, and that's why you probably where you're at, because you're unbalanced and you don't want a man to rule over.
I'm
you
where
don't
I'm
wanna
at
submit.
because I am balanced. Because I understand I have a masculine dominant personality, but I am a feminine energy.
But
So
that's
that's
but
where
when you
you
with
got
a,
me
what I'm
fucked
saying,
up. So
when you're with a
don't tell me
man,
what
we
I'm
don't want
at.
to we don't want to be
I'm
with a
Gucci.
woman
But
that's
Where you at?
manly.
that's the thing.
We don't want to
there
be
ain't
with
no
a
right
woman
and
that's
wrong
manly.
in that.
We want
That's
a
all
woman that's
perspective.
feminine. Well, most men.
That's
I don't know
all
about some little
subjective.
boys and shit, but
I
I'm
can't hear
saying
what
men.
Selfmade is saying. What'd you say, Self?
I'm saying that's all subjective. Everything that
Yeah.
you just said is all
Okay,
subjective.
that's subject. But this okay, but look at the outcome. She wants a child. She wants a family. She wants all that. But why does
I
she
didn't
have
say
it?
I want or I need it. You said would I
But
want it? I said
you
of
said, I
course.
said, do you want children? You said yes. I said, do you want
Of
a
course.
family? You said
What
yes.
woman wouldn't want children? But I'm not saying that if I don't have them, that makes
But
me less of a woman.
all I'm saying, my point is, what's keeping you from doing that? And I'm saying because
Nothing
you're
is
super
keeping me from
masculine.
doing that.
You're
I go
agreeing
by
that
the
you're
laws of
masculine.
universe. So if the
Yeah, she
universe
knows
said
how-
I am not one to bear children, then I don't bear children. That's just what it is. Everybody don't have to bear children to be
It's
someone
not that you don't
gives
want.
to this
What
world.
man wants to give you a child? That's the question.
You're speaking just from your perspective. Not all men want to give a child. Not all men can give a child. Just like all women cannot bear a child.
But I'm
So
going
you
off
can't
what
base
you
it
want.
on
I'm
those
going off what you want. I'm going off
You
what you
cannot
want.
base it on those basic ass rules because maybe some
There's
women
many women
cannot
that's
bear
out here
children,
getting
and for you to
children.
question them about why they don't have them is disrespectful.
That's not disrespectful. That's a logical question. Because if a man wanted was what took you out today and asking these questions.
No. So if
That's
I
your point.
said to you after you asked me, well, why don't you have kids? I said because I can't bear children. What would you say?
Then I would say that.
What would be your answer?
I would say at birth, then your womb was cursed to not build children.
And that's the wrong fucking answer right there, my nigga. Like at that point, you should have never responded. Just live it up by yourself, bro. Because you're not doing any justice for any woman that you're talking to, bro. For real, for real.
That's the bro.
That is
What
the
is-
worst
Yo,
answer you
but
could ever
wait,
give
wait,
to a woman that don't
wait.
have kids.
Come
Just
on,
because he
bro.
said that,
Just
I don't think he should have used curse, but he's saying that the woman's womb would be
My
defective,
womb was
right?
cursed, Prince. Come on,
He's not,
Krishna.
no,
Come on,
he's
my
saying
womb
curse,
was
but what
cursed.
he really mean is that the woman's womb was
How about
defective at birth.
How
He
about
not-
if
Hey,
it's not
Krishna,
that because I wanted to pursue
Krishna, you got a lot of lights going on in your background. I see you over there.
No, but
Okay,
look,
okay.
this the thing.
Go
But
ahead,
let me tell you something. But this the thing.
Go ahead, Sebby.
But hold on, let me tell you something.
Chuck,
Because
let Sebby talk.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Seb. Go ahead, Seb.
Yo, stop coming with that shit. I understand. I ain't gonna lie. I'm on Shot side on this. I know y'all gonna hate me for that. Y'all just not getting what you saying, bro.
Look, I want to say this, and I appreciate you, Krishna.
Uh-oh.
Oh, what happened?
His service is a little down.
Wanting to have that different modality so you can try to, y'all hear me? Hello?
All right, there you go. Yeah, there you go.
I can hear you now. What you about to say?
You can hear me? Okay, I was going to say that I appreciate you trying to see the light in the darkness, and that's totally fine. You know what I mean? I think that's really cool. The thing is the nature of what he's speaking is actually as derogatory as you think. He literally is not saying that the top high is masculine with feminine in it in a balance and looking at it like that. He's saying specifically what the most ignorant aspect of it is. He's saying the masculine is better. It is stronger. It is the wisest. The men can go to a higher level that women cannot. So when he's
That's
saying
what I got from it.
yeah, these things that he's saying, they're going to come off derogatory. So I wanted to say this. I was muted before you even got on, sister. But like I said, we have checkmated him like 17 times, and he just simply won't accept it. So no matter what you say, at some point, the conversation is going to get a little disrespectful, and he's going to start saying things that to him, he's just stating it. You know what I mean? But he doesn't even mean to say what he's trying to say. He doesn't even mean to be disrespectful, but he's just being it because he can't even fathom the answers
I
that
don't
we've
think he's
already
being
given. So
disrespectful though. That's just, from my opinion. I don't think he's being disrespectful because disrespect is subjective, and it's more of an emotional standpoint to take it as this. I think he's just stating his point,
I
and
think
he's
it was
doing it.
pretty subjective
You know
when
what I
he
mean?
said that I was angry because I didn't have kids and I didn't have a man, which is not any of the truth.
yes,
Can I say something?
I don't feel like he's trying to deliberately
Let me say
disrespect
something.
anybody. You know what I'm
I
saying?
gotta do with the point.
Let me say something. Cause I said it. So look, from the beginning, I didn't say that. That's why I said, "Do you want children?" You said yes. I said, "Do you want a man or family?" You said yes. So when I came back to that, and you said, "What if it doesn't? What if men don't have children, or what are that?" But when it came to you, you said, "What if I can't have children?" I gave a blunt, specific statement. Answer your question. Now,
I gave you an example of why you shouldn't ask people if
why
they
should I?
tell
What
you
do I
that
owe
they.
you? What do I owe you to not?
You don't owe me anything. Then don't ask me no personal questions.
So why are we communicating? Why are you on this platform?
I'm on this platform because I deserve to be on this platform. And I have
Okay,
a
so
voice.
if you deserve to be on this platform, you deserve to get asked any question or receive
Well, then
any
I
statement.
answered all
This is
your
Free Your
questions.
Mind podcast.
I never once. Okay, I'm not gonna argue back and forth with a grown ass man because I'm a grown ass woman. Number one, I never once disrespected you and said, "Hey, don't ask me that kind of stuff." I answered all your questions.
I didn't
But
disrespect
the thing
either.
about me is you cannot take what I give you as answers and try to flip that against me and not think that I'm not gonna defend my word.
I do. Listen,
exactly
I do what women. Listen,
and
that's
you automatically assume that because I was 40 years old and I don't have children, that I can't have a man and I can't have kids and all that. I'm cursed. So that's where you fucked up.
Hold on.
That's where the disrespect.
Now, this is an example of a woman going off emotions. Number one, I did not.
I'm going off
this was a question asked. You brought the question up. What if I couldn't receive children? I answered your question. Secondly,
I said, what if a woman cannot have children?
What you're doing is you're receiving what you usually are used to doing to other men that's in a woman's spirit, but now you're seeing a real masculine that stays logical and it's hard to move into emotion. You're not going to be able to move me
bro. You really don't know
to fall in your realm.
That's what gets me is like
you don't even know my realm. You haven't touched my realm. You're still in 3D.
I'm talking about the realm of conversation of what was spoken, of the now essence of what was spoken in that conversation that you got upset and I answered. It's like, is there a proper way to ask a question? Why do I have to keep myself in a box to make you feel happy?
And I think that it's funny that you only got this rowdy and you want to attack the only female that hopped on this joint, but you wasn't coming that hard at these niggas though. But that's cool because you know what? When they got you ruffled and they ruffled your feathers, you hopped off real quick, right? Did you not click off and disconnect?
Did I not?
And then you got the feeling about yourself and your feeling energy, and then you hop back on. I've been watching the whole time.
We got your back.
Everybody on this podcast just gave me props for standing on my ground and addressing every issue with everybody.
We're not being productive right now.
So what? So what is the
readjust?
Get back to the show.
You see what happens when a female gets involved with her emotions, y'all.
Here we go.
This example.
No.
This started all this shit.
Yeah, no, we not doing that. We not doing that.
All right, let me
That's
ask a
your black
question
goddess.
real quick.
It's good. Hey, that's your goddess. It's your queen. It's
good.
Real
quick.
I am a goddess. I am a queen.
You're not a queen. You don't have a man. That's why. Your dad knows you're not a queen.
Regardless if I had a man or not, I'm still a goddess.
Hey,
and I'm still a queen.
Bro, you get your goddess when you come back to the sun.
You are so beneath yourself that you can't even see the king and you respect goddesses.
Hey, when you come back to the sun, you get you a god. You can't be a goddess.
I've been in the sun.
It's the same thing.
You don't know about me, bruh.
I know that.
I am a light being. I am a light worker. You know nothing about me.
Hey, when the queen's off the board, the game still goes on. There's plenty of more fishes for men. When the king loses the game's over. We could lose a queen.
I'm not a king.
It's fast to get another queen.
Look, all right.
Yeah. Find one.
You're not the one because you're still right there.
I just want to ask a question real quick. I'm gonna let y'all rock. And Shock, I just want to be more direct to what you said to her question about what if she can't produce babies and shit. And you said that her womb was cursed. I just want to know who would be the curser of the womb?
Can you hear me? Is I muted? Okay. From my perspective, on my personal experience with women, even a woman that I was with, when you got your womb, it's energy, right? It's all energy based. But now you got to understand the people that come before you, the sins and the curses that are people before us that falls on our children. It might not be necessarily with you, but since you're so godness, you do have the ability to orchestrate and resettle that energy. It might have to take some work, and I got a book. If you really can't have children, I got a book that you can work on your energy to reform that. But all I'm saying is you got to understand that before you came, there was others before you that semen that I was telling you about, that we hold DNA and other things before us, and that's still part of you because you grew from that. So you could have held all those sins and other things past fire you could carry within you, and it can even be your own personal past life. You know what I'm saying? That could hold that, or it could be something in this physical place that could be molested when you was younger or something like that, and all that. So it's multiple things. It could be spiritual or it could be physical, because some people's wombs, you could have a baby and not have it no more, or you could bear the seed, but then people have miscarriages and people do things. That means that DNA, or you might not be with the right man DNA wise, because a lot of or you might have RH blood. Like there's different blood type. There's always perceptions of things.
Yeah, that's what I meant to do, because I couldn't let you just hang yourself like that. So I'm glad that you gave multiple different options to watch. That's all.
Yeah, but the end of the thing is, if you still can't have children, you still can't have children. You have to base that with your reality. So definitely. The main thing is, even this goes for a man. If a nigga was sitting here and said, I can't have children, I was like, nigga, I'll tell the woman, keep it pushing. And I think I told that to the other woman on the last podcast. She said that. And I said, you have to leave that nigga. And if you want children, you're going to sit there and waste your time over this love, or you're going to go to with another man. That's on him. Just same verse if it was a girl. If I couldn't have children, I'll tell a woman, hey, I can't have kids. Now, if you want to sit here and stay with me, that's on you. But in my mind, I know you want kids, so eventually you're going to go off. And, you know what I'm saying?
Low key, I got a dip. I can't really, this is so much toxicity. Dude is tripping. You know what I mean? But listen, I just want to say that with all due respect to him, you know what I mean? You're still a soul. You know what I mean? Love is the key. You got to find your own truth and all that. That's cool. But, you know, just in the state of, like the sister was like, said she had a man off the rip. You didn't hear that. You thought until this last precipice in the argument that she didn't even have one, because you have a preconceived disposition with what a woman is. You know what I mean? And even still, you haven't answered the other 17 checkmates that Ben got, and you still are speaking with such. There's an old not Anpu, but Jehuti. There's an old proverb from Jehuti that states that he who does not know but thinks he knows is dangerous. Avoid him. So I'm just gonna leave y'all with that. You know what I mean? Much love. God damn.
I appreciate you sliding through, my brother.
Sliding through this,
and I respect that. I respect that to you, bro.
Nice talking to you. Peace to the queen, by the way.
So with that being said, once again, I came back and I asked everybody else on the podcast, direct question, what you want me to ask, what you want me to ask. I came back, same shit, right? Also, it's a regular conversation. That's cool with him. Like I told him, he's more feminine based. You know what I'm saying? It's cool. Ain't nothing wrong with that, because a man shares that 22 chromosomes with you. If he wants to be down there with you and let you roll over him, that's cool. Or be equal. That's what you want. A man has the ability to do that. But if you want to be in your Y chromosome, the woman going to have to stay through you through logic to stay there. And like I say, the woman, to order to get to the kingdom, you have to go back to the son, which most women turn their son away from the father. In today's time, statistically, you can see it in the households statistically. So, and they like the rulership over the son, because they usually couldn't keep the dad or the father. But that's in not all cases, but some cases. So with that being said, the woman has to go back to the son to get to the father, to make him a father. You create your own image, come together, no longer separate but one. But a woman has to lose that thought of having equal and rulership over the men. And it's not even in that way, because women like, oh, I'm not below you. It's not like that. It's just the way that I'm driving the car. You know, with my girl in the passenger, we both in the front seat, we one in the front, but nigga, I'm leading, I'm driving. You know what I'm saying? Ain't nothing wrong with that. She know where I'm going. She know we're going out to eat or to the movies. What's the wrong with that? It's already communicated. I'm just taking the communication and leading that communication, and you're behind me. I don't see nothing wrong with that. So what I'm saying is, in order to do that, you have to become one. And you don't even have to do that to have a child. with someone, or because we see that you can just sleep, we can just sleep and throw it anywhere, and single mamas, single dads. So it just comes down to the individuals. But at the end of the day, the energy and the cycle of order here in physical realm of world, this matter, not spiritual, like how we're all connected, one, into, all that, in an order of creation, of to existence, of male, female. That's the whole premise of the basis of the topic was based on. And I haven't moved the principle of that basis. I'm still saying the same thing from 3-4 hours ago. Still saying the same thing from different perspectives, all these questions coming, and my answers are still leading and formulating, articulating, and while agreeing with a lot of the things that these people and some of the people were saying, while agreeing with that, but adding the other shit that, but other perspective of balance. And when you look at it and you apply that to nature, you apply that to principle, rather if you take it from the Bible, rather you take it off of nature, rather you take it off the Egyptians, because a lot of people don't understand the commerce of the Bible. I didn't even bring that out. Y'all gonna have to stay in for the podcast for that, because a lot of people's awareness is still sleep. Logically, in business and banking and principle. And no, I could literally say that, because only about 1 to 3% of people know the information I'm talking about. And I could give you a letter from the 1933 of the private 1914 of a private broker and William Withdraw. And like I said, woman's so great, but why is your mama the first one who told on you? Look at your birth certificate. It calls her an informant because she informed the government with your information. She betrayed her son in the beginning because she ate off the tree of knowledge, not the tree of life.
That story,
because she was supposed to come to that father, because us men gives the tree of life and give that breath to women. So at the end of the day, the bias, this is logically sense based off history and nature and sin. And if woman came from man, you can only go back to where you came from, baby. So in order to get to the kingdom, you got to go back to man or the son. That's what I'm saying.
Wow.
That's his perspective. I hear him. I hear what he's saying.
Hey, yeah, man. I mean, just like
that's logical
week,
though. But when you look at your life,
just like last
look
week,
at your life.
It makes sense to me. I ain't gonna lie.
What makes sense to you?
I just want to unmute and say good night to everybody. I don't want y'all to think I'm just dipping out and dropping the mic, but I'm out. Logics don't necessarily rule the world, so logics mean nothing to me. But I'm gonna dip out. Y'all have a blessed night. I got to get to some other things. Been a blessing.
Definitely.
Y'all stay blessed.
Female perspective.
Tapping in, definitely.
Yeah,
we need that perspective for sure.
See y'all soon.
Thank you.
Yeah, this one for the book, man. This is a fire.
That is crazy. She just said logic means nothing. This is showing you that women rule from chaos and emotion. Logic means nothing to her. Nothing that makes sense is going to make sense to her, because she's not even logical. She has no common sense to move. She's trying to move off emotion. In essence, she could just use her intuition. Her intuition, that's cool. But where does her intuition get her? She's still going to need a man. That don't even make sense. How is it? What is a woman's pro-life? Intuition is the knowledge. Intuition is the gut feeling that you would get when that gut feeling I was talking about. Your intuition, just your right. And what did you say? And what did you say earlier? The gut is the first brain, right? I said it could be the first brain. Okay. So that's what I'm saying. At the end of the day, intuition is a knowing. Yeah. So you don't have to have a logical understanding of something if you can feel it and have an understanding of it. But you have to maintain it. What I'm saying, women can't maintain in the logical. They always easily get moved. What I'm saying is, even like the last podcast, go over the last podcast. What I said. Bro. Women could be logical, but they cannot stay there for a long time. I'm not talking about logic, bro. I'm talking about intuition. But that's still gonna impede into intuition and logic. For instance, if your intuition, listen. If you use your intuition, and emotion gets involved with that, she has no logic. It's gonna get swept away. Her intuition is now moved and powered by emotion, because her emotion moved her only chance of getting out of that realm. Can you understand emotions like females? Yes, because I come from like 22 chromosomes. I share those two, so I could go to a place, and that's why we're not gonna do that, then, bro. We're not gonna say that you could go to a place that a woman can't go. We're not doing that. Okay. Listen. You don't want to do that, right? No, how many can't do that. Literally. Listen. How many chromosomes do you have, men, biological?
What does that have to do with what we can do?
Because it's gonna have to do with it. How many chromosomes does man have?
You said 23. We're gonna go with that.
So how many does woman have? 22, right?
22. Okay.
So does man not have those same 22? Everything that a woman has biologically in the chromosomes, listen. I'm about to tell you. I already know what you're about to say. Hold on, listen. We share those same 22. Everything that gives them that emotion, that intuition, we got that plus more. We got that Y chromosome.
False, because look, where do you get your Eve gene from? That's a whole gene that you don't even carry naturally. So you talking about, and then check this out. Wait. And then you saying the Y chromosome is more than the X, and the X has more material, literally? That don't even make sense.
I didn't say that. I didn't say more material. Don't put words in my mouth, because every word.
No, I said that. I'm saying that the X has more material than the Y. So the Y is missing something that the X has.
I said, but listen to what you're saying. Does not the man and female share those 22 chromosomes, right? Which means the man and the female is on that same player field, right? And what I'm saying is, women cannot go high to that chromosome where man could go, but man could go to where women are. So how does that not make sense biologically?
Do you pass down mitochondria DNA?
No, we pass down the other one. So they pass down the mitochondrium that gives us the mother side, and then the father gives us the other gene. There's two genes.
What is it that you pass? Because I'm pretty sure
because they got the paternal
women
side.
pass way more DNA genetically than men do. That's a fact. I gotta look that up.
What was that? Say that one more time. So what's that?
Women pass more genetic material down than the men.
And can I tell you why?
But off the rip.
Listen, right?
Based off of what you're saying.
Listen to the whole bias. I'm responding to the whole bias of the conversation. Where did I say women came from? Below, right? This realm, right? They came from here, right? So they're going to leave more of their DNA in this realm. But when men go back, we go back a certain way, because women can only have to go back through men to get high. That's logic. Regardless of what you're saying, women and all that. What's the difference of men having the Y chromosome and women don't?
No way, man.
I'm asking. What's the difference? Because you're speaking on the mitochondrial drone, but what is that perspective got to do what you're trying to prove?
Mm-mm.
What does that got to do with what you're trying to prove? That it goes back to that, because even Lucy or whatever, the oldest one, still had a man, and she gave that mitochondrial drone to go back to that gene. You know what that gene is? Listen. You know what that gene is? That gene is the gene that all these other races are trying to get part of to be part of. So what?
Can I say something? Can I say something real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
I got a question for him about the Lucy thing.
Yeah, go ahead.
That's allegedly the first lady, right?
Yeah, but didn't they say though that the woman was able to produce children by herself at one point in time?
I'm not sure because I'm not sure on that. Because she had a husband. She had a male. Do you know her? She had a husband?
No.
Yeah, they just discovered that this year. So why don't you listen? I'm saying.
Listen.
Your bias that you're saying makes no sense because they had a male.
I'm not talking about Lucy per se. I just went past Lucy. I said, did you know that the woman could produce children by herself at one time?
It's a fact because it still.
Okay, hold on. Before y'all get into that,
I agree.
Listen to this.
Go ahead. Yeah, I agree.
Listen to this.
I disagree.
Listen to this.
No, I'm gonna tell you why I agree. I agree to a point. Go ahead.
I know, but I listen to you talk, but let me listen to me real quick. All right. Now, if the woman was able to produce herself, doesn't that make her the top?
Now let me say that. I wouldn't say the woman. I only say the female, because the hermaphrodite could fuck and burst in itself if that's the case. If that's the case, that's the only logical way that a female, not woman, I'm not gonna say the woman, but the hermaphrodite perspective, it though, bro. That's the only way.
Is that yes or no?
No for the woman, but yes for the female. Possibility.
It's the same thing. What are you talking about?
No, I think what he's saying is the hermaphrodite being was able to produce children, but that's not a woman.
That's not a woman. That's not you. That's not where you came from.
What he's saying is But so you shouldn't call it a female either, though, because a hermaphrodite being by definition is male and female. It's not just.
But okay, but that's what the first creation says: created man in their image, male and female. So they created both at once.
So it wasn't a female though. The hermaphrodite being
it's a hermaphrodite, yeah, but they just putting those two energies together to make it
is a male and a female. But he's saying a woman by herself though couldn't reproduce by herself.
You know what he's saying?
Human woman.
Listening to the man, I know what he's saying. That's why I don't agree with it.
Yeah. But we're gonna have to agree to disagree with that.
No, we're not gonna agree with that or disagree. I'm just telling you that.
Well, I'm saying I'm agreeing to disagree with that. I'm saying I'm agreeing to disagree with that.
Okay, all right, cool. But what I'm saying to you is that, and you went around the corner when I said that the woman used to be able. If we go by what you're using,
I didn't go around the corner. I said no to the woman and yes to the female.
Your logic thinking. In the prophecies, in the scriptures, in the text, it talked about the woman was producing children by herself before the man even was a liable source.
And what text is that?
If you go back in prophecy, you go back in the ancient teachings, it talks about the woman.
What ancient teachings don't like this?
What's ancient? Because there's multiple ancient civilizations, and I'm saying that hermaphrodite was his own species. So they might not be able to do that.
I want to hear what he got to say, because you said in ancient scriptures, this has been just known.
In the prophecies, in the ancient texts.
In what ancient text?
Bro, if I had the text in front of you, if I had all the information in front of you,
just the name of it. Just the name of the text.
He couldn't even name women, successful women.
What religion, what culture taught this? I'm just curious. Like, what is the specific culture or text that you're talking about?
I'm surprised I never heard of this stuff. Like,
we heard of it, but it's a thing.
Why you making this irrelevant?
No, that's super relevant because you gotta
you gotta on that, especially with the people watching, because they may want to do some research on that for sure.
Yeah, we can't just believe that. Just
in front of me right now, bro.
No, I'm not. We're not asking you to pull up the paper. We're asking you to just tell us the simple name of the text, what religion it came from, what is the source of this information that you're saying that women were able to reproduce without men, or that they existed without men.
Listen, you go back in African tribes, ancient African tribes, way at the beginning. When you go past before Nubia and all that, when they talked about the ancient women that ruled over the earth, they basically had their own, they basically birthed their own children. They didn't have men. There was whole civilizations of women that basically like what they talked about with Wonder Woman. You feel me? The Andromeda women, the spiritual women that stood like 9 feet tall, some taller than that. Giants. When you go back to the giant era, okay, and then you go back to.
But that goes back. But that goes back to the story at Enochi and them. You're saying the giants, that goes back to different bloodlines, because that's when the fallen angels laid down with the daughters of men, and they created their own species. So that's what I'm saying. It comes down to what ancient civilization, what bloodline, where they come from. Because
I don't have the information sitting right here before you. I asked you a question. I just said, do you really? This is something.
And I answered it
hypothetically. If we going on some hypothetical stuff, I'm logically. Have you heard of this term?
Me as a man is not going to be able to think that women don't need me in a way to produce.
Have you heard of this term?
They should still be able to do it now. And women wouldn't be dying alone with a dog or a cat.
None of that stuff.
I didn't say I
had proof, because on most everything you're saying right now, you know what I'm saying?
Is there anything, any female thing on this planet that can reproduce without the need of a man or a male?
Oh, yes. You know what it is? You know what it is? Hermaphrodites, animals that turn from men to woman or woman to man, ones that turn to hermaphrodites. So that's why I said earlier.
So let me ask you this. So let me ask you this: is a queen bee
that's in the African culture, though?
Wait.
What was that?
Is a queen bee a hermaphrodite?
A queen bee.
Yes.
I'm not sure. I can't speak on that because I didn't really do a lot of. I can't speak.
You got
or
I know where he's going with that.
Or a queen ant. Like they have reptiles, and you talk about us having a reptilian brain, right? So they have reptiles where they don't reproduce with the need of a man.
And look at dragons.
Okay. And then check this out. And then wait. And then check this out. There's also animals and insects that after they reproduce or after they utilize the man, they kill the man.
They kill the man. All spiders. The black widow spider does it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You know why? Because you know why? Woman existence is to devour a man's manhood. Because while we're here in her rulership, in her domain, most women want to rule. So in that aspect of it, Black Widow,
I gotta come on here with some information.
She still needed a man to hit that thing and then kill the nigga.
I gotta hit you with information.
Hold on, but look, I'm gonna go back to your question to you asked because you say hermaphrodite. Even those creatures that are able to do that, like the queen and certain ants, right? Even the queen ant they're producing, but they're still their job to produce is to continue the blood, like whether it's male, female, they're workers. It goes back to the statement that I said that a queen can never give its highest title to a man. So maybe, I'm not going to say because I never did research in bees and all that shit, but in their existence, they maybe never had that blood like a male royalty to where when they did become a man, the woman can never give that man his title. So it stayed in the queenship and that's animal anarchy. So, and its purpose was just to continue to do. They purpose to pollinate the world and shit like that. Do they work with bees? I don't know. I personally haven't did a lot of research on bees.
What's the whole point? What's the whole point of your argument?
The whole point of the argument of those little perspectives that Selfmade and I was just adding on to was certain animals, which means certain species. Rather, we have reptilian membranes and all that. Doesn't mean that that's you. Doesn't mean that's where you came from in reality, that your creation and your order is of that nature. So where did we
come from then?
Isn't nature a reflection of us?
But who has domain over those animals and living things? The instructions
you don't have domain over animals.
Bro, we go over there, bro. Listen to what you're saying. We don't have humans, not that we don't have domain. We can exercise power over animals. Bro, people are going extinct. We're destroying habitats. We have dominance over the all existence.
Who gives a heck?
What are you talking about?
Listen,
we as people
it's too much dead weight here already anyway.
We have absolutely domain over animals, meaning that we have power of choice as humanity to destroy or to procreate.
Go out there to the woods. Go out to the woods and say that. Go out the woods and say that.
Listen. All right, listen.
Say that. Go out
logically, right?
And say that and see what happens.
Logically, right?
You ain't gonna go out there without no.
Listen. Well, I go to the woods. I killed a couple deers with a thing. You know, I saw a couple bears. In regardless situation, I survived the woods. Hey, but look,
I'm gonna tell you like this: if you was in the woods,
you probably scared of snakes. You probably scared of ants. You probably scared of snails. You probably scared of animals. But look,
I don't think it would end right because you think.
What I'm saying is this, bro. Back to the principle.
Anywhere that you are,
principle.
Anytime you go anywhere that you are not familiar with,
to principle.
The animals are in control of that, bro.
All right, Self. Can you? Hey, Self. Can I respond to what he's trying to say? Okay, back to it. Us as humanity, as we witness, not us, but the people at the top, whether corporations, whatever, are destroying habitats, extincting animals, capturing them in the zoos, training them, getting the chickens.
What do they gotta do with us ruling over animals?
Listen, where is you not seeing the dominance and control over certain species?
Ain't no dominance, bro. That's cruelty.
But my point of the matter is,
and you're taking the animal out of its natural habitat.
But that's my whole point.
That goes against nature, bro.
That's my whole bias. That the people and the corporation, right? That people like ourselves in society can't live without,
look what's happening to the earth right now.
But listen, though, this goes back to what I was saying earlier. If you was there long enough, this came back to the topic earlier because everything I say is true. So when you state a principle, you will realize a lot of this shit comes back around to the truth, right? So check this out. That's just a lesson for you because a lot of people don't understand the shock, but it's no movement because principle don't move.
Trust me.
But look,
all you gotta do is
what I'm saying is this.
I'll show you a little ass.
Hey, look, this is what I'm saying. Job,
That's no
Self,
lesson to
Woon.
me, bro.
If these corporations go out to the womb, we have I'm saying we have options. The instructions was we have options to be dominant over animals. We could go out, we could hunt them, we could kill them. We could sometimes, sometimes
I'm about to answer this question right now for him. Do you connect with your plasma, bro?
Bro,
do you
I am
connect with
tuned
your
in with nature, bro. Hey, I'm tuned in. I'm not even gonna speak on it.
Answer the question, please.
I'm
Please
tuned
can
in,
you answer
bro.
the
I could talk to dogs. I could talk to certain animals. People that know me will
I
tell
don't
you.
care what you can talk to, bro. I'm asking you a question. Do you connect with your plasma?
But plasma, ether, I'm above. I'm up. Even my here is ether.
You're not above.
I'm up here.
Plasma,
I'm everywhere. Bro. I'm connected. But this is what I'm saying. Let me give you an example. The closer you get to nature, the more you align with nature and understand the principles of value of nature.
I'm gonna tell y'all right now, this brother can't even adapt to his own plasma. How can he even understand what he's telling y'all right now? We surrounded by plasma. This realm is turning into a plasma etheric realm. It's leaving the electromagnetic field. So what are you talking about, bro? What are you
back to the question? It was saying that he was saying that we don't have dominance over animals.
Bro?
Oh,
if you're not connecting with your plasma,
hey, can y'all put him on mute? I mean, what are we talking about? Like, come on, dude. He just y'all want a conversation, or you just want this dude to keep screaming? Like, what's going on? Like, what's going on? I'm trying to respond to your first question. Like, you just going on about plasma. You're falling away.
And then what's wrong?
You're acting like that female emotionally, keep moving and all that shit. That's what I'm saying. Just stay logic and stand still.
Oh, man,
you're starting to move like chaos. You got to stay principled, stay firm on the toes. Hey, but look, back to the question was, you said
to say insult, bro. That speaks how high your IQ is,
bro. It means off power discernment that what I'm witnessing is ego. What I'm witnessing is not you, and you're being moved by emotion.
Because anytime you arguing with a female, you ignorant as hell. And
you're arguing with
me as being ignorant and being a female. Come on, bro.
I'm actually sitting here talking calm. Listen, I'm sitting here actually talking calm, trying to bring you back to principle. You know what I'm saying?
I know. Because if you understand your plasma, you can't even tell me that.
Back to what I'm saying,
bro.
Back to what I'm saying.
It's nowhere. Do you believe in Christianity, bro? Is that what you believe in? Where's your base of your information?
So, are you gonna let him keep, or are you gonna mute him? Like, you would mute me quick. Soda.
It's only y'all two. It's only y'all two talking.
For 45 minutes. I listen to everybody for 45 minutes. So I get to talking. You want me to shut up? Come on, bro.
I'm trying to respond.
I'm
trying to respond.
All right, look.
That's cool. I was just trying to respond to your question. That's
Go ahead, Shock.
All I'm saying is, did not he say when it came down where he went down the road? But back to what we were saying was that he said that we don't have dominance over animals, which I said we do have dominance in a way. Basically, we have choice. Choice being, as you see in our reality, animals going extinct, over hunting, over fishing, over oil, all the pollution, all the shit that's damaging animals. Where is that coming from? It's coming from us, unbalanced, because not saying individually, but on a higher corporation and a higher level that's above, is damaging everything to make us better. Nature being one of it, all right? Because we're part of it. They're trying to make us fall away from nature so we could destroy what we are, meaning as a whole, where we, falling away from the nature so we could actually be destructive and not multiply and be in essence of in tune with nature. You know what I'm saying? So with that being said is, if that's the case, why does people go buy hunting tags, go kill, take all the fish to where it's extinct, to where we as men have power to take that whole existence of animal out of there over time? Why is that? And why has man not went to extinct after all the times of these people trying to destroy mankind? We're still here, but other animals are not at this time. Maybe in higher dimensions when we go back there, when we're in what we try to fell down in dimension, because they're not extinct. We just fell lower and we came subjective to them. So as we're going, you see a lot of extinct animals are starting to reappear because, like you were saying, in this dimension, we're going further and higher, which means a lot of people in the consciousness are moving forward to where we're going to be reuniting with that nature and multiplying, and not in a way that we are now. So all I'm saying is, you are right in a way of not having dominance over animals, but the instructions was given that we have dominance over every living thing, including ourselves. But yeah.
Listen. How can you be spiritual and say you got dominance over something, bro? Where you come from? What race are you, bro? Okay. I gotta ask you that. What race are you to believe?
When it comes down to say where you got okay, what race do I come from? I'm a son of God, and I come from indigenous. Listen, I come from indigenous people right there in Prince William County, Virginia. One of the first black people or colored. I come from that bloodline. Actually, you could thank my bloodline for freeing you and your family, because my blood was one of the reasons of the emancipation of 500 slaves. So you could thank my blood for that. And I ain't trying to throw that on a thing. I'm just saying that's facts. And I got the documentation to prove that. So all I'm saying is I got dominance because I know who I am and the capability and the power of the essence.
I would have been slaying a lot of motherfuckers. Trust me. When I was going through my life cycles, I best believe they killed me off because I was killing motherfuckers. I'm gonna tell you just like it is.
But what if you was that's cool because that's cool because there's people that's doing that today. But the thing is, we still as a people fell into the trap.
Nothing. Trust me, I don't take shit from your people now.
That's cool. But who's my people?
And I'll slay their ass right now.
Who's my people? I'm asking, who's my people?
You're talking to the right one, brother.
That's cool.
Who's my shit out?
You're emotional right now. You sound like acting like a girl right now.
Yeah. We gotta bring this back full circle, man.
And it's 11:30 too. So we finna closing out.
What's that? A shotgun?
Pulled out the blicky.
Man, I'll go pull a stick with a flashlight, Call of Duty. Stop that. That's a little shotgun. That's why you big. You can't leave out.
You can't do that. Hey,
you got home protection. Stay at home.
Block the channel and shit. We ain't look.
Hey, all I'm saying is this. It took you and your energy moved you because you felt threatened by words to go show me a gun on video. You just acted like a female because you couldn't stay in logical content to move you. So you just got up through emotion. So I thank you. You have the power, the spirit of a woman that acted through you. And I just witnessed it through your vessel.
All right, so look.
Hey, let's bring this back full circle.
Yeah.
And I appreciate Christian, did you? Because I know that you didn't really get too much time to speak. I don't know if you was just here to kick it with us for a little bit or.
Yeah. I just wanted to observe a little bit.
Yeah, definitely.
This shit was deep, man. It was real deep. I see everybody's perspective. I honestly rock with what Shock is saying though. Like y'all know how I be coming with the energy, so I get his perspective. You know what I mean? Men, I do feel like men are supposed to be the leaders. I believe in patriarchy. I believe patriarchy is natural, man. That's the way that the world is. It just is what it is. Like, I ain't gonna go too deep into it because y'all been talking about it this whole time. But yeah, I'm rocking with them.
Yeah, definitely. And I actually gave you a shout out. I was hoping that you was gonna be live with us when I gave you a shout out. I think on the last show, I wanted to personally apologize to you because I know that I think it was like the show when we did, like it was like a New Year's Eve show and you was trying to get your shit off and I kept talking. So I wanted to personally let you know that, like, you know what I mean? I should have exercised better restraint. Definitely.
Yo, I appreciate that. And it's all good. I already know how it be when the knowledge is pouring through you. You were just trying to get that point off real quick. So, no offense taken. I respect it.
Definitely.
Shout out to the chat, man. They've been in here thick with it, going crazy.
Hey, the chat been going crazy.
Y'all funny as hell, yo.
Your energy right now. Like, I just really wanted to come in because Shock, like, I just respect how it was. Y'all was coming at him mad different ways, different angles. This nigga stood on his square this whole time. Like, he is not budging from his position, and I respect that because, like you said, it ain't easy to come on here and just kick your shit. And this man has not budged from his position.
Right.
I respect it.
No,
yeah,
definitely.
His position is kind of like a double-edged sword. Again, there was a lot of things that he said that I agree with. I ain't gonna hold nobody. Like, you know what I mean? Me personally, because I'm always talking about balance. So my only discrepancy is in the uppers when he's talking about there's no trace of feminine energy. I can't see it that far. It may be something that's going over my head, but that's like the main discrepancy.
And it's I don't necessarily agree with that. It was just like, remember when I was telling you about how Vishnu, we was talking about Vishnu and Krishna, how Vishnu was pure masculine energy and how he controls, or he's the director of the feminine energy. But we couldn't really see eye to eye with that because there's two aspects to it. In the absolute of everything, the masculine and feminine energy is one. Like if you erase the whole universe and absorb everything back into the single point, then obviously it's a masculine and feminine energy, or you can even say it's genderless. It's nothing. You know what I'm saying? But what I think what Shock is saying, when in the order of creation, like when creation comes into existence, there is a hierarchy to these things. And in that hierarchy, it just happens to be that the male energy is the leader of the feminine energy. You know what I'm saying? It's the director, not the
you open to that.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? And so that's why I see his perspective. He just really just, reiterating that.
Yeah, no, and I understand that. Like that part right there is understood.
Yeah.
But it could be a situation to where sometimes you still don't look at it as one has to be higher than the other, but even though it's order, one doesn't still have to be higher or lower. You understand what I'm trying to say? So
I get what you're saying. Yeah.
So I get what he's saying when he's talking about the order of how we look at things and how they are. But somebody could say that, the woman, even though she's not, the more dominant one, but she still has those same qualities, but just in a different way. Like, you know what I mean? So I think that what people was trying to say was the absolute, and there's only one way that this works. And I think that a lot of people, not saying that that's what Shock says, but I think that a lot of people think that that's what he's saying, right? So when it comes down to that part, I think that it doesn't help his case when he says that there's no balance outside of what this is. You understand what I'm trying to say?
Right,
So that doesn't make his case look good.
I get what you're saying. He not really talking about the grand scheme of things as far as like the absolute reality in the supreme oneness of the masculine and feminine energy. But I don't think that's the point that he's trying to make.
And that's the thing.
But he actually spoke on that too, though.
Yeah,
he did say that actually, because he said all is one in the universal consciousness. Go ahead.
But I see where you're coming from, because I have a partner that I talked to, and he said the same thing, like the way, because it takes a minute for us our viewpoints to meet at one, because a lot of times I come in, when people come at these perspectives, I'm already there. I was already there. So it's hard so the thing is to bring people up to another awareness, or I come down to their awareness to share that awareness, just like anybody else, rather any communication. So the thing that I was saying, when you go to the one allness, when I say that, the only reason why I say masculine, because all that energy stuff in this realm, it's attached to this matter. So when I say that oneness, when it already had that thought to come down, that thought was feminine to come down. What I'm saying, when you up here and we come down, we're dropping, and at the bottom, female come out. So that's what I'm saying, and that's the point, because what I'm saying is when you having the conception of saying that it's totally masculine, and what I'm saying is, since we're holding that masculine thought in our reality here, that's how we're attaching it to. But if it's a voidness, when that voidness came to light and it start popping out like this, what came first? What came creation? What plays part? Now,
let me ask you something. Would you say that the soul or the consciousness is masculine energy, and that the physical body is feminine energy?
Well, like I say, you said spirit, masculine. Well, I say the higher is more this like logic and spiritual, but the feminine is more of the body, like the foundation, like the matter, like they're more in the matter realm, and the like the higher is more in it's still above, like up high.
So you saying the masculine is like the thought frequency, the consciousness, the awareness, and that the feminine is like the matter and the emotion,
and that's why women and men think differently, because they're in the place of here and we're in the place of built up here. Now, I'm not saying that men can't go down there and women can't go high, but I'm saying women needs transportation through men to get there.
I get what he's saying. You saying like almost like, in order for a woman to reach her highest spiritual awareness, she would have to have a male as her guru.
Exactly, like a guidance. You know what I'm saying? Like you guide your wife.
I agree with him on that. And that's because they're good at what they're good at, which is everything dealing with the physical energy and the emotional energy and the things that women have dominion over. He's saying that the male has dominion over the thought frequency and reaching that that higher self.
And what I'm saying, and then also what I'm saying with that, what you saying that if the woman she's attached to matter, so she sees man as matter, just body vessel. So she thinks she's trying to attach that and control that, and then by doing that, the man falls in an emotional state, like the mind. That's when you know what I'm saying, shit start moving different.
I completely agree. Wait, I just want to say this last thing because I agree with what he's saying. Like, it's just different perspectives, but it's
higher
like
and lower.
Something that the woman keeps always brings up in this type of debate is that she gave birth to us. But what women not acknowledging is that she only gave birth to your physical body, but your spirit is eternal and existing.
The semen retention.
Exactly.
And that's what I'm saying. And that's what the other dude that left talking about. I think he had glasses. I forgot his name. No disrespect, but the one that was with the glasses.
Yeah.
He said basically the semen builds the brain, or holds the pineal gland, the secrete that. He verified his points without him even knowing. And I agree. That's what I'm saying. I agree with a lot of stuff that people be saying, but then they'll take my agreement, and when I throw in my perspective, what I agreed on, and bring their right to a higher perspective, they disagree because I brought it from low above. Instead of, you see what I'm saying? They can't relate to that because they're not there, or they have to move there because they're operating in emotions.
I heard that part where he said that the sperm actually evolves to become the brain of the spinal column, but then he tried to say that it's not spirit. But I knew the point you was about to make. The brain and the spinal column actually carries the spirit in the consciousness.
Bruh, it travels up to 33 pineal gland and get to the land of milk and honey of Christ living 33. It gets deep. Like, that's what I'm saying.
And this is why
he also said the egg produced the matter. The egg, he said the woman's egg produces what we were just saying, the lower shit.
This is what I teach people too, that the sperm is the spirit, is the consciousness, because sperm in itself is a consciousness, and the egg cell is the body. So when a sperm cell gets an egg cell, that's a spirit getting a body. So the female actually provides you your physical body, but the male actually gives you your consciousness. So we all came from our father.
Now, exactly.
Because the spirit, we're not.
You study Moorish background? You got a Moorish background? You got a Moorish background, bro?
What do you say?
The bro, what's his name? Prince. You got a Moorish background?
I studied everything, but I don't really identify with.
But you identifying with the Moorish background when you say
but that's science.
This is a universal science. Like this, this ain't.
All, can I say something about that?
Yeah,
sure.
About what y'all said. Okay. Now I'm just saying. This ain't my belief or nothing. I ain't trying to argue with y'all. I'm just gonna say this and leave it alone.
Okay.
Now, do y'all believe that y'all believe that the body has something to do with the soul and the spirit? Is that what y'all trying to tell me?
No, the body has to do with the woman.
They're not separate?
No, the body is the woman, and the spirit is conjoining with the woman to create the vessel so the spirit can hold. Rather if the child comes out male or female.
Oh, y'all talking about the fetus. Y'all talking about how the fetus.
Yeah, the fetus, the eggs.
To make it simple.
Plasma, but that's all being created through plasma, right?
What is your definition of plasma?
Plasma is dark matter. Dark matter.
The void.
But we're not in dark matter though. We're
not in this existence. You got physical plasma, which is the shit that fills out cells and shit like that. Because I don't know if you think about
y'all breaking it down. Y'all going too deep with it though. I'm just trying to put the two together. That's all I'm doing. Y'all going too.
All right. Go ahead.
That's what I'm asking you. You study Moorish? That's what they do.
But that's not
down to the last compound, bro. I'm trying to just ask you. I'm just trying to ask you. I'm talking to you, bro. I ain't talking to him no more because he doesn't say what he had to say. I'm talking to you. You said that you put the two together, so I'm just asking you, do you believe that they all go together? They are one. So you saying piggybacking off of what he said, that they have some kind of connection together. One represents one and the other.
Yes.
Okay. All right. That's all I want to know, man.
All right,
that's what we was asking earlier. Like, is it all one? Once he says it's all one, then that's all.
But this the thing, though. But this the thing about coming one. When you become two and come back to one, the woman is coming back home to the male to create that. She's coming back to create that. And the male has to give that life force. Hold on, the male has to give that life force to the woman, but she has to accept it because she could deny a nigga semen. You know what I'm saying? She could deny a nigga semen, but also a man could choose to put the semen in anybody.
But
all I'm saying is that ain't got nothing to do with everything coming from the same source. That's all.
It does because when you look at a woman, why ain't you the woman?
Bringing it back to the source is that it kind of blurs the lines for any type of description of anything.
That's
because
a fact. Thank you for
get
saying
what I
that. Go
mean?
ahead. Yeah,
So
exactly.
we all know we came from the source and the oneness, but when we're in the void, but we're not experiencing being the void right now. So we can't live our lives from the perspective of we're all the void, because there's nothing to describe anymore. At that point, we might as well all meditate and just chill in darkness.
Exactly.
That's where my perspective come in at. It comes in through the darkness and it's talking about separating from the physical body. But you're putting everything to connect the dots, and that makes sense because you're dealing with the aspect of
in the spiritual community. We like to kind of ignore the details of creation just so we like fuck all that shit. We are the source, but it's like that can't just be the end of the story, because that defeats the whole point of us doing what we're doing right now.
Hey, Prince, let me say something to that real quick.
Yeah.
And I was thinking about this the other day, and I probably said it like at least 20 times. You know what I mean? But sometimes people do not like the idea of being everything, because as soon as you think about becoming everything, then you become nothing. And people don't like that idea of not being like, nigga, I'm me.
Didn't they say, I am, though?
Yeah,
didn't they say I am? Didn't they say I am everything? I am.
Yeah.
So basically, you are nothing. You come from nothing. You're going back to nothing.
That's the
point.
point.
And the thing is, with what you were saying, Prince, as far as the separation, or even why get into that point, like what's the whole point? But I think that's the whole thing about it, is you have to go through all of these different experiences to get to that point. Once you get to that point, then it's like, well, shit, I can do whatever the fuck I want to do because I know what I am.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah. But
And
then, even when you use that point, when it comes to experience, like if they experience this life in this vessel, a woman still has to come back to a man to start a family. What I'm saying is,
all right,
you always got to come back.
See, we get what you said. We just look.
Yeah,
okay,
let's
let's do this real quick, Shaq. Let's do this real quick.
Into the consciousness, like bro,
right.
Like Prince was saying, there's no point of talking to that. Then what's the point of your life and your child and your wife now?
All right, that's cool. That's cool. But that's cool. But we get that.
Why
but
even hold principle to order in your household, to not go out and step out, to even worry about your girl's feeling, her worry about yours?
That's cool.
That means
respectfully, real quick. Let me ask this real quick. Earlier, you said that you were taking our ideas and our questions and bringing up to a higher level, right? That's what we're trying to do with you, respectfully, my nigga.
No, you're trying to bring me down respectfully. You're trying to bring
we're
down
not.
To your perspective.
That's your perception of what we're trying to do.
No,
I'm saying, can you fathom everything being one thing?
Multiple people, including self, already know the conversations, and I agree with that. Even in this podcast, I agree with that.
Well, that's good.
But you're not agreeing with the creation and the structural order of matter of what.
Already said. I fuck with you on that. I fuck with you on that. I already said that.
Yeah. But when it comes to the structural order, to where women still come from, you're still addressing that they don't come from that, because we're the oneness, we're the allness and the spiritual. But where are they at now? Why do they have vaginas? Why are they birthing babies?
Still, you're talking about human. I don't live there.
But you're okay. I'm asking. Do you have sex? Do you fornicate?
Yes, I have sex.
So you live there because you're using your human vessel.
No, but what I'm saying is, that's a lower perspective. I've already. But that's not what I'm talking about when I say I don't live there. I live there. I'm having an experience of that, but I know where it's at. I know where it's coming from.
If you're experiencing it, you're going there to experience that.
So how about I'm just observing it?
That's part of you being everything and knowing you can do and participate in anything that you want to do.
I got a question. Why is there a bunch of women dying alone with no kids or even single baby?
Wait, I had a question before that. What is your purpose for life? Like, what's your purpose in life?
To procreate life.
For what?
That's your okay. There's nothing necessarily wrong with that.
No, to tend to life and procreate life, rather with knowledge or rather not being destructive. And now what I'm saying is, when you look at the logical perspective of what we're experiencing on Earth,
between relationships of man and woman, or feminine, masculine, however you want to perceive it. When you look at it, why are the odds of households broken? Why is there a separation?
See, that's you're going to get the answer to those questions for sure.
Because you're not answering them, though. I'm answering
I can answer it. You want me to answer it?
Yeah.
Okay, I said this earlier, right? I'm gonna say it I'm gonna try to say it as clear as possible. Do you think that, and I have to ask questions in order just so I can make sure that we level, right? Do you think that this life force that you say that we are,
question.
Right?
You're asking a question and without responding, I asked a question and now you're coming back to me questions that respond to my question. That don't make that's what I say.
No. You just now asked me to give you the answer and to the why,
just
right?
responding to me with questions. That's what I'm saying. Now you just asking me a question instead of
okay. I just now gave my disclaimer on why I'm asking a question. The reason why I'm asking you these questions is so that we can level, so I can continue to walk you, right? Not to say that you ain't gonna understand what I'm saying.
You said
I just want to make walk with you.
Walk me. Yeah, I was gonna say.
Come on, man, don't do that. Let me speak.
Nah, because words is saying. I'm at the stage.
You gonna do that? Are you gonna?
You
ain't gonna do that.
Common ground right here.
Thank you. Okay, so don't think that. All right, so I'm just saying I'm going to ask you questions just to make sure that we're on the same page, so that we don't veer off. All right, cool. So again, do you think that we are eternal beings, this life force, or whatever you think that we are ultimately?
Once again, he's asking the question going back to the internal. You're defeating the purpose, bro. You're defeating what's the question of the matter.
What's the question?
We already, hold on. Prior to this, I have, and Prince, prior to us even getting here.
What was the question?
Listen,
God damn.
No, not before.
This nigga boy.
Nah, because you keep going to the spiritual sense, and not only I'm seeing that, but even Prince is seeing that because he's.
Everybody's going to see that because that's what we're talking about.
But no, but you guys, instead of coming and replying back to the material matter of where we're saying you guys keep trying to go high, right? So speaking from that perspective of as the allness. But you guys are still not coming back to the material, physical.
You didn't even let me get there. You didn't let me get there. Everything starts off with the mind first, and then it manifests physical. So let me go to the high, and then let me manifest physical. And we walk.
Let them get there.
Yeah.
This nigga don't like to walk. I just said it. Walk with me.
But you don't walk with me. You trying to reply?
I'm walking with you right now. I'm walking with you right now.
No,
I'm just saying
in essence. When I ask the question,
look. Earlier, I just now said that I agree with what you were saying. The only discrepancy I have with what you're saying is that you don't believe in the all containing everything.
Hold on. Now who said I didn't believe that? Now you have to go back to this podcast and the last podcast.
Man.
I agreed with that.
Wait. I'm always the mediator and things. I don't know. It's just kind of my role in the universe. But I see y'all both saying the same thing. So you describing Woon, because we know you the I am. So this is very simple. Basically, you're describing, the allness and the oneness, which we all understand. I think Shock understand that too.
I do. We've been saying it.
Okay, yeah, so now we're talking about. Hold on, wait. So now we're talking about, and I hate to cut you off. I apologize.
No, you good.
We fast forwarded past that to find out what the purpose is, right? We're trying to find out what the purpose is.
Okay.
Why do certain shit? Why does shit happen how it happens? That's the question. Am I bugging?
Why does shit happen? Why it happened? Like in the
because you're asking, well, how come in the physical, in A through Z, you got 1,000 questions? I said, I hope you get your answer. Then you said, okay, well, give me the answer. So I asked you, are you going to allow me to walk with you?
Oh yeah, okay. So
I know where I'm at. I ain't lose shit. I'm here. Right? So thank you.
Okay.
So wait, you're about to describe, you're about to answer his question, why do things happen the way that they do?
Yes, and yes.
All right, so let them answer the question right quick. Because you asked.
That's all it is, man.
God damn.
All right, let's just start high. Instead of going from
You have to start high. You have to start high. And the reason you have to start high is because everything is a thought before it manifests in the physical.
So when you say that, just for the last conversation that we had, I wish you would have said that to the dude that said that everything starts from below and all that. So I'll let that go. But With that being said, let me get back to your question.
I'm right here right now.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Y'all need to go through the podcast and listen to conversations of just how people be mediating.
Hey, Shot, you really gonna do that right now?
Yeah,
let's get to it. Let's get to it. Let's get to the topic at hand because we're doing a lot of you know what I'm saying? It's just fluff talk.
It's just fluff talk. It's just keeping and showing somebody's character. That's what I'm doing. Is dressing.
But he already said said what it was.
Back to the thing. It don't matter. But back to the thing. Starting above, everything comes from the all conscious. But if that's the case, that's from above. When you come low, if you're creating all your experiences and all that, well, women chose to be women. They still came from man. They still came from the semen. It's still the essence of the spirit, no matter where you come from. If sex starts from thought, right?
This nigga.
If sex starts from thought. If sex starts from thought, I mean, thought starts from above. When you have sex, why does the thought come down? Why does the thought come down?
I was gonna give you your why, but I don't.
No, why does the thought come down?
I just now said it because I know that you wasn't gonna listen, so I said I hope that you get it.
No, I get it.
I don't even want to tell you. I want you to come to the conclusion.
I get it.
But the questions to your why, you will get those answers. You will. I don't even feel comfortable telling you, but you're gonna get it though.
You should feel comfortable because as a man, you shouldn't be uncomfortable for somebody else. But go ahead.
That has nothing to do
with everybody. At the end of the day, everybody on their own walk. This is their own journey. You got to figure out stuff for yourself. So you know what I mean. Like everybody will get the answers that they show that they ask for.
That still defeats the purpose of order, though. Even though what you're saying is right.
Everything's already in order.
No, it's not. You can come out of order in chaos. But yes.
So we in chaos. So are we in chaos or are we in order?
It depends if it's personal or as worldly.
That's why I'm done. That's why
Either way, look, this is the thing, bro, and this is the thing. Either way it goes, whether you say we in chaos or you say we in order, it's all
still order.
But woman, it's not because chaos comes out of order.
There's order in chaos.
Yeah, chaos comes out of order. By refusing the order.
Wait. Say that again. You said chaos comes out of order?
Yes.
Okay, that's cool. I fuck with that. I fuck with that, but why?
Being out of order is starting chaos of causing everything that's being whole to basically break.
For what purpose?
What you mean for what purpose? It depends on the individual act.
Why would you come out of structure?
It depends how the structure is built, and most of it, the emotion and the movement.
No, the structure is it itself. Like that's like saying you have all the knowledge in the world. What makes you turn to evil? If you would you even have knowledge of evil if you was just one thing?
He gonna get it.
Yeah. Okay, I don't know what's going on, but his sound is You back?
See, I would feel like my time and energy wouldn't be properly invested because I invest a lot of energy. I promise you, I've been up for over 24 hours as per usual, just to build with the people, and then it's just like, nigga, we finna
Can I throw a theory? Can I throw a theory at you?
Yeah, quick one. We're gonna close it out. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, if we moved away from the physical, it would be a different aspect on life, right? So everybody logical reasons of how everything revolves would be present or be parent. Y'all agree with that? Because everybody has consciousness. Right. So everybody's answer is not a wrong answer. It's just how you look at it in the perspective that it is laid. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
That's why you have one arm longer than the other, or you have one leg longer than the other, or you have a person that's short and a one that's tall. You feel me? That's how consciousness is made. Everybody shares a piece of that consciousness at that present time. But when we talk about the physical is what it is, physical. But when it comes to spirituality, and that's what we basing all this science off of, the physical realm has nothing to do with that. So when we talk about children being born, children that are being born start off as a vessel. That vessel changes periodically with the chaos of mass that comes into the physical. Thus, it either creates a man or it creates a woman. But when it starts off, it's feminine because it's coming out of the spirit. You feel me? The spiritual energy is represented as feminine. All aspects, the serpent energy, the kundalini energy is feminine. So my aspect of that whole thing is that you can Crayola the whole thing when it comes into the physical, because the physical is what it is. It's dense. It has, when you're dealing with gas and liquid, you're dealing with spiritual energy.
That's a fact.
That's my thing on it.
And I agree with
appreciate
some of
y'all,
that.
man.
Yeah, it's
Hey,
love.
no, man, we appreciate everybody for flying
sure.
through. You know,
I
this
agree
was
with that
a
to a point.
powerful build. We on 5 hours and 30 minutes.
Yeah, we said we was gonna keep it short, but I knew this one was gonna be a long one.
Yeah, I had a
For
feeling too
sure.
myself. You feel me?
And one question though, and when y'all get a household, who's the head of the house? I'm just asking, who's the head of the house?
For me, I got the understanding from everybody here on the panel.
No, I'm just asking. No, this is a question though. As an individual, when you're a man and woman, and you have a child, who's the head of the house? Who runs the house? Like who's
Whoever
the head of the house?
The woman runs the house. The man protects the house.
Okay.
I'll say they both. I'll say they both.
She's the foundation.
I totally disagree with all you.
Behind every successful man is a best leader. There's a very capable woman behind him. Okay, if you didn't have that woman, you would not be shit. And I'm gonna leave it at that.
Yeah, you can go both ways.
Okay, I mean, you could say that.
But what I'm telling you, that feminine energy represents. The man does not have that. The woman has the X and the Y. She represents the whole.
No, you're woofing. No, they don't. You just be talking, bro. The woman has no Y, bro.
X.
But you don't have no. Yeah, you just proved my point. The X and the Y goes to the man. Exactly. He just proved his point without
She
even
has
knowing
both. She is the masculine and the feminine,
bro. Man,
Oh,
stop
man.
it. He don't. Hey,
you don't believe that down here, Prince?
Nah.
You're just wrong.
The feminine and the masculine principles in her.
If you talking about chromosomes, she only has 2 X chromosomes. Only the man has the X and the Y.
Yeah, he don't know what he's talking about on that one.
Okay, so the woman don't have the X and the Y. You saying?
No, that's the man. So now, since you know the man has the X and the Y, does that change your perspective of what you just said? Knowing that he was using that to prove your point as a woman having the X and the Y, does that change your perspective?
The woman represents the whole entire package, bro.
But you just use the X and the Y.
I don't know where you get your information from, but the woman represents the whole package.
Okay, it's fine. It's cool. So everybody knows.
I don't know where you guys get your information from, but y'all wrong as all hell with all this plasma out here.
Did you know the white
Listen, wherever you at, bro. Where you at, bro? Where you at, bro?
Did you know the white cortisone? Hey, did you know the white cortisone brings a penis and balls? Did you know that play a part in that? So does women have a penis and balls that can ejaculate and hold semen?
What's the gender of the baby the first 3, 4, or what is it, the first 6 weeks?
I said, I'm gonna say it again, just like last podcast, and y'all was like, and I said that before I was a man, I was a woman, and then the white cortisone is the last decision into the man.
Okay, yeah, I believe that you was a woman. Everybody was a woman before they became a man, and
so hey, that's how we gonna close it out. That's it right there.
Hey, I'm gonna show you. Hey,
that's exactly how we gonna leave it and end it.
I gotta bring credentials on here for y'all. I gotta bring receipts.
Like, y'all are men with, but you don't even know the. You just said the women.
I gotta bring receipts.
Bring your own receipt. Go do some research. And
y'all really hold it. You trying to be disrespectful?
Hey, we really gotta close out. I definitely want Shock to close out. Hey, Shock, we gonna give you the floor. We're gonna let you close out. But before you do, hey, Prince, did you want to close out or?
I'm good.
Okay, then, because I want to make sure that Shock give us his proper closeout. But go ahead, Self.
I was just gonna say, appreciate you, Prince, for sliding through again. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, definitely. Salute.
It's always love. You know what I mean? We're gonna have to have you act for another episode, man. Appreciate you for sliding through.
And I just gotta say, it's all love from all people perspective. I'm still just chilling, out of that emotional. I'm still staying based. So it's no hard feelings, you know what I'm saying? You can feel however you want to feel. I don't feel, I'm not trying to be in that realm of feel in that 22. I'm just trying to stay high in solitude of my Y core zone. But with that being said, everybody at where they at, you know what I'm saying? There are always a high and a low. And like you say, there's no right or wrong, depending on where you're at in your life. But even though if you're outside looking down, you know what's right from wrong. Rather, if you've been there or not, looking at somebody's situation. So with that being said, it's all love to all people. Even I love women. You know what I'm saying? I come from my mom, but even though I could address a woman and see you're right or wrong, no matter who you are, because at a time, even though I come from my mother, there's a time that you have to leave your mother and become a man. And there's a time that she has to look at you as a man and not her little boy. So if she still presumes to look at you as a little boy and not as a man, therefore her spirit's still in you. And that's what I see you just talking over there on mute. So I address that, you go your personal issues and find your spirit, you know what I'm saying, as a man, and get into your why, because you just thought an X and a Y was coming from the female. So you might be transforming to her method, you know what I'm saying, but it's love.
All right. hey, bro, we definitely appreciate you for sliding through, you know what I'm saying, with that perspective for sure. You know what I mean? We this type of show right here, like, we're gonna have to have this a couple times just because
this we're gonna have to,
you know what I mean? Because of everything that just was said and just coming to the understanding, you know what I mean? Pretty much at the end of the day.
That's a fact.
So at the end of the day, it's all love, it get hot. That's the whole point though, you know what I'm saying? Like we all here in the present, you know what I'm saying? And that's just how the energy flow, you know what I'm saying?
Hey, to respect to that woman that was here, like I said, I never meant no disrespect. So hopefully when your emotions came down, you look at it from a different standpoint, because in the moment, a lot of emotion, a lot of stuff could be flowing. So if you're watching this or if you do see this, it's much love. And like I said, I respect women, but there's a time that I'm still going to hold my position as a man and do that, you know what I'm saying? Just give structure. So it's no disrespect from my perspective. No, I just want to do that if she's out there.
That's love. And that's why and when I kind of asked you, more directly, specifically, then you gave different, options to your answer. So I think she understood.
Yeah. I just want to make sure on my end, you know what I'm saying? Just based on it's just, the question.
But yeah, man. So we appreciate you for sliding through. Shout out to the chat for sure. They still rocking.
Hell yeah. Shout out Tyrone, man. Hey, Tyrone be one of the last dudes in here. Like, hey, I'm telling you, though, every time.
Bobby in here. What's up with Bob?
What's up with that nigga Dre? What y'all on the Facebook?
Yeah. That's how he replying. But yeah, man. Ian, you can go ahead and close out, man. You know what I'm saying? And this should be a wrap.
Oh, hold on, wait. Before we do that, shout out to my boy Young Vincetti, my boy D, in the building on Facebook. I got my cousin Mike Hill on the book.
Oh shit.
We got Summer Waldridge on the book. What's popping, everybody?
Hey.
Hopefully you guys enjoyed the show.
Shout out to Nature Boy. Even though that nigga dropped the mic and slid out of here like how he did.
Yeah. You know and he's on East Coast time too. Hey, Shock, are you in Cali?
Yeah, he in Sac.
Oh, okay, yeah. But
like I say, it was, like I say, it was cool sharing perspective, but back to Nature Boy too, you know what I'm saying? He didn't really stay on topic or address the topic, you know what I'm saying? He tried to go all that. That's cool. I respect that, you know what I'm saying? Because like I said to him, I agree with a lot of the perspective that he was saying. I just added on more perspective to the side of what was not being said. So, it's respect there, on that end.
Yeah, because he out there in the East Coast, so it was probably 12 o'clock or 1 o'clock by the time he tapped out.
Right.
So So, you know, we appreciate all that, man. Sometimes, especially knowing that it's going to be, you know, on a whole different coast. He probably had a long day and then got into, you know, the whole bill. So.
Right.
Yeah.
Hey,
but again,
but like we say, you gotta. Hey, if you tapped in that way, you gotta be tuned in. The moon out. You gotta. There's certain times of the day you gotta operate. Rather it's late or night.
Fact.
You know what I'm saying? They don't call it a witching hour at no reason. There's things happen at certain part of the days. You know, the clock around the 24. You gotta be able to. You know, if niggas want to tap into certain things, you gotta tap in at that right time to be able to. With the energy, you know what I'm saying? You want to go into them places and shit. You know what I mean?
At that time, I fuck with that. Hell yeah.
Yeah.
But it's love, y'all. Appreciate it. It's good.
Oh no, I appreciate you for coming through.
Man.
Spilling your spill.
Sure.
Good shit.
Till next time, G.
It's love.
All right.
All right. Oh man.
Shit.
Hey.
God damn.
We went through the.
I'm like way speechless. I don't even know what else to say at the end of this.
Yeah.
To keep it 100 like that. That was It was kind of expected. Like I knew it was finna go down tonight. You know what I'm saying? I knew it was finna go down. You know what I'm saying? But I guess not to that caliber. But I continue to get surprised on this podcast. So
that and that's the dope shit because we got all type of energies coming from everywhere.
Yeah.
This one we went through chaos, order, chaos, order. So you know it was just it was dope, man, especially to see different points of views, definitely.
Yeah.
And you know, and again, you know, Shock stayed on this square the whole time, like, you know what I mean? So it was definitely that. We had female energy come into the building to represent for that aspect of it. So yeah, it was dope.
And again, you know, for the next time we run a show like this, you know, we definitely gonna have to have you know, some other female perspectives slide in the building.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
definitely.
Just to help balance it out, because it was a lot of masculine energy. You know what I'm saying? Everybody was trying to talk, but all in all, like everything was, I think, you know what I mean? It was a dope conversation and dope build, really. You know what I mean, for the people. Hope everybody watching enjoyed. You know what I'm saying? Like, shout out to y'all. Y'all hella funny though. I ain't even gonna hold y'all. I'm in the back laughing like a motherfucker off of some of these comments. You know
comments was going crazy. Hey, I know.
That nigga pulled. He said,
he said he pulled out the bucket. Hey, he said that nigga had a musket on it. He said, bro, we in 2022. What you doing with that? Oh man, hey. That's why I be fucking with motherfuckers. Hey man, you gotta love your people, man.
Shout out to Ian, bro, for coming through. I definitely appreciate that. You know what I'm saying? Like everybody's energy tonight, you know what I'm saying? Regardless of, you know what I'm saying, like how it was going. You know, the respect was there at the end of the day, you know what I'm saying? So
definitely
shout out to everybody again.
And again, you know,
funny though.
Y'all know that the name of the podcast is Free Your Mind, so you could definitely come on here and free your mind, like, you know what I mean, and try to help others free theirs. So you can't. I don't even want people to come on here with I can't say this, I can't say that, like I cannot. You come on here and say exactly what the fuck you feel like you know what I mean?
Yeah,
so
exactly.
Hell yeah, you can be authentic.
If you don't have me or Woon on Facebook, definitely send us an email. You know what I'm saying? If you're trying to be on the show.
Definitely. Or if you got a topic.
Exactly. Or if you got a topic, hit us. You know what I mean? We definitely engage with the people, you know what I mean, to the maximum. So at least we try to. You know what I mean? So yeah, hit us up if y'all trying to get on. Spit your spiel. We with it all. Yeah, man. The show was explanatory. I don't even got nothing else to say.
Yeah, no, that's it. Dope show. Until the next time, we I don't even know if we're gonna drop the topic for the next one. Nah, we'll wait a couple days.
See. Yeah, we'll see what's up throughout the weekend or something.
Okay, yeah, no, it's good then.
Hey, this is Free Your Mind podcast. Appreciate y'all for sliding through. We out. Peace.
Always going up, you can't take from us. We ain't slowing up. Look what life gave us. Always going up, you can't take from us. We ain't slowing up. Look what life gave us.